after the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you'll remain standing, we will have the national anthem sung by Aretha Franklin. Thank you, Miss Franklin.
There's an air pump you saw that got the flag to flying a minute ago on a stand here in the hall.
At this time, I would also like to thank the talented young boys and girls.
We'll be right back for the more of the opening ceremonies of the convention.
Splendid performance.
After this brief message from Gulf.
Van Dyke speaking. And speaking of speaking, there is a guy whose engine is giving him a lot of back talk. Now, the reason for all the carrying on is that dirty butterfly valve in the carburetor. And when your butterfly valve is dirty, you gotta clean it up, which you can try and do by giving it a good swabbing. Or you can really plunge into it in which case you will probably end up on a tree or something. Didn't I told you? All of this is totally unnecessary if you keep your tank filled up with Gulf no-nox. Cause no-nox has got things in it to keep carburetor butterflies from getting dirty and stuck up. Gotcha! Huh. You get it. Gulf no-nox. There's a lot more to Gulf's extra kick than horseshoes.
So the convention has started, not only on time, but a few seconds early, as we told you. The hall is pretty well filled. Georgia is missing and a few others for reasons we were discussing earlier. And they all got out here to the amphitheater, even though Chicago has a cab strike, a partial bus strike. Most of the delegates travel to and from the hall in chartered buses. NBC News' Len O'Connor tells us that it appears to him the service on the buses tomorrow will be even worse than it was today. A court injunction was issued because of the wildcat strike. A court order to the strikers' steering committee to order their men back to work, but the steering committee disappeared and it could not be found, and so the order wasn't served. The delegates travel, as I say, out here in chartered buses, which are not affected by the strike. The District of Columbia delegation was telling me that they have it's 27 members, a small delegation. They have a chartered bus which costs them $100 a day, and they find it to be something of a burden because they are, 3 of their members are on welfare, and so they have a hard time raising money. Sandy Van Oker on the floor has a report for us. Sandy?
Thank you, David. I'm here at the Alabama delegation with State Senator Tom Radney, who's wearing a draft TED badge, and for the past several days has been talking openly about the necessity of drafting Senator Kennedy for the nomination. Why have you been so ardent, especially being an Alabamian, for Senator Edward Kennedy?
Mr. Van Oker, the Kennedy family has been very popular in Alabama since 1960 when John Kennedy was elected, and Alabama was one of the first movers in that regard. I want us to have a winner here this year. And I think that we're going to have Ted Kennedy to have a winner. Hubert Humphrey and Eugene McCarthy have no support in the South, particularly in Alabama, but Ted Kennedy does have.
Well, tell me, you people in the South, you Southern Democrats, you have a tough time. You don't expect to carry the state against Governor Wallace, do you?
Governor Wallace is very popular in the state of Alabama. But we're Democrats. We're up here to work out our problems. We think the Democratic Party is a big umbrella that covers a lot of ideas. We're here to work within the framework of the party, and we think that the man that can do that best is Ted Kennedy.
All right, but now if you think that being a Southerner, you have to have some reason to believe that Southern support is slipping away from Vice President.
I certainly do.
What evidence is there?
Well, the Alabama delegation, for example, I don't think you could find over 4 or 5 delegates in the Alabama delegation that's for Hubert Humphrey. And this is true, I understand, in Georgia and South Carolina, true in Arkansas. I don't think that Hubert Humphrey is going to get this nomination on the first ballot or any other ballot.
What has caused this slippage of the Vice President's...
Van Oker, for one thing, we've been mistreated up here. The Southerners have been mistreated. Alabama's been mistreated in committees, and we think we've been mistreated by the Humphrey people and the McCarthy people. But the Ted Kennedys and the Kennedy family have always had a real sympathy for the state of Alabama and our problems.
All right, you heard about the Governor DeSalle's exchange with Senator Kennedy.
I did.
How did you read that?
I read that as of today, we're not nominating him. Ted Kennedy is not going to be an active candidate for the presidency. He is standing, I am sure, ready for his party and his country if a genuine draft develops, and I think he's going to draft here Wednesday night.
How can you be so sure that he's standing ready? We don't have any evidence of that, do we?
No, but if you read his statement, he certainly doesn't say anything to the contrary. He asked Governor DeSalle and those of us that were going to second that nomination not to place his name in nomination. But you can't read into that he says I'm not available for a draft. No way to read that. And we don't read it that way at all.
I take it you're going to spread that word, but are you sure other delegates are going to read it that way?
The Southern delegates are reading it that way, and that's, I feel, my responsibility.
Didn't the Southern delegates get united today through the efforts of Governor Ellington of Tennessee and Governor Conley? Aren't they on firmer ground than they were Monday?
They are.
What caused that today?
Well, I think they've been mistreated the same way we have, and this is not to get a bite.
No, I asked you that the reported slippage on the Vice President's
strength. You think it's not as great as it was?
No, it seems to be better today. Do you know what?
I don't agree with that. Our delegation doesn't agree with that. We didn't even have anyone at that meeting. No one from Alabama was at that meeting.
Who was at that meeting?
No one from Alabama was. You read in the paper who was there, but no one from Alabama was there.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Tom Radney of Alabama, who wants to draft Edward Kennedy. Now to Edwin Newman.
I'm with Senator Philip Hart of Michigan. Senator Hart, we've been hearing a tremendous amount of draft Kennedy talk. In fact, we've just heard a member of the Alabama delegation saying that no other possible candidate, other than Edward Kennedy could do the Democrats any good at all in the South. What's your view of the draft Kennedy movement?
So I've indicated that I have a feeling that he would be the strongest man that this convention could nominate in terms of electability in November. But I think it's something that should not be forced on him. That family's been asked to give America enough. I don't see any signs of draft. I've voiced my feeling, but I think the available candidates acceptable to this party are McCarthy and Humphrey and McGovern.
Well, are you aware of any sentiment in the Michigan delegation for drafting Edward Kennedy?
No, not really. I think our delegation remains pretty solidly a Humphrey delegation. I myself am not committed, but I'm in a very small minority.
Do you know why Mayor Kavanaugh of Detroit has called a news conference tonight, Senator Hart?
No, I do not.
You don't know whether it has anything to do with the Kennedy matter?
No, I do not.
Well, Senator, we've been hearing a tremendous amount of talk about Kennedy. Now, are we being taken for a ride? Is there nothing genuine in it?
Well, I think it hinges on his expression of willingness to do it. With that, I think there's a strong possibility that this convention would turn to him. Absent that, it would be very doubtful.
Well, do you think that such a statement of availability might be forthcoming from him if he knows that there is a real demand for him?
I have no idea. I've not been in touch with the senator nor any of his staff. I'm just reading the papers and listening to you fellows.
Maybe that's where you're making your mistakes.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Senator Hart. This is Edwin Newman, now to John Chancellor.
I'm standing in the District of Columbia delegation with Mr. Philip M. Stern of Washington, D.C. Mr. Stern, you were a member of the Credentials Committee and sat through the whole week on that, so we'll trust you as an expert on that. How long do you think we will spend tonight on these 4 challenges on credentials?
Well, we were given to understand today that there would be 15 minutes on each side on each of the 4 separate challenges. So that would be 2 hours.
Well, that means 2 hours once they begin.
That's right.
And do you regard 15 minutes as an adequate amount of time for an argument in these cases, which are so complicated?
Well, of course not. On the other hand, it's hard to say what would be adequate when you're trying to get a decision by 2,600 people, but a half an hour on each side would certainly be more adequate to try to explain these things.
Do you think a lot of people just want to get out of here by 1 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time?
I'm sure they would.
How do you think these challenges and the credentials fights are going to go tonight? Do you have any idea, looking ahead as a delegate now, what's going to happen?
Well, if I had to predict, judging from the way things went in our Credentials Committee, I think the challengers will lose. I think the majority sentiment probably is against them.
Well, now, what about Georgia? You were on the committee when the Georgia Compromise was made to seat some of the challengers and some of the regulars. Why seat the regulars?
Well, the only reason for seating any of the regulars was that they were considered by the Credentials Committee to be, quote, good guys. People who really honestly were trying to be loyal to the National Party. This was on a personal basis, not on the issue at all. And I think it ought to be understood that in the first vote we took on Wednesday or Thursday, the days run together, we did not seat the regular organization. That was part of the resolution, that we would not seat the Maddox delegation because we thought it was discriminatorily chosen by only 2 men, and we objected to the system of choosing it. And we didn't feel that they had satisfied the call of this convention. And that's why the reason that some of the regulars were seated was because we felt that they were trying to be loyal National Democrats.
Was there any feeling that the electoral machinery in Georgia would turn against the Democratic Party if you didn't seat some of them?
Well, the reason that was presented to us today as to why to break that resolution of the matter that we arrived at on Thursday and to give more bodies, more delegates to the Georgia regulars was that if we didn't, the majority of the State Central Committee wouldn't even put the electors on the ballot at all. And I must say I'm puzzled by our having heard for hours on end last week how loyal all these Georgia Democrats are, and yet they're not sufficiently loyal to be able to assure us that they'll put the electors on the ballot. And it's also a rather sad testimony about the electoral college system. If a party has to give in if a national party has to give in to the state party in order to get the electors on the ballot, there shouldn't have to be anything like that. And I can't understand what kind of loyal Democrats, quote unquote, there are on the state committee that will threaten not to put the electors on the ballot and deny the people of Georgia a chance to vote for president.
Mr. Stern, I want to thank you very much for giving us that view. Philip M. Stern of the District of Columbia delegation talking about some of the pressures that were placed on the Credentials Committee this last week. Now to Chet and David.
That is not the member of the D.C. delegation who is on welfare.
Just to reassure you, you are not missing anything. Some of the housekeeping duties are now being dispatched, and the Secretary of the Convention, Mrs. Dorothy Friedenberg Bush, has been reading the list of states and telling them how many votes they'll have in this convention. And as each state was read off, it set up a shout indicating that these Democrats are ready to do some yelling, and they'll have an opportunity before the night is out. Vice President Humphrey, who denies he's ever felt any chill wind of doubt about getting the nomination, was nevertheless pushing hard during the day. In rapid succession, Humphrey met with Missouri and Ohio delegations and then with the AFL-CIO delegates. He declared that his hopes for a first ballot victory may lie in the hands of the big Ohio group, and that hopes for winning here as well as in the fall election would also require strong labor support. As Draft Kennedy's team generated during the day, Humphrey appeared totally unconcerned. In an interview, NBC News correspondent Richard Valeriani asked the Vice President what he thought about all the Kennedy rumors going about.
I don't consider it to be to have a serious result. Let me put it that way. I think there are people that are being very serious about what they're trying to do. But I take the senator at his word, just as I take the president at his word. There are rumors that fly around at the convention time that are always there. And the rumors now are that either President Johnson will be drafted to run or Senator Edward Kennedy will be drafted to run. This was to be expected, and I guess I've indicated to you that while I know there's some people that work at it, I doubt that it will work.
Do you think, Mr. Vice President, this activity might be designed to pave the way for a movement to draft Senator Kennedy for the vice presidential nomination?
I've heard that. That's a possibility. But again, I want to say the senator said that he is not a candidate, nor would he accept. Now, he may change his mind. He surely is entitled to do it. And you know that I've spoken many times very kindly and very complimentary about Senator Ted Kennedy. He's a personal friend of mine. I think that he would add great strength to any ticket. So that doesn't upset me. As a matter of fact, it brought a smile.
Are you still predicting a first ballot victory?
I'm not a predictor or a prophet. I'm a candidate. I have high hopes that we will have a first ballot victory, but that's quite an achievement. These are very unpredictable meetings, these Democratic conventions. But if you're a betting man, and I'm not trying to encourage you to get into that, I think you ought to put your $2 on the first ballot.
Sorry. The convention is going through again the ceremonies at the opening. We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
Kid's got a good pair of hands. Got the makings of a real engineer. This is what engineering is all about. Figuring things out, putting things together, with imagination. In a way, the whole future of industry depends on engineers. The ones with imagination, curiosity, broad interests. Gulf has a lot of jobs for people like this, because we're into a lot of things besides oil. Plastics, chemicals, fertilizers, atomic energy even. What are you making there, pal?
It's a space station.
Imagination. In a few years, maybe he'll be using his with us. Gulf, for whatever work there is to be done.
The list of favorite son candidates here who are releasing their delegations and sort of dropping out of that exercise is increasing. Senator George Smathers of Florida, a favorite son candidate, said tonight he would release the Florida delegation before the first ballot and support Hubert Humphrey for president. Smathers' name, however, is expected to be placed in nomination. So I wanted to remark on that. We still don't know how many of these favorite sons are going to have their names placed in nomination nonetheless, with the seconding speeches and all the rest. You recall we had a rather lengthy evening by that process 2 weeks ago in Miami Beach.
8 hours.
And if it's followed through to its ultimate conclusion here, it could be another long evening here in Chicago.
They're talking of eliminating the demonstrations entirely, that is the marching around and so on. Most of the candidates recommended it. McGovern, Humphrey, McCarthy didn't quite say. And they will hold them down, but not eliminate them entirely, because Chairman Bailey says if the delegation from a state wants to get up and march around and make a little noise, they can't really stop them. But they will keep outsiders from coming in. There will be no hired bands or stilt walkers or other performers. It will be confined solely to people who are here in the hall, so that might shorten it.
As you perhaps know, the Illinois delegation traditionally over the years has caucused on the eve of a convention and then has made its announcement as to what candidate it was going to support in the convention. Well, the Illinois delegation caucused here in Chicago last night, but it failed to announce what candidate it was going to support. Mayor Daley said there was no inference to be drawn out of that whatsoever, and offered us the explanation that he and Governor Shapiro, who are going to welcome the delegates here this evening, thought it wiser and better and somewhat more polite to remain non-committed while they're welcoming all these wonderful people to the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. I might add that most people did not take that explanation too seriously. Now, Mayor Daley has just been introduced down on the Speaker's platform and is about to welcome us all to his city, Chicago.
Fellow Democrats, the people of Chicago and its mayor are proud to welcome a great political gathering of Americans who come here to shape the future of a nation, to choose a man to become our president. I greet you as mayor, but if I can for a moment of politics, I would like to say it is an important sign of faith to the American people for this national political convention to be held here, not in some resource center, but in the very heart of Chicago, in one of the greatest neighborhoods of Chicago, my neighborhood, where people live and work and raise their families. The Democratic Party has always been a party and a place for all people. When you in this convention consider the problems of our country, many of your decisions must involve the city. For it is in the cities where most Americans live that we find our nation's greatest concern. People do not come to cities to make problems, but they seek a better life. Thus it is that the American people have created more great cities than any nation in its history, all in a few generations. And this work goes on. Just look at the national priorities. Everyone talks now as the most vital of our time: education, housing, jobs, race relations, the institution of a new respect for real justice, law and order. They are all specifically the challenges facing the cities, great challenges. And they are all the problems of people living together, our fellow citizens striving for a better life. And they'll never be solved in rioting and violence on the street, and they'll never be solved in anarchy, and as long as I'm mayor of this town, there'll be law and order in Chicago. Some of them are impatient. Sometimes they make us uncomfortable. Some are reasonable, and others are angry. They hail from all over the nation, farm, town, and city, to demand, to protest, and to dissent. But did you see them at the other convention? I do not refer to the extremists on the left and the right who seek to destroy instead of to build, to those who would make a mockery of our institutions and values, nor do I refer to those who have been successful in convincing some people that a theatrical protest is a rational dissent. I speak of those who come conscientiously because they know at this political gathering there is hope and opportunity. I speak of those who come because the instinct that brings them is right. In this great time of change, of rising aspiration, some people are afraid, and there is a dangerous political rectory in this land. Dangerous not because it hides sinister influences, but dangerous because it often hides the real problem and establishes false priorities that leads us away from our original and real work. Democrats understand the imperative need for respect of the law. Every citizen knows that society can become a jungle without it. Law enforcement is the whole campaign of the opposition for president. For we know that we must carry out a host of positive programs if we are to eliminate the underlying causes of crime and disorder. At this convention, we Democrats will nominate a President of the United States, a Chief Executive, and we will not nominate a Chief of Police. We have heard entirely too much unfounded talk about mass racial conduct, about the collapse of education, about the spreading of the slums and the ghettos, about growing divisions among our people. We have heard men who call themselves responsible political commentators commit the worst sin of all by claiming that the cities cannot be governed. Every mayor in this country knows that the cities have urgent problems, but every mayor also knows that you solve the problems with programs, and the Democratic Party has the program, not with repetition of the problem. You solve problems also with political responsibility, not with the rejection of politics in the programs. You solve programs with positive action. I don't ask you to take this for granted. In Chicago, we have sharply reduced the number of substandard buildings, and we have introduced the prefabricated quality home, which will be within the reach of every family in Chicago. We have programs that provide jobs, manpower training. Chicago gives its citizens better police health and sanitation services, and let me say with great honor and proud, we have the finest police department and the finest fire department of any city in the United States. Yes, there is much to be done, but much is being done. And I speak only of Chicago, many cities in our great country. I believe and I know every mayor agrees with me that we must accept responsible criticism. But it is high time for the political leadership of this generation to reject the language of conflict and despair, to speak out very loud in positive language of hope and human effort. To sum up, I think the goals of most of us in political life were stated by our late president, John F. Kennedy, when he said, I believe in an America where every family can live in a decent home, in a decent neighborhood, where children can play in parks and playgrounds, not in the streets of the slums, where no home is unsafe or unsanitary, where a good doctor and a good hospital are neither too far away nor too expensive, and where the water is clean and the air is pure and the streets are safe at night. I welcome you to a great city. It is one of the greatest cities in the world. When we consider that only 5 generations ago it did not even exist, we get some notion of what the American people can do. They should be given the chance to do more. This city is a vibrant and a vital and intensely political and immensely generous, and I hope you will enjoy it as I always do. It is the best possible place for a great convention to be held in our times. Again, welcome to our city. May we be proud of our country and proud of our city, and may we reject those who will burn our flag or desecrate those things that have always been great to all the people who've come to this great country. We have no flag burners in this Democratic National Convention, and I don't think any of them would belong here. But you and I know that this country has given opportunity to all people, of all nationality, of all race, and of all creed, and this 1968 convention is going to elect the next president that will carry on that program.
Mayor Daley of Chicago saying the Democrats are wise to come here instead of some resort area.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll be back
great welcome.
After a message from
I
Gulf.
see you have a few friends in Chicago, Mr. Mayor.
When Gulf tour guides say they can solve any travel problem, no matter how tall, they're not kidding. They get a kick out of showing people the best way to travel from anywhere to anywhere, plus giving you sightseeing information and the latest Holiday Inn directory. You say you're planning a trip, but you don't have a 12-foot giraffe? That's okay. Gulf's tour guide service solves short travel problems, too. Just ask your Gulf dealer about it. Gulf Tour Guide Service. There's a lot more to Gulf's extra kick than horseshoes.
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
Adam 12 rolls on Saturday of NBC Week.
The evidence fits together. Can you tell which slice is batter whipped sunbeam bread? Not this one. It's got holes. Holes let air in, cause fast staling. See the difference whipping makes? Get rid of the holes. Get whipped in freshness. Go batter whipped sunbeam.
SuperGuard gets everything they need for school. Except their homework.
Follow the eagle, the youth of America is waiting for you. Fight on when you think or when you work, they do. And follow the eagle, the red, white, and blue eagle. Buy a share in freedom, U.S. Savings Bond.
WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee.
1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf.
You'll recall about 3 weeks ago in Miami Beach, Senator Dirksen, chairman of the platform committee, said he was going to have no bugging, no listening devices in the rooms where his committee was meeting. And he conducted a search and had a search conducted to make certain. He said that 4 years ago in San Francisco, the committee was bugged. Well, the Democrats have encountered the same problem. An executive meeting of the Platform Committee was disrupted today when delegates discovered what they said was a bug planted in a television set. A delegate from Florida said a device was planted at the back of the ballroom while the committee was meeting, connected to a wire apparently leading to a floor above. Committee aides dashed upstairs, but there was no one there. Later, one of them said he couldn't figure out why anyone would want to listen to the sessions of the committee in the first place, so apparently they weren't too alarmed about it. David?
They may have been trying to find out what they were saying in the Vietnam plank. That's the, as we were saying earlier, it's the first time in about 20 years, exactly 20 years, I think, that either of the parties has had anything in the platform really to fight about. Edwin Newman on the convention floor has a report for us. Ed?
Thank you, David. I'm with Representative Al Ullman of Oregon. Representative Ullman, the draft Kennedy talk is all around us now, and you, I gather, take it quite seriously.
That's right. I think that the mood of this convention is one that could very well swing to Kennedy.
What would make it swing, do you think, Mr. Ullman?
The feeling on the part of a lot of delegates, and I'm not saying that I share it, that the Nixon ticket was put together to defeat Humphrey, and that quite possibly they could do it, and that it would take a new face like Kennedy to win.
Now, Representative Ullman, are you saying that in the callous language that's sometimes used that Mr. Humphrey is a loser?
No, Mr. Humphrey has never lost an election, as you well know. But this is a very particular election and a particular time in our history when the people of the country, and I know in my state, are calling for a change. And I think that what people feel is that Humphrey does not represent that change, and that therefore it would be very difficult to combat the strong feeling for a change in the country.
Now, Congressman Ullman, the Democrats in your state called for a change to Senator McCarthy. He won the primary, and your delegation is committed to him.
That is right. We're committed for 2 ballots under our state law.
Now, are you prepared to... I understand some members of your delegation are asking him to be released. Is that correct?
Some of them are. I, however, am not. I'm prepared to support McCarthy for the 2 ballots.
And then what?
And then it will depend. My feeling is that if it goes beyond 2 ballots, that Ted Kennedy probably will be in the picture, and then I would support Ted Kennedy.
In spite of his disclaimer today?
That's right. I think his disclaimer would have to be stronger than it was today in order to really head off a draft.
One last question. Senator McCarthy has called, or his supporters have certainly called, for an open convention. Is that the reason that some members of your delegation are going to ask him to be released?
Well, I think so, and not only that, but the rule is going to, in the abolishment of the unit rule, according to some interpretations, should go toward the primary-bound states also. We're bound by a statewide primary, and therefore we have a unit rule imposed by a primary, and the people are making the argument, if you're going to abolish a convention-inspired unit rule, therefore you should abolish the open primary unit rule, too.
And they will ask McCarthy to do this tomorrow, do you think?
I think some members will, but I think that generally the feeling is that we should go 1 ballot, and then those that want to be released are going to try to be released at the end of the first ballot. I'm not one of them, however.
Thank you, Representative Ullman. This is Edwin Newman. Now to Frank McGee.
Thank you, Ed. I have with me Governor Dan Moore of North Carolina. And Governor, your delegation is one of those being challenged here tonight. What chance do you think you might have of defeating the challenge?
I think we have an excellent chance. Actually, the committee voted 100 to 20 to seat our delegation after an extensive hearing and after a determination by the majority of the committee that the delegation was properly selected and should be seated.
Where is this insurgent delegation right now at the present time? Do you know where physically they're located?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know whether they're on the convention floor or in the convention area at all?
I assume that they are in the convention hall someplace, but I do not know exactly where.
I understand you come third in order tonight, that it'll be Texas first, and then Georgia, North Carolina, and then Alabama. My question is, do you think the outcome of the Texas and Georgia contest might have a bearing on what happens in the North Carolina dispute?
I don't see that it should. After all, each state selects its own delegates. They have their own procedure for selecting those delegates. I think ours were properly selected, so I don't see that the other states would have any bearing on our delegation.
Governor Moore, there's a strong sentiment for Vice President Humphrey in your delegation, yet you're a favorite son. Is there any possibility that you will step aside as a favorite son before the first ballot and let the delegation go to Mr. Humphrey?
I don't think so. Under the resolution adopted by our state convention, the delegates were instructed to put my name in nomination to vote for me on the first ballot and to continue voting so long as I desire. So, carrying out the instruction of the convention, I think that they will vote for me on the first ballot.
Let's put it this way, sir. If you felt that it would help Mr. Humphrey's cause considerably to break now and let your delegation go for him sometime before Wednesday night, would you do so?
I don't think that we can do that under the resolution which was adopted by the state convention, which instructed us as to the procedure we should take.
Thank you very much. I've been talking with Governor Dan Moore of North Carolina, whose delegation will find out sometime during the course of this evening whether they'll be allowed to remain in this convention hall. Frank McGee, now here's Senator Van Oker.
I'm here on the convention floor with Senator Edward Muskie of Maine, who is a strong supporter of Vice President Humphrey. Senator Muskie, in the last few days, there's been some talk of some slippage on the part of the Vice President in terms of delegate strength. What is this attributable to? This report of slippage that we've heard about.
Well, of course, there are people who feel very strongly on both sides of the question of Vice President Humphrey's candidacy. Deeply emotional issues involved here, and as would be expected even in a normal situation, those who espouse one candidate are going to try to undermine the strength of the other. So there's part of that normal salesmanship that goes on. And I suspect there may be also the feeling among some people who are not sure that the right choice is available.
What do you mean by that, the right choice is available?
Well, there are people who think in almost every convention that they wish there was someone else who is unnamed and undefined, and they haven't really pictured in their minds. And there are several hundred so-called uncommitted candidates, according to the newspaper analyses of candidates. But I think that underlying all of this, which I think it has to be described as superficial unless it focuses on something specific.
Well, supposing that something specific is this talk about Senator Edward Kennedy.
Well, I think that with his statement today, he's pretty much taken himself out of it, and I think he's done it 3 times now. And
he hasn't issued a Sherman statement yet, has he?
Well, when you say no 3 times, it seems to me that's pretty definite.
Returning to the question of the Vice President, do you think that some of the people who might have supported him are disappointed by the stance he has taken on Vietnam, which shows no sign of give or moving away from the President's position?
Well, I think there has been give. I know something of this behind-the-scenes struggle that's gone on over this Vietnam plan. And I'm in no position to disclose its details.
But you were more conciliatory in your platform testimony than the Vice President has been so far. Is that not right?
Well, I've not found the Vice President unhappy with my position.
Thank you very much, Senator Edmund Muskie. Senator Edmund Muskie of Maine, who is being mentioned as a possible running mate for the Vice President. Now to Edwin Newman.
Governor, yes, I'm with Governor Buford Ellington of Tennessee. Governor, you are alleged to have been chairman of a meeting today of Southern delegations, which had something to do with a rebellion against Vice President Humphrey. Was there such a meeting, and is there a rebellion?
No, there was not such a meeting. There was a meeting of all the governors of all the states. All of them were present except 2. and it had absolutely nothing to do with that. We were concerned about the rules that would be adopted tonight, and that part of the rule which would permit people by their conscience to violate law.
Well, what do you mean? You're talking about the unit rule, Governor?
It's a part of the unit rule. And, of course, I personally do not believe that we should encourage anybody to violate a law. If a law is bad, then let's change the law. Well, in other words, in the state of Massachusetts, Mr. McCarthy ran up there. He won the delegation. The people expressed their will. And then to come along and tell them, if they don't like it, to violate the law of Massachusetts. I don't go for that.
Now, is there a distinction to be made between states where people have expressed their will and other states where perhaps there was, for example, no primary or even no convention?
Oh, I think there would be. Now, we do not have the unit rule, so it doesn't affect us. The only thing is that we believe that this part should be taken out, and if it wants to come in 72, then change the rule for 72. But I don't like to encourage people to violate laws.
Is there going to be a floor fight about this, Governor?
I'm sure there'll be a minority report, and it'll be talked about.
Now, what about the rebellion that we keep hearing about against the Vice President because some Southern delegates think that he's been rather lukewarm toward their problems? What about that?
I have not found the rebellion to be true. I have not found anybody that feels like the Vice President has slighted them. Of course, you know, your rumors you get around you, Evan, you know that better than anybody. And there is dissatisfaction. But I think there'll be unity in the end, and I think the Southern people will be very happy. I hope they will.
Well, what is the reason for the dissatisfaction that does exist, Governor Ellington?
The biggest thing that started was this thing that we're talking about here, the unit rule, and the fact that in this new change, it encourages or permits and sanctions violation of state laws. And I don't believe that anybody should be encouraged to violate any law.
Governor, the main thing we keep hearing about on the floor tonight is the possibility of a move to draft Senator Edward Kennedy. What do you make of that?
Well, I think Senator Kennedy is an honorable man, and he's made his own statement that he wasn't interested in it and would not accept it, just like the statement that President Johnson made. I believe both men.
Thank you very much, Governor Ellington. This is Edwin Newman. Now to John Chancellor.
I'm standing in near the Alabama delegation with Mr. Robert Vance. Mr. Vance, you're going to defend your state's delegation against a challenge tonight, isn't that right?
That's correct. The Rules Committee, the Credentials Committee, has seated the Alabama delegation overwhelmingly, and I understand there is a minority report which will have to be fought out on the floor whenever we get around to minority reports from that committee.
Now, your people are putting out a flyer around the floor that says, "Don't believe smear sheets." Your Credentials Committee has the facts. The Alabama delegation has unanimously signed a declaration of party loyalty. Actually, don't you have one or two fellows who are for Wallace? And
15 left.
15 of them left. Have they left Chicago, or are their bags packed and they're waiting for something?
I understand that a lawsuit's been filed in federal court that has to be heard in the morning, and they're not in the hall and they're not in the delegation this evening.
But what do you say when people say, are some of your people for Wallace, and maybe they've just signed this pledge?
100% of this delegation has signed a pledge to support no one other than the nominee of this convention. And this is the only delegation in the hall that's done that. Incidentally, it's over 20% Negro, and it's a popularly elected delegation. And I don't think, except for the Virgin Islands, maybe, there's any other delegation that comes close to that. So certainly not any other regular delegation. So the smear sheets that have been circulated, been financed and distributed by the McCarthy people, the flower children all over town all day, are completely false. It's a sort of thing that makes you sort of wonder, what is the level of integrity in presidential politics when one faction is doing this sort of thing?
Do you feel that the vote on or the struggle in the Credentials Committee was a political one, or a regional one, or a racial one?
Well, Senator McCarthy, who is a very nice man, most of our people would cheerfully support him if he were the nominee, took this position. In some states like Washington, he said he was entitled to proportionate representation. In Alabama, he just tried to swipe them all by saying, that's Alabama, it's a bad place. Everybody knows George Wallace's state's a bad place, so give me all the delegate votes. It's just that blatant.
What time do you think we'll get to this challenge for Alabama tonight? You're last, aren't you?
It's going to be, I think we're next to last.
And you think it's going to be after midnight?
Well, I've just been told that the Rules Committee will probably be first, and that credentials won't even start until after rules are finished. So, I don't know. It just depends on how it goes.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Mr. Robert Vance of Alabama predicting that the Rules Committee fight will come first. And now here's Sander Van Oker.
I'm here with Governor Harold Hughes of Iowa. Governor, I'd first like to ask a question that's going around that you're going to nominate Senator Eugene McCarthy.
It wouldn't be appropriate for me to either confirm or deny that report. Those statements always come from the candidate staff, so I have nothing to say about it.
Governor, you were originally, or you were thought to be leaning toward Senator Robert Kennedy before he died, and then you switched over to Senator McCarthy. Now, as a man who might nominate Senator McCarthy, as who's pledged to him now, what do you realistically think are his chances at this stage in the convention?
Well, I think his chances right now are better than they have been in the last several months. I think the convention has displayed a great unease and an awful lot of tentative movement sideways to various people. When this begins to solidify in the next 24 to 36 hours, I think Senator McCarthy's chances will improve.
Why do you think so? Because, you know, so many people say the party regulars won't have Senator McCarthy.
The party regulars have, in spite of everything, a tendency to look at general public and winning elections. In the final analysis, winning an election is the important business of a convention.
What is this that conventions now can see polls? In the case of the Republican convention, they saw that Nelson Rockefeller ran ahead of Richard Nixon in the polls. They picked Mr. Nixon. This convention sees that McCarthy runs better than Vice President Humphrey in the polls. It seemed to be gravitating toward the Vice President. What is it in the political mix-up now that causes that?
Well, I think it's a great question that millions of people in America are asking. Is the system really working, or is it antiquated? Is it out of date, and is it useless anymore? And I, for one, by hoping to open up this convention, to abandon the unit rule and to move to 1972 with the unit rule abandoned all the way down to the precinct level, and hopefully by popular support for people who have been out working in the field for months, reflect the fact that the system does work. I think there's great question among the people.
Governor, you were involved in a meeting several Saturdays ago in Chicago, attended by Speaker Unruh of California and Senator McGovern. Did you get any idea at that meeting that Senator McGovern was going to declare for the presidency, and if he was going to, why he was going to do it?
I asked him directly if he intended to be an active candidate for the presidency at that meeting. He did not answer the question directly, but at the same time he did not give any indication that he thought he was going to. He didn't rule it out, but he didn't act very much like candidate.
What do you think he is up to now?
I have great respect for George McGovern. I think he's honestly seeking the nomination of the presidency of our country, or of our party. And I think he thought there were an awful lot of delegates who did not want to go to Gene McCarthy, who would not support Hugh Humphrey, and who could support him.
Do you think he's a stand-in for Edward Kennedy?
I have never viewed him as a stand-in for Ted Kennedy, and he specifically says he isn't. And I believe George McGovern to be a very honest man.
Thank you very much. Governor Hughes of Iowa. Now, where am I to throw it? Now to Floyd Calber.
We're in one of the caucus rooms right off the upper gallery of the International Amphitheater, where Mayor Jerome Kavanaugh of Detroit, who's one of the young political comers of the Democratic Party, is just finishing up a news conference, having made the statement that he is in support of Senator George McGovern for the nomination, for the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. We'll move in here close to him if we can. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Yeah, fine.
Why suddenly do you come out for Senator McGovern? Senator McGovern, having been a supporter of Robert Kennedy, why not wait and see what develops with the Ted Kennedy campaign?
Well, I think Ted Kennedy has indicated today, Floyd, if he hadn't indicated prior to this time, and he has, that he just did not desire to have his name placed in nomination, and therefore I think Senator McGovern is the logical candidate. I felt very keenly and strongly on behalf of Senator Robert Kennedy. I feel equally keenly and strongly on behalf of Senator McGovern. I have great respect for Senator McCarthy and for Vice President Humphrey.
At the same time, there's every indication that Senator Edward Kennedy's name will be placed in nomination.
Yes, that's true. But I still think that Senator McGovern would be the best of all of the candidates mentioned to date, and maybe even the best of any candidate that might possibly be nominated.
Well, what of the talk that Senator McGovern is still the stand-in for Senator Kennedy?
Well, I think it's just talk. I don't really accept that, nor certainly Senator McGovern has disclaimed that as being his role, and I believe him. He just is not, at least as far as I'm concerned. That's the position he occupies. Again, I'd make clear I didn't talk to any Kennedy people. I didn't talk to anyone really prior to making an endorsement of Senator McGovern, other than spending some time with the senator himself.
And did he ask you outright for your support and endorsement?
Well, he had asked me earlier, and I had chatted with him a week and a half ago, and said I'd spend some time with him at the convention. Yes, he did.
You say that he is the most winnable candidate. Would you say this?
Well, I think he's a new face. I think he's very electable. Yes, very much.
Do you mean by that Hubert Humphrey is not electable?
No, I didn't say that. I think that Senator McGovern is the most qualified, most electable of all three, but I think any of the Democratic candidates are electable, particularly in view of former Vice President Nixon's record in relation to the major problems of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kavanaugh of Detroit, who has just announced his support of Senator George McGovern for the Democratic presidential nomination. Now, back to Chet and David.
As our floor reporters have been discovering and passing along to us, there is some talk down here on the floor and around the hall about Senator Edward Kennedy and the possibility of his being nominated, put in nomination. But to keep it in perspective, the best information we have still is that Vice President Humphrey has a very long lead over his opposition. Not all the Democrats are happy with him, obviously, and many of them would welcome a chance to vote for someone else. But still, as far as anyone can say now, with any assurance at all, Humphrey has a big lead, and when he says he expects to be nominated on the first ballot, he may be right. We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
No, 50 cents worth of regular, please.
Oh, 50 cents worth of good Gulf. Right, very good.
I'm running out of money. I just spent $10 on the gas pedal.
That was your choice. You spend the money that way, and you don't have it for days. And that's exactly why I ended up loaning
sir,
the money left.
That's okay. You don't have to do that.
Well, it's full.
Thank you. That's fine. Here you go.
Wow, he's really doing it up, isn't he?
That's okay.
This is ridiculous. I mean, 50 cents.
Got a quarter?
I'll check and see.
Well, will that be all, sir?
Mister, could we have 25 cents more of good Gulf?
Oh, very good.
Good lad.
And you're a big spender.
You don't have to be a big spender to get good service at Gulf.
Last Wednesday, was Wednesday, wasn't it, when Kennedy made a speech? Wednesday.
Right.
Anyway, he made a speech. And he gave his views on what the Vietnam plank here should say. Kenneth O'Donnell has been an advisor to the Kennedys and a close associate of all of them for a long time. He worked in President John Kennedy's campaign in 1960, worked with Senator Robert Kennedy in this year's campaign, as long as it lasted, and is now an advisor to Senator Edward Kennedy. And today, O'Donnell offered the Platform Committee Senator Kennedy's proposal for a Vietnam war plank. O'Donnell and Congressman Burton of California talked to reporters.
In the light of the testimony before the committee, as no one else in the committee was prepared to totally support the administration policy in regards to Vietnam, that I would introduce the proposal myself and ask the committee to either vote it up or down, whether we in that committee, drafting committee, would support in toto the conduct of our policy in Vietnam. And the chairman correctly, in a parliamentary fashion, chose to table the proposal and said it was not a proposal. I said it was mine, and that I was prepared in the light of the events that occurred, that I wished to have it voted up or down. And he then chose to table it and sought a voice vote, and it was rejected. And we then proceeded from there to introduce the compromise, as they suggested it might be, although I don't recognize any language of compromise. I recognize language of obfuscation. And then the gentleman from California introduced on behalf of us and many other members of the full committee the draft, which will be voted up or down as we reach the committee, and file a minority report, and we'll go to the floor of the convention.
Would you have wanted more debate in the drafting committee?
No, I think the congressman and I and those associated with us agreed. We've been debating this for a year, and it's been debated fully before the committee. We've listened to all the testimony. I think most of the minds in that room were closed.
How much support did you have?
That Senator Pell also had a proposal that was thoughtful, but it was rejected. On the voice vote, he'll have to speak for himself, but we sat almost next to one another, and I'm under the impression he did vote for our proposal. And as most of you know, the proposal that we offered just embodied the exact language agreed upon by Senators McCarthy and McGovern, reduced to writing by Pierre Salinger and Ted Sorensen, with the participation of Mr. O'Donnell, the Democratic senatorial candidate Mr. Clark from Illinois, and Mr. John Gilligan of Ohio. This proposal of ours is not designed to in any way affect the candidacies of any of those seeking the nomination. It's an honest and what we believe is going to be an effective effort to marshal all of those at this convention, without regard to the candidate they're supporting, to marshal their collective support for a meaningful statement about our concern with reference to the war in Vietnam and a very simple, straightforward, realistic method by which we can extricate ourselves from this very unhappy affair.
That report was from downtown, from the hotel where the platform hearings have been held. It was videotaped and delayed somewhat, I might explain, because of the communications difficulties in Chicago caused by the telephone workers' strike. We are unable to switch around town to where the news is breaking live, so we have to do it on tape where we can. It takes a little time, and that was one of the results. Was it Ed Newman talking to who's talking to Governor Hughes of Iowa a minute ago?
I think we had him on film.
No, here on the floor. Anyway, he was asked if he was putting Senator McCarthy in nomination, and he said he would not answer yes or no. But while they were talking, Senator McCarthy told NBC's Charles Quinn that Governor Hughes of Iowa would put McCarthy's name in nomination.
I was thinking of the wrong Governor Hughes.
That's the other one. There are two, New Jersey and Iowa. We'll be back after a message from Gulf.
My fellow Americans, this is no ordinary convention. Indeed, this will be no ordinary election. For these are no ordinary times. While American soldiers are struggling in Southeast Asia to secure the right of self-determination for a people who need it, half a world away in Eastern Europe, Soviet troops are denying self-determination to a people who seek it. Here at home, we are reminded that the unprecedented progress so vigorously pursued by the administrations of John Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, that this progress has not been without its problems. Progress has opened new doors of opportunity for many who, very frankly, in previous years did not even know the meaning of the word opportunity. But this progress, unfortunately, has not been shared by all Americans. And the injustices and suffering that have been endured patiently for generations as inevitable have all at once become intolerable for those who have been left behind. For now it appears that there might be an escape. There might be a brighter tomorrow. And my fellow delegates, the purpose of this convention, the very existence of our party, is to provide a vehicle through which the promise of America, yes, the promise of America, can have real meaning for each of our citizens. To every man
To every man, woman, and child in this country, regardless of the color of his skin or his place of birth, to every man his golden opportunity, to every man the right to work, to live in decency, to live with dignity and self-respect. Yes, to every man the right of self-determination, to be himself and to become whatever his talents and his energies and his vision can make him. As I see it, that is the promise of America. I believe I speak for you here tonight. And indeed, I believe I speak for most of our countrymen when I say we bring to this convention in Chicago and to this challenge a sense of real impatience. We as Democrats are impatient because our business here is the unfinished business of our nation. But let me say to you, we are not the first generation of impatient Americans. The price of freedom has always been high, and the burdens of self-government have never been light. And every generation of Americans has had its prophets of doom, its prophets of doom. Those who have no faith in the ability of a free people to govern themselves, to overcome injustice, and to provide equal opportunity for all, and to do so lawfully and without violence. Today we hear over and over and over again what is fundamentally wrong with America. I say to you tonight, I think it is high time we remind ourselves what is fundamentally right in America. For despite our shortcomings, very frankly, I know of no other nation in the history of the world which can match our strengths of today and our promise for tomorrow. As John Fitzgerald Kennedy said on that cold winter day in January 1961, I would not exchange places with any other people or any other generation. And as we all remember, the challenge he issued to all of us, his countrymen, on that day, still serve as a reminder to our conscience and a spark to our resolve here tonight, almost a decade later. The trumpet summons us again, he said, not as a call to bear arms, though arms we need, not as a call to battle, though in battle we are, but a call to bear the burden of a long twilight struggle, a struggle against the common enemies of man, tyranny, poverty, disease, and war itself. At this time and in this place, let each of us renew our commitment that this challenge shall not be forgotten. I know, my friends, in my official capacity as the one who will introduce our keynote speaker, I know of no American who has done more to meet this challenge than the man who will keynote our convention tonight. He was born in a ghetto in Hawaii. Yet today he has earned the gratitude of each of us for his courage as a leader of men. He has known poverty. He has felt the sting of discrimination and has done battle to eliminate it. He has, very frankly, been a missionary in the ranks of those who believe there can be a better America and a better world. Even before his state became a part of our union, he was serving the people of Hawaii in the territorial legislature. He has served his state and his nation in both houses of the Congress of the United States. And more than most Americans, he knows the value of peace because he has seen the horrors of war. It seems to me that his very presence here tonight symbolizes what the Democratic Party and what America stand for. So, my fellow delegates, it's an honor and a privilege to present to you my friend and colleague in the United States Senate from Hawaii, the Honorable Daniel K. Inouye.
By the way, Senator Birch Bayh is being mentioned as a possible vice presidential nominee at this convention. And the keynote speaker, Senator Inouye of Hawaii.
He is the first American of Japanese descent ever to serve in the Senate. Someday, all of the firsts of that nature will have been exhausted.
Still plays the piano, I think, doesn't he, David? Although he lost an arm.
Well, he plays it with one arm. He lost an arm in the war.
It will be 440 seconds. Some biographies say the 442nd Combat Team, and some say the 100th. We'll have to straighten that out someday. The most decorated single unit in all the annals of American military history.
So this is the keynote speech and the
my fellow Americans,
keynote speaker.
This is my country. Many of us have fought hard for the right to say that. Many are now struggling today from the Harlem to Da Nang so that they may say this with conviction. This is our country. And we are engaged in a time of great testing whether this nation or any nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to opportunity for all its citizens can not only endure but continue to progress. The issue before us in such a time is how shall we discharge, how shall we honor our citizenship? The keynote address at a national political convention traditionally calls for rousing oratory. I hope to be excused from this tradition tonight, for I do not view this occasion as one for flamboyance or levity. I believe the real reason we are here is that there is a word called commitment, because we are committed to the future of our country and all our people, and because of that future, hope and faith are much more needed now than pride in our party's past. For even as we emerge from an era of unsurpassed social and economic progress, Americans are clearly in no mood for counting either their blessings or their bank accounts. We are still embarked on the longest unbroken journey of economic growth and prosperity in our history. Yet we are torn by dissension, and disrespect for our institutions and our leaders is rife across the land. In at least two of our greatest universities, learning has been brought to a halt by student rebellions. Others of the student revolution have publicly burned draft cards and even the American flag. Crime has increased so that we're told that 1 out of every 3 Americans is afraid to walk in his own neighborhood after dark. Riot has bludgeoned our cities, laying waste our streets, our property, and most important, human lives. The smoke of destruction has even shrouded the dome of our Capitol. In Washington, the task of restoring order drew more than twice as many federal troops as were involved in the defense of Khe Sanh in Vietnam. Voices of angry protest are heard throughout the land, crying for all manner of freedoms. Yet our political leaders are picketed, and some who cry loudest for freedom have sought to prevent our president, our vice president, and cabinet officers from speaking in public. None go so far as publicly to condone a politics of assassination. Yet, assassins' bullets have robbed our country of 3 great leaders within the last 5 years. Why? What has gone wrong? Why, when we have at last had the courage to open an attack on the age-old curses of ignorance, on disease, on poverty and prejudice, why are the flags of anarchism being hoisted by the leaders of the next generation? Why, when our maturing society welcomes and appreciates art as never before, are poets and painters so preponderantly hostile? Some conveniently blame all our ills and agonies on a most difficult and unpopular commitment overseas. The Vietnam War must end, they say, because it is an immoral war. Of course, the war in Vietnam must be ended, but it must be ended, as President Johnson said last March, by patient political negotiation. Rather than through the victorious force of arms, even though this may be unpalatable to those raised in the tradition of glorious military victories. But like our other complex problems, this one must also be solved responsibly. Just as we shun irresponsible calls for total and devastating nuclear military victory, so must we guard against the illusion of an instant peace that has no chance of permanence. Of course, the Vietnam War is immoral. Whether by the teachings of Moses, or by the teachings of Christ, or by the teachings of the Buddha, I believe that all wars are immoral. During the Crusades, Christians in the name of Jesus Christ slaughtered innocent men, women, and children and plundered their cities because they were of another faith. These were immoral wars. In Vietnam, we build schools across the countryside and feed the hungry in the cities. And our president has pledged massive sums in aid of all Vietnamese. And yet, this is an immoral war. Perhaps by the time my 4-year-old son is grown, men will have learned to live by the 10 Commandments. But men have not yet renounced the use of force as a means to their objectives. And until they do, are we more immoral, if there be such a degree, to fracture our solemn commitments and see our word doubted, not only by friends abroad, but by our enemies? Knowing that this could lead to tragic miscalculations, is it less immoral now to take the easier course and gamble the lives of our sons and grandsons on the outcome? These are not easy questions, and perhaps there are no certain answers. But when young people have rioted in China and in Czechoslovakia, as well as at Columbia, and in Paris and Berlin as well as in Berkeley, I doubt that we can blame all the troubles of our times on Vietnam. Other critics tell us of the revolution of rising expectations. They charge that it has reached such proportions that men now take it as an insult when they are asked to be reasonable in their desires and demands. If this is too often true as a generalization, it is all too frequently aimed particularly at our fellow citizens of African ancestry whose aspirations have burst full-blown on us after more than 100 years of systematic racist deprivation. As an American whose ancestors came from Japan, I have become accustomed to a question most recently asked by a very prominent businessman who was concerned about the threat of riots and the resultant loss in life and property. Tell me, he said, why can't the Negro be like you? First, although my skin is colored, it is not black. In this country, the color of my skin does not ignite prejudice that has smoldered for generations. Second, although my grandfather came to this country in poverty, he came without shackles. He came as a free man enjoying certain constitutional rights under the American flag. Third, my grandfather's family was not shattered as individual members of it were sold as chattel or used as security on loans. And fourth, although others of my ancestry were interned behind barbed wires during World War II, neither my parents nor I were forced by covenants and circumstances to live in ghettos. Unlike those of my ancestry, the Negro's unemployment rate is triple the national average. The mortality rate of his children is twice that of white children. He often pays more for his miserable tenement than comparable space will cost in the white suburb. He is likely to pay more for his groceries, more for his furniture, more for his liquor, and more for his credit. And my fellow Americans, today many thousands of black Americans return from Vietnam with medals of valor. Some of them have been crippled in the service of their country, but too often they return to economic and social circumstances that are barely, if at all, improved over those they left. Is it any wonder that the Negro questions whether his place in our country's history books will be any less forgotten than were the contributions of his ancestors? Is it any wonder that the Negroes find it hard to wait another 100 years before they are accepted as full citizens in our free society? Of course, expectations are rising, and they're rising faster than we in our imperfect world can fulfill them. The revolution we in the United States are experiencing was born of democratic processes that not only accommodate economic progress and social mobility, but actively encourage them. But it is important to remember that these expectations are the children of progress, and that today's restlessness has been nurtured by our very real achievements. Out of these should emerge a brighter and better society than we have known. Nowhere is this clearer than in the situation of our young people today. The success of our economic system has freed them in ever-increasing numbers from the tragedies of premature mortality and early labor. It has built the schools in which they are being educated to higher levels than ever in our nation's history. And this progress has been achieved in a political system that not only admits, but safeguards the right of dissent. So it should hardly surprise us when the children of such progress demand to be heard when they become aware of inequity still to be corrected. Neither should we fear their voices. On the contrary, whether we know it or not, The marching feet of youth have led us into a new era of politics, and we can never turn back. But what should concern us is something far more fundamental. The true dimension of the challenge facing us is a loss of faith. I do not mean simply a loss of religious faith, although this erosion is a major contributor to our unease. I mean a loss of faith in our country, in its purposes, and in its institutions. I mean a retreat from the responsibilities of citizenship. The plain fact is that in the face of complexity and frustration, too many Americans have drifted into the use of power for purely destructive purposes. Too many Americans have come to believe it is their right to decide as individuals which of our laws they will obey and which they will violate. I do not mean to say that all our laws are just. They're not. And I don't mean to suggest that protest against unjust laws is not proper. Performed in an orderly manner, the right to protest is a cornerstone of our system. Men must have the opportunity to be heard, even when their views are extreme, and in a lesser democratic country, dangerous. I too have spoken against laws which I considered wrong and unjust, and I am sure I will speak and vote against many, many more. But my fellow Americans, I have not burned my birth certificate, and I will not renounce my citizenship. Those who will do such things are relatively few, but there is a much larger number who, in the face of change and disorder, have retreated into disengagement and quiet despair. Less destructively, but no less surely, such men are also retreating from the responsibilities of citizenship. Now, let us not deceive ourselves about the consequences of such abdication. It is anarchy. It is a state in which each individual demands instant compliance with his own desires. And from there, it is but a short step to the assumption by each individual of the right to decide which of his neighbors shall live and which shall not, and so accelerates the sickening spiral of violence which has already cost us our beloved John F. Kennedy, our great leader Martin Luther King Jr., and the voice of this decade, Senator Robert F. Kennedy. We have been told that the revolts are against the system and that the establishment must be torn down. But my fellow Americans, in Paris recently, students cut down 100-year-old trees to erect temporary street barricades. Those trees had lived through 2 world wars. Some of them had even survived the Revolution of 1848. Were the goals of these students served by the destruction of those trees? How long will it take for their beauty and the vitality they symbolize to grow again? What trees did the students plant in their place? If we cut down our institutions, public and private, and with indifference starve the systems which have given us our achievements, who will feed the hungry? Who will train the unskilled? Who will supply the jobs that mean opportunity for the generation whose voices are not yet heard? And who will launch the much-needed Marshall Plan to rebuild our cities and open opportunity for all Americans. These undertakings are too great for individuals going their separate ways. Finally, my fellow Americans, let us remember that even anarchy is only a way station. Man, the social animal, has always craved order. He has made the most essential function of his government the maintenance of some level of order. Chaos and anarchy have never been more than preludes to totalitarianism. Tyrants like Adolf Hitler have taught this before. So, my fellow Americans, let us reject violence as a means of protest, and let us reject those who preach violence. But let us not tempt those who would hide the evil face of racism behind the mask of law and order. To permit violence and anarchy to destroy our cities is to spark the beginning of a cancerous growth of doubt, suspicion, fear, and hatred that will gradually infect the whole nation. Poverty, discrimination, deprivation, as evil as they are, do not justify violence or anarchy, do not justify looting or burning, and do not justify murder or assassination. Law and order must be respected and maintained to protect the rights, yes, the civil rights of all our citizens. But let us resist also the temptation to apathy, because we can never cure the causes of violence with indifference. And my fellow Americans, in the last analysis, law and order can only rest securely with justice as its foundation. So let's look at how much we have already built and then get on with the work. At a time when guns are still heard in some areas of the world, we have laid in place such building blocks of mankind's survival as the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty of 1963, the banning of atomic weapons in space of 1967, and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty of 1968. These are vital foundations of peace, and we must build on them. Under the health measures first proposed by the presidency of our most beloved Harry S. Truman and passed during the remarkable administration of Lyndon B. Johnson, 20 million older Americans are now protected under Medicare. Our elder Americans can now live their autumn years in dignity and in security, and infant mortality has declined to a new low, and federally funded community health centers are now serving nearly 50 million Americans. These too are vital foundations, and on them we must build fuller lives for our citizens. And since 1963, President Johnson has proposed and Congress has enacted more than 40 major new laws to foster education in our country. Since 1963, our government has tripled its investment in education, and in the past 4 years alone, we have invested twice as much as was spent in the previous 100 years. These are the foundations from which towers of human achievement can soar. The last 11 years have seen the passage of the 5 civil rights passed during the entire history of the United States. And I might note in passing that Lyndon Baines Johnson is the author, chief architect, or primary sponsor of each of the civil rights laws. When all summers are long and hot, it is well to remember that after 100 years, the Emancipation Proclamation is finally but slowly becoming a reality. And the occupants of some of our highest offices are testimony that black talent is just as important as white talent. Working together, we have done much. We can and we must do much, much more. Fellow Democrats, we are here tonight because in large part we share our faith in our country and in its processes of orderly humanistic change. Change and challenge should not deter us now. We have long been a party of change and challenge. The need for new ideas and improved institutions should not deter us now. We have long been a party of new ideas. That today's crisis is one of the human spirit should not deter us. We have long been a party which gave priority to the needs of human beings. So let us go forward with programs responsive to the needs of today and responsive to the needs of tomorrow. Fellow Americans, this is our country. Its future is what we, its citizens, will make it. And as we all know, we have much to do. Putting aside hatred on the one hand and timidity on the other, let us grow fresh faith in our purpose and new vigor in our citizenship. Let us welcome the ideas and energies of the young and the talents and participation of all responsible people. Let us plant trees and grow new opportunity. And my fellow Americans, let us build not only new buildings, but new neighborhoods, and then let us live in them, all as full citizens and all as brothers. In closing, I wish to share with you a most sacred word of Hawaii. It is aloha. To some of you who have visited us, it may have meant hello. To others, aloha may have meant goodbye. But to those of us who have been privileged to live in Hawaii, aloha means I love you. So to all of you, my fellow Americans, aloha.
Senator Inoue of Hawaii, the keynote speaker, saying in the beginning that he was not going to attempt a flamboyant oratory commonly associated with keynote speeches, and he did not. The keynote speaker generally is expected to point the way to a new Jerusalem of peace and quiet satisfaction and low taxes and nickel beer. His was sober, restrained, and unlike any keynote speech I ever heard. Chet?
United Press is saying tonight, quoting reliable sources, that Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts will spend Thursday at this convention. Of course, it's a possibility because there is a memorial for the late Senator Robert F. Kennedy scheduled for this convention on Thursday evening. And therefore, it is a distinct possibility. Needs to take part in it. So it would seem perhaps to have some validity. We'll be back in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
Reggie Hansen is 24, single, and loves farming. Reggie likes the idea of being his own boss and having a chance to get away once in a while during the long winter. But Reggie is one of only 3 in his high school class who return to farming. The young men are leaving. So U.S. farming is becoming more mechanized, more expensive, and more technical. To pay for machinery, farmers must get more out of the land. And to help them, there's a new name in farming, Gulf. Through several thousand Gulf Farm centers and dealers, provides farmers like Reggie with fertilizers, crop protection chemicals, and technical know-how for dramatic increases in crop yields. Gulf got into the farm business with fertilizers, a natural step since natural gas is the basic raw material for nitrogen, and nitrogen-type fertilizers are in great demand. But now Gulf's involvement is far greater. Gulf's farm center managers are experienced farm men. They know crop production, pest control, and soil fertility. And Gulf soil analysis labs tell farmers exactly what chemicals their soil needs. With U.S. farm surpluses dwindling and parts of the world facing famine, farmers like Reggie Hansen can use all the help we can give them. Gulf, for whatever work there is to be done.
There has been over the last 2-3 weeks, in fact over the last 2-3 months, a great deal of talk about the riotous demonstrations that were to occur in Chicago. As yet there have been very few, and they were very small, and it may turn out that some of it was exaggerated, and some of the people who were expected to come here and demonstrate didn't come. In any case, so far, it's not too late, but so far there have been no sizable demonstrations of any kind. Floyd Kalber is just outside the convention hall and has a report for us. Floyd?
I have with me Julian Bond, who is a state representative from Georgia, and also the leader of the Georgia Loyalist group that has tried through the Credentials Committee for a good share of this past week to unseat the regular Georgia delegation. Mr. Bond, there is a new development in this case tonight, isn't there?
Well, there are a couple of new developments. The first one is that we seriously think that Governor Richard Hughes, who is chairman of the Credentials Committee, and members of his staff have misrepresented our position to the committee, and that's a result of the vote which the committee issued this afternoon.
Well, there was a compromise announced this afternoon. What was that?
Compromise was that as many of us as would take a loyalty oath would be seated with 20.5 votes. And as many of the regulars as would take a loyalty oath would be seated also with 20.5 votes.
Now, in other words, you'd split the vote.
That's right. Now, we're not disagreeing to that as much as we are in the manner in which it was handled. For instance, I was in a meeting of my executive committee at a hotel in Chicago, was called to come down to the Conrad Hilton Hotel to meet with Governor Hughes to discuss this. I subsequently learned that while I was in the taxi cab en route to the hotel, the Credentials Committee was voting, and while I was sitting up in the Credentials Committee office waiting for Governor Hughes to come up and discuss this with me, he was announcing it to the press. And we feel a little put out about that. We feel we've been mistreated. We feel we've been treated rather shabbily, and we'd hope that some steps would be taken to include us in the sort of compromise that the committee has issued.
But the end result is that you haven't been able to get on the floor, isn't that right?
That's right. We were given these yellow passes, which are gallery passes, and we have to sit up in what they used to call in Jim Crow theaters the buzzard roost. The regulars, on the other hand, are down there on the floor, and we don't understand how these yellow passes are. If you're going to guess that half of each delegation at least will get on the floor, isn't it? Well, as many of each delegation as would take it off would get on the floor. We're going to take it on. Now, what are you going to do to get on the floor?
Floyd, we're sorry to tell you that you sound like a transistor radio with batteries run down. We'll try again in a minute. Some sort of interference there. He was under one of these grandstands. Vice President Humphrey was in New Jersey the other day, and in a moment of exuberance, he said that Governor Hughes of New Jersey was the greatest governor in the country. And then he thought for a minute, and he said, at least there is no one greater. And then, 2-3 days ago, I'd guess, a day or two ago, he was talking to the New Jersey delegation and hinted very broadly that Governor Hughes might be his choice for vice president, assuming he's nominated. The Hughes people are taking this all very seriously, and a few minutes ago, NBC's David Schmuller was told by the governor's press aide that Hughes is now, in their view, the only governor with a chance to be nominated for vice president. He said, we have to worry about a few senators, but Hughes is the only governor who can get it. We'll see. Jet?
As we've mentioned before, the first expected floor fight of this convention is scheduled to come tonight on the question of seating several state delegations. And prominent among these delegations, of course, are those from Georgia, North Carolina, and Texas, and Alabama may be in for it. We've just learned that the McCarthy forces were considering a challenge to the delegation from the state of Washington, but at the last minute they've decided to let that one go and drop it. So we're safely over past an argument on that one, apparently. We'll be right back after this message from Gulf.
That's right, back. Back. Two more.
More? More?
Back more. That's it, Harry. Beautiful. Yeah, that's it, Harry. Back.
Okay.
Harry, you're doing beautifully.
Tony's go. Did it again. Okay, we'll be right down. Take care of you, sir.
If you own a boat near Westport, Connecticut, you've probably heard of Tony Festa, a Gulf dealer who runs an unusual kind of towing service for people who occasionally launch their boat and car at the same time. Rescuing ocean-going cars is just one of Tony's extra services, above and beyond taking extra special care of your car. Not every Gulf dealer is a Tony Festa, but they all know it's the little extra services that make them remembered.
Thank you, nice man, Martha.
Thank you, nice man.
And bring you back. There's a lot more to Gulf's extra kick than horseshoes.
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
Raymond Burr is Ironside, Detective Robert Ironside, a man nothing can stop, not even the crippling bullet of a would-be assassin.
30 feet from me. Any rookie fresh out of the academy could have grabbed him. Didn't need brains, didn't need experience, all it needed was leg. Yeah, you blew it. Now he's out there confused with a rifle where he can lay his hands on it. Because I didn't know when to quit.
Raymond Burr, in a brilliant and unforgettable performance every week as Ironside. See Ironside, the man nothing can stop.
Ironside, the adventures of a veteran policeman who's been paralyzed by a bullet fired by a would-be assassin. That's Ironside, Thursday at 7:30, right here on Color 4. Burr is Ironside.
This is WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee, the telecasting service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company.
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf Oil.
Let me attempt to recapitulate very briefly the interview that Floyd Calver was conducting a moment ago with Julian Bond, state representative from Georgia. What happened was that the batteries in Floyd Calver's pack transmitter went dead, and we didn't get all of it. But Floyd Bond was saying that what has happened here is that the regular challenged Georgia delegation is in the seats down here on the floor, while the other half of the delegation, those that conducted the challenge, are in the visitors' seats up here with a peculiar kind of pass and are thus far prevented from occupying the seats, of course, on the convention floor. And probably will be unable to do so until the whole matter of the Georgia delegation is thrashed out in argument and by a vote here tonight. After that is done, after the vote has taken place, then of course the matter will be settled one way or another, and hopefully we shall be able to determine who can sit where. Senator Eugene McCarthy did most of his politicking in his hotel suite today. He made brief visits to 3 delegations, South Carolina, Indiana, and Nebraska. But his main effort to gain votes was made in private in an hour-long meeting with Jesse Unruh, the California leader. McCarthy told NBC News correspondent Charles Quinn that Governor Harold Hughes of Iowa would put McCarthy's name before the convention. Then Quinn asked the senator about Vice President Humphrey's position on a Vietnam War plank.
Vice President Humphrey said that he believes the policies pursued by the Johnson administration in Vietnam are basically sound. Now, if he continues to say that, will you be able to support him?
Well, I've been saying they've been basically unsound for at least 8 months, but really for a year and a half.
Right.
So that I won't... Still, Nixon, of course, says they're sound, and he really says they're his policies. This is the first time the Democrats will be running on a Me Too program. I mean, saying that our policy is the same as the Republicans. And depends on other considerations, but I find it very difficult to support the Vice President. He persists in defending and insisting that he would continue the Johnson policies with reference to Southeastern Asia.
What if he agrees, let's assume...
If he says they're good policies, but he's going to change them, that makes it easier for you to support him.
Well, in other words, before you commit yourself to supporting him, you're still waiting to hear what he says on this issue.
That's right. I think so, yeah.
If if the Vietnam plank is adopted, Vice President runs on it, your plank or the compromise, Dove plank, then could you support it?
Possibly. Possibly. You still have to wait for the candidate to interpret the platform.
One last question, Senator. Do you have any guess now as to how this thing is going to come out, as to who's going to win the nomination?
I think that it's rather open right now. I think one can tell better by Tuesday. This is a period of great uncertainty, the loss of support. The Southerners going to favorite Sons, which I think would make a first ballot victory very difficult for the Vice President. May open up some things that we haven't even surfaced yet. So I think it could be quite an open contest for the nomination.
Well, what do you mean, sir, open up things that haven't surfaced?
Well, I mean, there might be candidates who haven't raised their heads yet. I mean, these things can happen, I mean, till the last minute.
I think there's a possibility of another dark horse.
Might be. I mean, Senator Kennedy, I don't see him as out there. Might be another dark horse.
Have you made any efforts at all, or is there any thought at all to your joining forces with the McGovern people?
Well, I don't know. There's no formal effort. I expect that at some point that some of the people who are supporting him will probably come over to support me. I don't know. Some of them won't, I think.
Senator, if it appears that you cannot get the nomination after the balloting begins in the first... To whom will you...
Well, I don't know. Let's wait a while on that one. I'm the only candidate you ask to make these great predictions and answer all these contingent questions. If the others don't have enough imagination, are you just being kind to them? So
probably maybe a combination.
Yeah. So I just soon ought to wait on. We'll look at that when the time comes. There'll be lots of time, and there'll be no hurry. They'll come to me at that point, I think. I think they'll find me. All right.
Thanks a lot, Senator.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Senator McCarthy and Charles Quinn. The White House told us today that the president has no plan at the moment to come to the convention, though tomorrow will be his birthday, and it is said there's a celebration being planned. Before the telephone strike hit Chicago, we were told that he was planning to be here during some part of the convention and to be in a hotel downtown with a telephone to every delegation, 55 of them, and would be operating down there in a phone-filled room. But that apparently has not occurred because he was still on the ranch today. Sandy Van Oker on the floor has a report for us. Sandy?
David, I'm here on the floor with Washington lawyer Joe Rao, who's fought many a civil rights battle in this party, and he's now fighting the credential battles for the McCarthy forces. We had Julian Bond on a moment ago who said he was double-crossed by Governor Hughes. What was he talking about?
What happened was that last Saturday it was agreed that neither group, neither the regulars nor the Bond group, would be seated on the temporary roll, and then we'd fight it out on the credentials battle. On this floor is every bigoted Georgian racist from the regulars, and Julian Bond and his integrated delegation are up in the gallery. This was a terrible thing for Governor Hughes to have done. But the reason for it is that Governor Hughes should never be credentials boss. What he is he's a judge, but he's a judge with a conflict of interest.
What is this conflict?
Well, he wants to be vice president on Hubert Humphrey's ticket. Now, he's got every right to run for it, but he doesn't have a right to pass on the credentials of people who will decide who's going to be the presidential nominee that'll choose the vice president.
Well, what's the logic then? If you keep Georgia happy, therefore you keep the South happy and you don't lose your support, is that what's going on?
Well, somebody else will have to tell me about their logic. I'll tell you about our logic. Our logic is that there are 4 delegations that ought to be seated here: Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and North Carolina, and that they ought to be on this floor right now because they've been discriminating against. This is a civil rights battle. This has nothing to do with politics, but the McCarthy forces and the McGovern forces and the Kennedy forces are backing the challenges, and the Humphrey forces are fighting it at every turn.
Well, are you going to get a credential struggle tonight?
Well, they won't tell us.
Who is they?
The management of the convention.
Now, who is that?
Well,
can you name names?
All right, Hughes and Bailey. They told us up until 3 or 4 hours ago that it was going to be tomorrow night. Then when we relaxed for 30 seconds, they decided to put it on tonight. Now we're ready to argue, and I don't know what they will do.
All right, you've been through many of these battles, Mr. Rao. What do you do right now? Where do you go? Who do you talk to? Whose attention do you get?
Well, what we are doing at this moment is getting the people ready to argue on the podium if the credentials fights come up tonight, and to get the necessary 8 states to sign a petition for a roll call, because after all, the whole thing about a credentials fight is a roll call. The chairman will always hear the decibel count in favor of the administration. If you have a roll call, though, many of these big states will vote with the integrated delegations from the South, and we might have a chance. So what I'm working on is getting the signatures for a roll call.
Well, after you get the signatures for a roll call, what do you do with them?
Well, you take them, one of the delegates who's going to speak, say, for Texas, for the challengers in Texas, when he goes to the podium, will take the signatures for the roll call along with him. And when he argues for the minority report, he will end it up by saying, I have here the signatures for a roll call. Then we can separate the sheep from the goats.
But now look, what if the chairman or Mr. Bailey or Governor Hughes just doesn't want to hear tonight?
Well, I think, doesn't he want to hear it tonight?
Yes.
Oh, we'd be satisfied. We always plan to do it tomorrow night. They're the ones who want to rush it. I think they'd like to do it about the time most people go to bed, because I don't think they want the American public to hear the fact that these 4 delegations are integrated delegations and that this convention is denying them the right to be seated.
Thank you very much. Mr. Joe Rao, who's managing the credentials battle for the McCarthy forces, now to John Chancellor.
And I am standing with Pierre Salinger, Senator McGovern's press secretary and a member of the California delegation. Now, you tell me, Mr. Salinger, that Jess Unruh, the head of the California delegation, is going to do what tonight?
Mr. Unruh is going to move to postpone the credentials fight tonight on the grounds that there has been a capricious change in the schedule of this convention. One of the great problems we've had since we came to Chicago is the utmost secrecy that's been enveloped around this convention schedule. And nothing that has been put out about the schedule can be counted on. Earlier today, the credentials fight was scheduled for tomorrow night, and at a late hour this afternoon, we were informed that the credentials fight would be tonight. We're going to try to make the original program stick and have the credentials fight tomorrow night.
Isn't there a prime-time television element in this as well? Wouldn't you like to have those fights on when the most people were watching?
No, it's a matter of principle in this case. I don't think anybody's even thought of the prime-time element. I think we've got the votes to win a couple of these fights. I think they're basic fights, particularly one, the unseating of Lester Maddox in the Georgia delegation. Our effort to bring some democracy to the Texas delegation and to Mr. Connolly's choices of delegates from Texas. But I think that the thing is that the Democratic National Committee has got to realize that these delegates want to run their own convention under a program pre-announced, and they don't want to be in a situation where if we let them get away with this, they're going to change the program on us tomorrow night.
How much support do you think that UNRWA will have for this motion to the chair to postpone these battles until tomorrow night?
Well,
what other states do you know?
Well, I know that the South Dakota delegation, which is a McGovern delegation, will second this. I've been moving around this convention, and I think we're going to have substantial support for this motion.
Now, will that come after the rules fight this evening?
That will come after the rules fight.
And so that we can watch here for you to try to get it postponed.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you very much. Pierre Salinger here on the floor, and now here's Frank McGee.
Governor Hughes, would you mind standing just a moment? Governor Hughes, the regular... Turn around this way, please, so they can see you. The regular Georgia delegation is seated over here, and the challenging bond group is up in the gallery. And Mr. Joseph Rao, who's handling the credentials disputes for Senator McCarthy, says this is your fault, and that you are, in fact, trying to be a vice presidential candidate.
Mr. Rao has been sending in that kind of silly charge to the Credentials Committee all week. He has been quite active. I don't question that he made this charge. Actually, I didn't know until 2 minutes ago that these delegations were not seated together on the floor, which had always been my intention. And I'm going to do the best I can to rectify it as soon as I can get to the chairman and the manager of the convention, John Criswell.
Is that the route that you will follow through the manager of the convention?
Yes.
What will you ask him to do, sir?
I'll ask him to seat both delegations here on the floor where they belong.
Is there physical room over there for all of them?
He'll have to make room. These things can be done if necessary.
I see. Thank you very much, Governor Richard Hughes of New Jersey. Now, Chet and David.
On the Speaker's platform at this moment is Mrs. Catherine Peden, candidate for the United States Senate from Kentucky. She was a former Commerce Commissioner of that state and served on the President's Advisory Council on Civil Disorders. Let's hear the remarks of Mrs. Peden.
The promises. As a woman, as a citizen, I join every American in wanting the war in South Vietnam ended. Many offered step-by-step plans to end the war, but the enemy must de-escalate too if the fighting is to be stopped. I believe we must bring the Vietnam War to an end as rapidly as we can obtain a just and honorable peace. Yes, and I want peace at home too, but I know it isn't going to be easy to accomplish. I refuse to tell anyone it will be easy. There are a lot of sensible things that need to be done, and I intend to continue talking about these sensible ways. None of us expects this to be a convention which will be all sweet harmony, which the Republicans sought so ardently, no matter what the political price. We are going to have arguments here. I would hope it is all to the good. But fellow Democrats, fellow Americans, let's talk sense to each other, not slogans. And in the end, let's talk sense and honesty to the American people. Let's talk to America's youth. At the same time, try to listen to what they are telling us. What they are trying to tell us, I'm convinced, is to stop all of this absurd double talk, to say frankly what it is we believe, and to deliver on what we promise. If we are to continue as the party of hope, we must refuse to play patty cake opportunism. Let Richard Nixon and Spiro Agnew go ahead and peddle their blue sky promises. Let them be the party of the impossible. Let us be the party of the possible. Let us tell it as it is. Let us do it as it should be done. Honorably, honestly, and fairly. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Catherine Peden, candidate for the Senate from Kentucky. We will be right back, but first, this brief message from Gulf.
many people in Watts, California.
Nevada vote is 21 no, 1 yes. New Hampshire, 26. New Hampshire. Will the New Hampshire delegation please cast the vote?
New Hampshire casts 4 votes no, 21 votes yes.
New Hampshire votes 4 votes no, 21 yes. New Jersey, 82.
New Jersey votes 20 votes yes and 62 votes no.
New Jersey votes 20 votes yes and 62 no. New Mexico, 26.
New Mexico casts 11 votes yes, 15 votes no.
New Mexico cast 11 yes and 15 no. New York, 190 votes.
New York passes.
New York passes. North Carolina, 59.
North Carolina cast 55 1/2 votes no, 3 1/2 yes.
North Carolina cast 55 1/2 votes no and 3 1/2 votes yes. North Dakota, 25.
North Dakota votes 6 votes yes, 17 votes no.
North Dakota votes 6 votes yes, 17 no. Ohio, 115.
Ohio votes 30 yea, 85 no.
Ohio votes 30 yes and 85 no. Oklahoma, 41.
The unterrified Democrats of Oklahoma cast 5 votes yea, 36 votes nay.
Oklahoma votes 5 votes yes, 36 no. Oregon, 35.
Oregon votes 21 yes, 13 no.
Oregon votes 21 yes, 13 no. Pennsylvania, 130.
Pennsylvania votes 102 votes no, 24 yes.
I think I would like that repeated. 100 and how many yes?
102 no, 24 yes.
102 no and 24 yes. Puerto Rico, 8.
Puerto Rico cast 8 votes no.
Puerto Rico cast 8 votes no. Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
27, I'm sorry.
25 1/2 no, 1.5 yes.
Rhode Island votes 25 1/2 no, 1 1/2 yes. South Carolina, 28.
South Carolina cast 28 conscience votes no.
South Carolina cast 28 votes no. South Dakota, 26.
Mr. Chairman, South Dakota cast 26 votes yes.
South Dakota cast 26 votes yes. Tennessee, 51.
Madam Chairman, Tennessee cast 50 1/2 votes no, 1/2 vote yes.
The Tennessee vote 50 1/2 no and 1/2 vote yes. Texas, 104.
Texas, voting not under the unit rule, cast 104 votes no.
Kansas cast 104 votes no. Utah, 26.
Madam Chairman, Utah cast 16 votes no, 10 votes yes.
Utah's 26. Let me have that figure again, please. Utah.
I'm sorry. Utah cast 16 votes no, 10 votes yes.
I wanted you to get full credit. Vermont, 22.
Vermont votes yes, 14, no, 7.
Vermont cast 14 yes, no, 7. Virginia, 54.
We're getting very close, as you can see, to a majority. Only 11,
Virginia
12 more required.
Virgin Islands,
and
5.
the noes will have it.
Virgin Island cast its 5 votes no.
The Virgin Islands cast 5 votes no. Washington, 47.
Madam Secretary, the state of Washington cast 13.5 votes yes, 29.5 votes no.
The motion is defeated.
The state of Washington cast 13.5 votes yes, 29.5 votes no.
And the motion is defeated.
West Virginia.
They'll have the
West
report
Virginia
tonight.
votes 17 no, 15 yes, and 5 not present. 6 not present.
The West Virginia vote 17 no, 15 yes, and 6 not present. Wisconsin, 59.
The motion is defeated. I don't know whether that got on or not. It's defeated.
Until such time the Georgia challenge is settled, Julian Bond and the loyal delegation of Georgia is invited to sit with the Wisconsin delegation.
Thank you, Darren.
We cast 54 votes yes and 5 votes no.
Chet.
Wisconsin's vote is 54 yes and 5 no. Wyoming, 22.
Madam Secretary, Wyoming cast 3.5 votes yes.
What about the rest of them?
Wait a minute, we try the other. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
18.5 votes no.
The Wyoming vote, 3.5 votes yes, 18.5 vote no. And is Arizona ready to vote now?
Arizona is ready.
May I have the Arizona vote? You have 19 votes.
Arizona cast 14 votes no, 4.5 votes yes, 1/2 not present.
I'm sorry, your phone isn't.
We can put this decision in a slightly different way. The decision
Arizona
means that we're going to be here
14
until a rather
votes no,
late hour.
4.5 votes yes, 1/2 vote not present.
Arizona cast 14 votes no.
Well, it means a rather late
4.5
hour tonight
votes
instead of an
yes,
even later
present.
hour tomorrow night.
Florida, 63.
Because tomorrow night they have the platform. And if
Florida,
they carry this over too, I don't know when it'll end.
Secretary, Florida is ready to
But again, this motion is defeated.
Florida votes 58
And so
votes
the
no,
Credentials
5
Committee will
votes
present its
yes.
report tonight.
Florida
And that's the
votes
report on the
58
disputed
votes no,
delegations
and 5 votes yes.
from about 5 states.
43.
The committee's recommendations on which should be seated and which should
Georgia,
not,
43
and under what conditions. And there may be another roll call on that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Georgia, Madam Chairman,
Yes.
Georgia votes no.
All of it?
All of it.
43 votes no. Indiana, 63 votes. Indiana.
Indiana is polling its delegation.
Okay. You passed the second time. I'll come back to you. Is that in order? Iowa, 46.
Iowa cast 33.5 votes yes, 12.5 votes no.
Iowa cast 33.5 votes yes, 12 1/2 vote no votes. Michigan, 96.
Michigan, 20 yes, 69 no.
Michigan cast 20 votes yes and 69 no. Minnesota, 52.
Minnesota votes 32 votes no, 16 votes yes, and 4 abstentions.
Nebraska, 30. Nebraska, 30.
Chairman, Nebraska votes 16 votes yes, 14 votes.
Nebraska votes 16 votes yes, 14 votes no. New York State, 190 votes.
New York votes 190 votes yes.
Virginia, 54. Virginia.
Virginia, Madam Chairman, cast 36 votes no, 9 votes yes.
Virginia cast 36 votes no, 9 votes yes. Indiana, 63.
Indiana cast 50 votes no and 13 yes.
Whoa, no, that's too many.
I know, I'm sorry. Correction, 48 no and 13 yes.
Okay. Indiana cast 48 no and 13 yes.
You got them all in already? You got them all in already?
Yep.
On this vote, the ayes are 1,691 and a half. No, this is wrong. This is the nay. Correction. On this vote, the yeas are 875 and the nays are 1,691 and a half. The amendment submitted by the delegate from California is rejected. Now
The motion is defeated, as he said. Ed Newman on the floor has a report. Ed?
David, my report is at a dispute's now going on between some of the regular Georgia delegates who were seated before and the Wisconsin delegates who are giving hospitality to some of the Georgia loyal Democrats. What's the argument about? What are you complaining about?
My argument to this gentleman is this. These are delegate seats for Wisconsin, and they're bringing guests in from Georgia sitting here. Only delegates are supposed to be on this floor, no guests. I have no quarrel with these gentlemen, but I'm saying only delegates can be seated here.
What do you say, Wisconsin?
We consider these people the legitimate delegates from the state of Georgia. We're expressing our support of these gentlemen by lending them our seats.
Sir, these seats belong to Wisconsin delegates.
They're now leaving, and we've made our point, and you've made your point, all right?
They are now leaving. Where are you going?
We're going in a caucus right now.
You're going into a caucus, is that it? The Julian Bond group? And do you people propose to yield any seats to them? Pardon? Do you people propose to yield any seats to the Bond group?
No. You have to talk to the Georgia people about that. I won't. I'll tell you, I don't propose to seat any of them. This Wisconsin delegation will not give any seats away. If I had anything to say about it, or the congressman has.
Now, these Georgia delegates were Humphrey delegates. They wouldn't be seating them here.
You bet.
That's right.
In other words, you are Wisconsin delegates who are complaining to other Wisconsin delegates. You have nothing to do with Georgia. Now I've got this straight.
No, we're Wisconsin.
You are Wisconsin delegates
Right. These are
complaining to
Wisconsin
other
states. They have
Wisconsin
no right to come down here.
delegates.
They are guests. They have guest passes. They cannot sit in a delegate seat from Wisconsin. These seats were delegated to Wisconsin delegates. Even if these delegates want to get up their seats, it's wrong because this floor is for delegates and these seats are for delegates.
Now, do you have anything against this Julian Bond group, or it's just an intra-Wisconsin battle, is it?
I wouldn't comment on this gentleman. From what I've heard of him, I don't know. I don't like what I've heard, I'll tell you that. I haven't read everything.
What is your name, sir?
Jerry Morris from Milwaukee.
J or G?
Okay, I guess this argument's not likely to be resolved. This is Edwin Newman. Now to John Chancellor.
One point of resolution for this argument may be the fact that the Mississippi delegation has offered seats formally through one of its co-chairmen, Dr. Aaron Henry, to the Georgia Loyalists, who are now up on the second floor of this building, we are told, having a caucus. But the invitation has been officially made to them, and there are seats here in this little corner of the hall under the balcony occupied by the Mississippi delegation. So what will happen now? We assume that the Georgia Loyalists, having passes to get them into the hall, but no seats presently to sit in, will come down here again, and at least some of them will accept the invitation offered to them by the Mississippi Loyalists, who were, of course, seated by orders of the Credential Committee. When Julian Bond led his Loyalist Georgia group to the Georgia delegation, he was met by Joe Sports, who's the executive director of the regular Georgia Democratic Party. The interchange between these two men, who are bitter antagonists, was coldly polite. Julian Bond said, "We are here to see if we can get some seats," and Mr. Sports said, "There are no seats." Whereupon, in the crush of the people, Julian Bond then proceeded very slowly to leave the hall. When he got just outside the turnstile here, in the hall outside the arena, Dr. Henry of the Mississippi Loyalists forced his way through and said, "Come and sit with us." And so now, Mr. Bond and his group are somewhere up there, and I think they're in one of the caucus rooms, deciding to come back down here and sit with the Mississippi delegation. That will be the next development in where do the Georgia Loyalists sit. And now to Chet and David.
So this is a question not really of legality or authenticity or voting power. It is simply a question of chairs and who gets them. We'll be back with all the rest of it after this message from Gulf.
I solemnly swear to do my best to greet all customers within 10 seconds after they pull up to my pumps. Seconds. Championship time. To clean the windows on every car and to check the oil, water, and battery. 10 seconds. I'm all set. Yes, sir. Fill it up with no knocks?
Not every Gulf dealer is an Olympic runner, but they all try to serve you as quickly and efficiently as possible. Stop in and see. There's a lot more to Gulf's extra kick than horseshoes.
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
Phyllis Diller permits.
News is what's happening now. If it's happening, it's news. And when it's news, you want to be informed. A bill becomes state law. It's news. A fire rages in Nashville. News. A life is lost in an auto accident. Tragic, but it's news. A bank is robbed, and the robber is apprehended. That's news. Be completely informed first on the news happenings of the day with the Mid-South's most comprehensive news report. Tune to Dateline today, Monday through Friday, 6 p.m. on WSM television. That's news.
This is WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee, the telecasting service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company.
Continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf.
To bring you up to date, here's what has happened. The Credentials Committee will present its report, its recommendations, tonight, saying what it thinks should be done in the case of all the disputed delegations. There are a number of them. California, Jesse Unruh, the Speaker of the State House in California, moved that this be delayed until tomorrow night. They took a vote on it, and Unruh's motion was defeated, and so it will be presented tonight. And in the case of each disputed delegation, the Credentials Committee, the chairman of it is Governor Hughes of New Jersey. In the case of each disputed delegation, the Credentials Committee will offer its recommendation on what it thinks should be done. The final decision is up to the convention. Whether they will have a roll call on each one, frankly, I don't know. Do you?
No, it's hard to tell.
I don't know whether they'll have a roll call on each individual state or not. We'll just have to find out. Information is not that easy to get from the party. So that is what is going to happen, and it should be starting anytime soon. At the moment, they're being entertained by the band back here playing, will everyone hear, how does it go? Let a winner lead the way.
Meantime, we did make a little progress. The convention did get past the adoption of the Rules Committee report.
Abolishing the unit rule.
Abolishing the unit rule. We had a voice vote on that, not a roll call.
At one time, we had four things going here simultaneously in different parts of the hall, and each of them an official part of the convention. If it seemed confusing at times, it was because it was confusing. But anyway, the unit rule has been voted out. Floyd Calbert is down here outside one of the caucus rooms and has a report for us. Floyd?
Mr. Bond, what happened down there on the floor?
Well, we walked down. There was a tremendous crowd and a tremendous crush. We went over to where the regular Georgia delegation is seated. We looked around to see if there were any available seats. I had a short conversation with Joe Sports, who's the executive secretary of the regular Democratic Party in Georgia. He told us there weren't any seats. We turned around. We intended to stand up against the wall, but there was such a tremendous crush in there, the sergeant of arms asked us to leave. Since then, we've been invited to sit in seats provided by the Wisconsin delegation, the Loyalist delegation from Mississippi, and in some seats provided by the convention itself. Right now, we're going to move from one caucus room, which is a little small for us, into another one down the hall this way, regroup ourselves, get ourselves all back together, and then we're going downstairs and sit down.
What sort of passes did you have when you went down there to get in?
We had these, which I had understood were delegate passes. They put them in the little machines, and the red light came on, which meant we weren't supposed to get in, but they let us in anyway.
Those are temporary floor passes.
Right.
And they're not delegate.
That's right.
Did you know that when you went down?
No,
that you didn't have
we were told they were delegate passes. But we've been told a lot of things that weren't true since we've been in Chicago.
Now, what are you going to do now? You're going to caucus?
We're going to move from a room here to a room down the hall. We're going to caucus. We're going to find our missing members, and that tremendous crush downstairs, we got separated one from another. When we're together again, when we've got 45 strong again, we're going back downstairs.
Now, you got those passes from whom?
We're not sure from whom. We do know that Governor Harold Hughes of Iowa was tremendously helpful to us in getting them for us.
We understand that they were received from the chairman of the New Jersey delegation, and of course, Governor Hughes.
Richard Hughes. That's
Richard
the
Hughes
other Hughes
of the New Jersey was in charge of credentials. Is that significant in any way?
Well, if it's so, then we're very grateful. I can only report what I've heard, and this is second or third hand, that Governor Harold Hughes of Iowa was in touch with Governor Richard Hughes of New Jersey, and through the intercession of Governor Hughes of Iowa, we did get these passes.
But they were still the wrong passage.
That's right.
You're still intending to get on that floor?
Oh, yes, we're going down there. No question about that.
And you think you'll make it tonight?
Oh, yeah, we will.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julian Bond.
Thank you.
Now back to Chet and David.
We'll be back to the assorted quarrels and contentions and controversies of the Democratic National Convention in just a moment, but first, this message from Gulf.
Call it a ping, a knock, or that funny noise coming from under your hood. When you hear it, it means you've got a sick engine. Now, hear this. Because of the extra kick in Gulf no-knocks. What makes you think your Camaro will? Try a tank for. What do you think we call it no-knocks for, anyway?
To Hughes.
Governor Hughes of New Jersey, who is chairman of the Credentials Committee, is beginning now to present his report from the rostrum. And so let's go down there.
But in this week of hearings, to the very best of our abilities, the fair answers. Answers consistent with principle and integrity. Answers which would reflect the honor and secure the reputation of the Democratic Party. Answers which would bring men together instead of dividing them. Answers which would be the foundation of a greater party and a fairer party. Answers which will lead to victory in November. Now there are those in our party, of course, who would prefer to preach defeat rather than to contribute to success. People who see some partisan advantage in discouraging the efforts of good men to bring about party unity and to develop party strength. Our committee stands in opposition to these people and in opposition to those views. We recognize difficulties, very tough ones, but we believe we should try to surmount them rather than ignore or complain about them. We believe, in other words, in something that John Kennedy once said: the tide need not run against America, but it can go in the direction in which courageous and determined men compel it to go. So it is with our party, the Democratic Party. With all the dispute in our ranks of courageous and intelligent and decent men and women, if those disputes can be resolved toward victory, we would be foolish indeed to let them contribute to or promote defeat. And I hope that you will agree that the experiences of the Credentials Committee of this year will go very far to fortify that principle of hope rather than despair, and of reconciliation rather than disunity and bitterness. I shall report to you now on those deliberations and on those decisions. This part of the report of the Credentials Committee consists,
Former Governor Minor of New
of a
Jersey,
set of 16
you just saw on your
resolutions
screen.
presented to the convention for its consideration and approval in order to adopt the permanent roll of this convention. After the adoption of the permanent roll, I shall report to you further with regard to certain prospective proposals which we also recommend in order to accomplish an updating of our party's practices. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, I now present to the convention the recommendations of the Credentials Committee with respect to the contests and challenges presented to it in the order in which they were heard by the committee. Before presenting these recommendations, may I request the chairman to instruct all delegates that in accordance with the rules of this convention, delegates whose credentials have been the subject of challenge or contest presented to the Committee on Credentials are honor bound to stand aside and not to vote on their own credentials matters. First, Mr. Chairman, as to unchallenged delegates and alternates to this convention, be it resolved that all of the delegates and alternates placed on the temporary roll of this convention, as approved by the Democratic National Committee, except those delegates and alternates whose credentials have been the subject of contest or challenge, be and the same are hereby declared to be duly accredited delegates and alternates to this Democratic National Convention of 1968. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution.
Is there any minority report?
No minority.
There have been no minority report.
Here's the answer.
All those in favor of the motion will respond by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The motion is carried.
They're going to vote on each part of it separately.
With respect to the state of Mississippi, which was the first case heard on the calendar of the Credentials Committee, be it resolved that in the case of the Mississippi contest, the delegation representing the loyal Democrats of Mississippi placed on the temporary roll of this convention as approved by the Democratic National Committee be and the same are hereby declared to be duly accredited delegates and alternates to this national convention. And further, that the members of the delegation certified by the Mississippi Democratic Party be invited to sit with said accredited delegates and alternates as honored guests of this convention, our committee understanding that said honored guests are bona fide Democrats having the interest, welfare, and success of the Democratic Party at heart and do not intend to support the candidacy of any person for the office of President and Vice President of the United States other than the nominees of this convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution. No minority.
You have heard the motion to adopt the resolution. The chair has been advised that the distinguished senator from the state of Michigan, Senator Philip Hart, wishes to be recognized.
The adoption of that resolution. It will be the end of a long road.
You have heard the motion and the second. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution as submitted by Governor Hughes will respond by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
The state of Washington, be it resolved that in the case of the Washington contest, the delegates and alternates placed on the temporary roll of this convention, as approved by the Democratic National Committee, be, and the same are hereby declared to be duly accredited delegates and alternates to this national convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution. No minority.
You have heard the motion to adopt the resolution relating to the state of Washington. All those in favor will respond by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
The state of Pennsylvania, be it resolved that in the case of the Pennsylvania contest, the delegates and alternates placed on the temporary roll of this convention, as approved by the Democratic National Committee, be, and the same are hereby declared to be duly accredited delegates and alternates to this national convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution. No minority, Senator.
You have just heard the motion to adopt the resolution relating to the state of Pennsylvania. All those in favor will respond by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted.
The state of Minnesota, be it resolved that in the case of the Minnesota contest, the delegates and alternates placed on the temporary roll of this convention as approved by the Democratic National Committee be, and the same are hereby declared to be duly accredited delegates and alternates to this national convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of this resolution.
You have just heard the motion to adopt the resolution relating to the state of Minnesota. All those in favor of the motion will respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
The state of Connecticut, be it resolved that in the case of the Connecticut contest, the delegates and alternates placed on the temporary.
It is interesting to note here that in these challenges involving Washington, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and now Connecticut, these were virtually all brought, or these were all brought, indeed, by McCarthy supporters. So the vote, the way it's going now, represents a rejection of the McCarthy plea.
McCarthy challenged these delegations because he thought he should have more delegates than he got. He is losing here, as you see.
Now to Edwin Newman on the convention floor.
The resolution is adopted.
Chad, I am with Meyer Berger, who's a member of the Pennsylvania delegation, a delegate at large, and a McCarthy man. But Mr. Berger, you told me some of the Pennsylvania people are trying to construct a Humphrey McCarthy ticket now, with McCarthy running for vice president.
Yes, I think that's accurate. What has happened is that some of us feel that we're not going to be able to get Senator McCarthy the top spot. We feel that the Humphrey people have the votes. We also feel that there's a great dichotomy in the party now, and that in order to win, the party's got to have the McCarthy people, and that they can get these McCarthy people, including 10 million new voters since 1964, with all this great political energy that's been generated. And we think that we can do this with a Humphrey McCarthy ticket.
Well, how does Senator McCarthy feel about this, Mr. Berger?
Well, I asked the senator about a month ago when he was in Pittsburgh, and he didn't say no. Well, actually, what he said, Mr. Newman, was that he could take it if the platform were right.
Well, what would that require? Something on Vietnam?
That would require a good peace position on Vietnam, and really that's where our fight centers now. That's where we're making our fight.
You mean you're fighting for an acceptable peace plank on Vietnam so that you can make Eugene McCarthy the vice presidential candidate?
Let's put it this way, which Senator McCarthy could in good conscience run with. I think the party is going to have to invite Senator McCarthy to take that position, and I think he'll only take it if the platform is such.
Now, who is doing this? Who's trying to arrange it, Mr. Berger?
Well,
who are the people?
The McCarthy people in the Pennsylvania delegation are going to meet with the leadership of the Pennsylvania delegation, and we think they're reasonable people. We intend to support the Humphrey ticket to full force. For my part, I'll support the nominee of the party. I'm a Democrat. There are a good many McCarthy people who might be disenchanted with the political process if we don't get a good peace platform.
So in your view, McCarthy might run for vice president if there's a plank on Vietnam acceptable.
I feel that he would, and we're trying to achieve this.
Thank you, Mr. Berger.
Thank
this
you.
is Edwin Newman, now to Chet and Davis.
We're going down to the rostrum in a minute, but before we do, a word of explanation. You have heard a quick voice vote on 5 states. Now they have come to Texas, where there are two delegations to be chosen. The committee, the Credentials Committee recommended choosing the regular delegation led by Governor Connolly. There are some challengers. He is the favorite son. There are some challengers from Texas who say he is not their favorite son, and they would like to be the delegation. There is a minority report from Texas, which is now being heard from the rostrum.
Democrats for an open convention should be seated in this convention and given 50 of the 104 convention votes allocated to the state of Texas. The remaining votes to be retained by the regular delegation to be allocated as a majority of that delegation shall determine. The members of the delegation of Texas Democrats for an open convention properly represent those persons who have been excluded from Texas Democratic Party affairs and the regular delegation. The seating of the Texas Democrats for an open convention is the only way to make the Texas delegation to this convention broadly representative of the Democratic voters of the state of Texas as required by the call of this convention. That was the report of the minority. Therefore, on their behalf, I move that the delegation of Texas Democrats for an open convention be seated in this convention and given 50 of the 104 convention votes allocated to the state of Texas.
Again, this is a minority report.
And in pursuance of that motion, I present to the chairman a request for a roll call vote signed by the members of 9 states. Now we start on
Delegates are people from Texas asking that they be put on the delegation in place of some of those who are supporting Governor Connally as a favorite son. Governor Connally is, of course, for Hubert Humphrey, Vice President Humphrey, and it's a Humphrey delegation. They're trying to upset that.
The minority report is now given 15 minutes. The chair recognizes first Mr. William Hockman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to listen with care to the case of the minority with reference to the challengers. It is my privilege to present for the minority of the Credentials Committee the case of the challengers from the state of Texas. Texas is the first of a series of cases presented to the Credentials Committee that deal with fair participation in political life and with fair representation in delegations at this convention. 4 years ago, the National Convention in Atlantic City decided that the Democratic Party could no longer accept delegations that did not fairly represent all groups in the state. Instructions sent to all state chairmen and in the call for this convention laid down specific requirements that delegations would need to meet in order to be accepted at the Democratic Convention of 1968. There were 2 clear standards set in the call. You all remember them. First, the call said every delegation must be broadly representative of the Democrats of the state. Second, the call said when delegates are selected, there must be an equal opportunity to participate in party affairs for all Democrats. Representation and participation, both were essential. In Texas and in other cases, you will see neither fair participation nor fair representation, according to members of minority groups. The testimony, the affidavits, the briefs.
John Chancellor has a report from the floor. John?
There's quite a bit doing here on the floor, but one of the men who can't get on it and is most interested in it, and they're voting on or talking about that now, is Senator Ralph Yarborough. Senator, you've been here running a sort of a command post from the balcony, haven't you?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a very good command post, Mr. Chancellor, where I'm not, can't even get on the floor, and I see the Connally forces with a lot of walkie-talkies up and down the aisle with instant communications, and we have a delegation of 111 here from Texas, loyal Democrats, and Bailey and Criswell have denied them seats even in the balcony. I've never heard a protesting delegation before denied any seats in the balcony. None of them can get in the hall.
Now, how many out of your 111 challengers are here in the hall tonight?
None, except me. I got in by virtue of being a senator. Well, but he's on the delegation. Here's Curtis Graves. He is an alternate on the regular delegation. But none of the challengers as such, not a single one, were admitted even to be in the balcony.
Now, Senator, I've seen a number of people coming up to you and talking to you about the challenge that's being tested now. What can you tell us about your chances?
Well, there was a good bit of confusion. I felt very optimistic over earlier because many had this confused with the unit rule, the two separate votes. Now we've got to start all over again. And some sought to get a postponement tomorrow night so that we could explain the difference in the two votes. I'm unable to give you an estimate at this time how it will go. I feel if we had a few more hours, we'd certainly win because of the justice of our cause. After all, the leaders on the other side, Governor Connolly and former Governor Shivers, formerly Governor, they're all Eisenhower men. We represent the loyal Democrats who support the ticket in fair weather and foul, whether you're winning or losing. And we're denied any representation there. We're denied seats on the floor. We filed a protest, and the appeal now is from, the appeals being made, a speaker from Colorado speaking for the Texas cause to the floor to overturn the Credentials Committee and let us be seated. We're not attempting to unseat Governor Connolly and his delegation. All we ask for is 48% of the votes of the Texas delegation. We don't even ask for a 50-50 division.
Senator, some of the people who wanted the credentials fights postponed tonight have accused the Connolly forces and some of the other forces of trying to get it on after primetime television so that not so many people are watching. Have you heard that charge?
I hadn't heard that charge, but that would be about the mildest thing they've done yet.
You want to go further?
Pardon? I won't go further because we have a fight. What we concerned with is whether the delegates stay here or not. We're interested in having the delegates stay, and of course they didn't want this on prime time. They don't want the people to see how this thing has been strong-armed in Texas. You see, they use the unit rule in the precincts, the county, and the state. It's an ascending strength for a tight machine. You may have a majority, by the time you get to the county convention, a majority of the people there may feel one way, but bound by unit rules from some of the precincts, they're precluded. They send a delegation to the state convention, not representing the majority of the people in the county convention, but bound under unit rules from the precincts. This is a tight little system to deny basic democracy.
Senator, thank you very much at your command post here in the convention hall. Senator Ralph Yarborough, who can't get in, and they're voting on that now. And now to Sander Vanocur.
I'm here at the California delegation with Congressman John Tunney, who is a classmate of Senator Edward Kennedy in law school and is one of his closest friends. Congressman, what do you think the senator is making of all this move that we hear about here in Chicago for him?
Well, I think that the senator is quite mystified by it. I think, of course, naturally, he's personally overwhelmed by so much expression of goodwill towards him. But I think that he made it clear, of course, today that he does not consider himself a candidate.
Well, have you talked to him? What does that mean?
Well, I think that he made it clear when he said today that he requested DeSalle not to put his name in contention, that he was not a candidate. And I don't know how much more clear you could get than that. I think that he is somewhat overwhelmed, however, by the fact that so many people have offered expressions of goodwill. And
well, as you've talked to him, and I'm sure you've talked to him, is he a man in a quandary, or does he see that there's a course for him, or does he just do nothing?
Well, at the moment, I think that he stands by his decision, which was that he's not a candidate, and I think that he has to do that. Personally, as a friend, I applaud his decision.
What is going on, though, on the part of his friends? There's a petition that's being circulated on this convention floor. What are people trying to do to bring this draft or whatever it is about?
Well, I've seen the petition, and I know that there are people that are circulating it. But to my knowledge, it does not have the support of Senator Kennedy, and I certainly believe from my conversations with him, he had nothing to do with it at all.
Do you think the senator has to lift a finger or do anything in the next few days if this is to come to him?
Well, I think that conventions are very peculiar things. I think that where you have a feeling that one person can save a party, then there's a possibility that there could be, a stampede. And I think that there's been, some feeling around here today, as I've talked to people this evening, that perhaps Senator Kennedy would be the best candidate.
Why do you say save the party? Would Hubert Humphrey destroy the party? Would Gene McCarthy destroy it?
Well, no, I don't think so. I could easily support Hubert Humphrey and would gladly do so in the campaign. What I really mean is that people somehow feel that I've talked to, not a majority, just a number of people that I've talked to, that Senator Kennedy would have the best chance of winning in November against Richard Nixon.
Have you talked to the senator in the last few days? Do you have any idea if he's going to come here at all for any reason?
Well, I've talked to him a good deal in the last few days as a friend, and it's my understanding when I came in tonight, I heard on the radio, and so you know more than I do, that he's planning to come here on Thursday. There was a broadcast as I arrived.
Is he coming here to introduce the film about his brother, the late Senator Robert Kennedy?
I don't know that.
But you do know that he is coming here Thursday.
Well, I heard it on the radio.
Is there any possibility he might come earlier than Thursday, say Wednesday, before the balloting starts?
I haven't talked to him about that, Sandy. I really don't know.
All right, thank you very much, Congressman John Tunney, a good friend of Senator Edward M. Kennedy's. And now back to the booth.
Thank you. The Texas issue is going to be on the floor here for some time, and we'll catch up with it in a minute and clarify it again after this message from Gulf.
A light puff of air. It can float a feather, lift a leaf, carry a kite up to the sky, stir a pond, boil the sea. Air. Man has learned to use it to move a boat, to make music, to power a jet. Gulf Research has learned to use air in a home, to make an oil burner heat more efficiently. This is the flame from a Gulf EconoJet oil burner. The patented nozzle mixes oil with air and does it so well that you get more heat from every gallon of oil. Gulf EconoJet. It makes a home more comfortable. Gulf EconoJet. More heat from less oil.
Now, also speaking in behalf of the Minority Report is Paul O'Dwyer, candidate for United States Senator from New York, to the Speaker's platform.
And thoughts of the California delegation, the state that asked all America not to buy grapes.
While I was turned around, Paul O'Dwyer just finished. To John Chancellor on the floor.
Delegation.
I'm standing in the Texas delegation now with Mr. Joseph Kilgore, former congressman from Texas. Congressman, they finally come around tonight to voting on the Texas Credentials Challenge. And we've heard some hard things said about you this week about the Texas delegation. One of those charges was that there is discrimination in this delegation against Mexican Americans.
Well, I think that isn't true at all. There have been charges that our delegation has discriminated against Mexican Americans and Negroes. Actually, by head count of delegates, Texas has more Negroes on its delegation than any other delegation here except one, and that's Michigan. They have 18 and we have 17. There has been no discrimination against Mexican Americans either. We have many on the delegation. I don't have any thumb count on just how many there are, but there are many, many here. Many of those who are not Mexican Americans, but who are from the parts of the state in which many Mexican Americans live, have a very fine rapport with them also. We advertised all over the state, urging people to come to their precinct conventions. We had the largest turnout in the precinct county conventions in the history of the state. We have a fully representative delegation. There's been absolutely no discrimination.
Congressman, why did the people who oppose you try to get this postponed until tomorrow?
We have no way of knowing for sure, but we assume that the postponement of it tomorrow would simply drag the convention on another day and make it somewhat more likely that some would leave and a minority could dominate this convention.
Congressman, let me change the subject just a little bit. We've heard stories all week long about the sentiment for President Johnson in the Texas delegation. Are you one of those?
Well, I just got here yesterday. I believe that President Johnson has made a great president, and we see many issues in which his firm hand would be well put and well received. But I think Governor Connolly has stated it well when he says he knows of no reason to believe that President Johnson's name will be placed in nomination.
As a practical politician, what do you think would happen to this convention if somebody got up and put the president's name in and Hubert Humphrey looked a little bit in trouble? What would happen there?
I think really there's no way to know unless you knew at the same time whether President Johnson had consented to his name being placed in nomination. If he had, then I think it could break the convention wide open. But in the absence of that consent, then in the absence of any organization, I think it simply wouldn't happen.
Let me carry on my poll with you, Congressman, with one other question. We've heard all evening long about growing sentiment for Edward Kennedy. How is he regarded by people in Texas and other people you know in the South in the terms of a national candidacy?
Well, I think that he's personally well regarded. I think that in the minds of many people in our state, he has not been in public life long enough and doesn't have a sufficient base of experience to be considered a presidential candidate at this time.
I see. Do you think that the vote tonight on the California motion, I don't want to be excessively parliamentarian, but the Humphrey people seem to get a lot of votes tonight. Would you think that that would be their strength on the first ballot on the nomination?
Well, I think that at least the converse is true, John. I think that the vote in support of the California position is most likely the combined strength of the other candidates in the race, all but Humphrey, of McCarthy, of McGovern, and of Teddy Kennedy.
So you don't go so far as to say that tonight was an indication of Humphrey's strength holding, but rather than the other strength peaking. Would that be a fair way to say it?
I think that's right. I think the other strength has peaked, and I think that the vote against the California motion is the vote of the Humphrey delegations and of the favorite son delegations combined.
Fine. Thank you very much. Congressman Joe Kilgore, former Congressman Joe Kilgore from Texas. Now, here's Frank McGee.
And while all this fight has been going on about the Texas delegation, something's been going on about the disputed Georgia delegation. As you know, the decision was to seat two entire delegations from Georgia. The problem arose that there weren't enough seats on the floor for them. But now they're here, and I'm talking with the co-chairman of the Bond Group, Reverend James Hooton. Reverend, where did the seats come from?
These seats were provided for us by the security guards of the convention after we tried to get onto the floor of the convention and take our seats with the regular Georgia delegation. But when we went to that place, we found that all those seats were occupied by the regulars. And we had not had any seats provided for us at the convention. So after we were turned away, we came over here where seats were provided.
And there was an offer, I understand, from the Mississippi delegation, the Loyalists, to share their seats with you. What happened to that plan?
We understand that they did, and also the Minnesota delegation, but we haven't, or the Wisconsin, I believe, the Wisconsin delegation. But these were made available by the convention authorities.
Now, you're still not fully in business because you don't have a standard and you don't have a microphone. How can you cast a vote?
Well, we can't. We feel like that we are being denied the votes that we're rightfully entitled to on the convention floor. We think that half the mic of the Georgia delegation belongs to us.
Well, in reality, half a mic wouldn't work, but a full one would. Are you going to make any effort to get one over here? How can you cast a vote? How can you get recognition? How can you function?
Well, at this time we can't, and we may go over to the Georgia delegation and ask to use the mic when the next vote is cast so that we might cast our votes.
You go over to Georgia, you say?
That is correct.
You think they will permit you to use the mic? I'm not trying to suggest that they're mean people, but have you worked this understanding out with them?
We haven't yet, but we will go and ask them.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Reverend James Hooton. And now to Sander Van Oker.
I'm speaking with Mr. Lawrence O'Brien, who was a campaign manager for Senator Senator Robert Kennedy and Senator John F. Kennedy, and now for Vice President Humphrey. You said the other day, Mr. O'Brien, that you thought that Edward Kennedy was not available for a draft. What made you think that?
Well, Sandy, I think simply Senator Ted's statement in that regard. As you know, all of us have been longtime friends and associates, and I have found that when any Kennedy makes a statement, a position, that you can take it as a fact, and I took it as a fact, and I respect it and him.
Well, as a campaign manager for the vice president, wouldn't people expect you to take that as a fact to discourage the idea?
Well, I think that over these number of weeks that Senator Kennedy and on at least three occasions stated quite simply and directly what his position was concerning active participation as a candidate this year, and I just feel that he certainly means it. He has never equivocated, certainly, on anything I've ever discussed with him, and I respect his position, and I never felt it would be seemly to discuss his position with him. I never have.
Well, look, as you go around trying to get votes for Humphrey, how do you answer this fear on the part of delegates that he's not doing well in the polls? There's a Harris poll out tomorrow. We don't know what it is, but if it's not as good as the Gallup poll, people are saying, well, Larry, he can't win. How do you answer that?
Well, the fact of the matter is that the Harris poll will show a 10% increase in the strength of the vice president. It will show the vice president and Senator McCarthy even.
Will it show the vice president running behind Vice President Nixon?
That particular poll will show the vice president and Senator McCarthy running even and behind.
You've never given me a wrong vote poll yet. Can you tell me what yours is right now?
1482.5 tonight, Sandy. I hope...
Going up or down?
I certainly hope we'll continue up. But the ebb and flow, you have to keep an eye on it, as you well know. And at the moment, it's holding firm and hopefully by tomorrow creeping up a little.
Thank you very much. Lawrence F. O'Brien, who said the vice president now has 1,482.5 votes for the nomination, which is more than he needs. Now to the booth.
Speaking in behalf now of the majority report in the case involving Texas is Mr. Will Davis of the regular Texas delegation.
Connolly delegation.
Or the Conley delegation, as you please. Let's go to the speaker's platform.
Church of Christ, Episcopalians, blondes, brunettes, redheads, liberals, conservatives, and moderates, and every one of them, from top to bottom, is a good Democrat, one you can be proud of, and one that I'm proud of to be here to defend for you. Now, the right and opportunity of any registered voter to participate in the affairs of the political party of his choice in Texas is vigorously asserted and defended by the state Democratic Party of my state. There are over 10.5 million people in my state, and slightly more than 4 million of them are registered voters during this year. My party has engaged in an active voter registration program, and since 1964, we have increased Negro voter registration by 137,000 people. 43% of all the people in my state are registered voters, and 35% of our Negro citizens are registered voters. It's known that in more than 200 election precincts, Negroes are the predominant residents, and they participate actively and aggressively in their party affairs, and they serve as party officers. At the state convention, there were hundreds, more than 250, of these fine Negro citizens who participated at our state convention. At every stage, they participated without discrimination. There were 262 delegates and 183 alternates at our state convention who were fine Mexican-American people that came there from the counties and the districts all across our state. A Mexican-American is now serving as Secretary of State, and we have many Mexican-American office holders in our legislature. A report of the United States Commission on Civil Rights, published and released only 3 months ago. This report deals with political participation by Negroes in 10 states, including Texas. This report made a study of racial discrimination in voting rights and political party affairs. This is not my report. It's not Texas' report. We didn't publish it. It's a report of the United States Commission on Civil Rights. I offer it to you as evidence that the Democratic Party of Texas does not discriminate against racial or ethnic minorities. There is not one finding, not one fact, not one paragraph, not one sentence in this book that the Democratic Party of Texas has systematically excluded Negroes from political participation or has discriminated against any person because of his race, creed, or color. We represent our party of all races, all creeds, all colors, all natural origin. We have complied with the call of this convention and are entitled to be seated. Thank you very much.
The rules of the convention, as I understand them, say that the microphone will be used by the chairman of the delegation or the person designated by him. The Lieutenant Governor of Georgia is presently acting as the chairman of this delegation while the chairman is at the platform, and I feel that there's no need for them to approach this microphone at this point. They're not a part of this delegation.
Who is legally seated right now?
The Georgia delegation, officially certified by the State Democratic Executive Committee, is seated. And the Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, the Honorable George T. Smith, is serving as the acting chairman of this delegation while James Gray is at the platform. This microphone is not available to anyone at this point other than George T. Smith.
Lieutenant Governor Smith, what have you to say about this dispute over the microphone, sir?
I didn't know it was a dispute.
Well, it seems to be.
No one has come up and said anything about using the mic to me. I don't know what it's all about. And no one has spoken to me about using the mic.
Reverend Newton, are you going over to the, did you say it was the Wisconsin? Or
Yes, I believe I'll go to the Wisconsin
delegation. Have you spoken to them about this at all? Have you mentioned
Not
it?
yet. I thought I'd go over and ask now.
Are you going to ask the chair to require use of this mic, or what?
Perhaps we'll have to ask the chair before we can use any mic on the floor of the convention. And perhaps that will be our first effort to get use of a microphone to use to cast our votes on the convention floor.
Well, as a matter of practical reality, you don't have a vote coming until the Georgia case is settled, and it comes up after Texas.
They have as much right as they do.
No,
They're not seeing it either.
Excuse me, don't misunderstand me. I mean, under the rules, neither of you have a right to vote on these disputes until your own dispute has been settled. So you don't have any urgent need for a microphone right now, do you?
Vote on the rules, but they have been voting on the convention floor, and if they aren't supposed to vote on the convention floor, then we wonder why they have been.
Because the state of Georgia, the name was called.
Have you asked the authorities, the convention arrangements officials, to provide you with a microphone at these seats that they provided for you?
Not yet, but
the regular delegation, so-called, has a unique way of getting to the people who make these decisions.
Well, at this point,
have you asked any other state to file a point of order against their voting? Have you asked any state to raise a point of order against their voting?
We'll probably do that now.
Well, only about half of your delegation is seated there now. Is that right? What about the rest?
Some have been seated with the Mississippi delegation.
But the alternates are not seated, are they?
Yes, our alternates are here. Our delegates and alternates who were admitted to the convention hall are here. We have about 15 more who couldn't come because they were denied these floor passes.
Yes, the floor passes.
And they are at the hotel.
All right, so the understanding is you're going to stay at this. They're having a little conference here, and I don't think we ought to intrude on this. We'll just kind of back up here and let them settle their affairs.
Where are you going?
So the understanding is that one of the gentlemen will stay here at the Georgia microphone and attempt to use it. Another one will go to Wisconsin and attempt to make arrangements with them to use the microphone there. Now here is John Chancellor.
One of the real questions that goes on in a credentials fight is the whole question of loyalty to the party ticket. But some people who have come here from various states are under differing kinds of pressures in terms of loyalty, and that's what we're going to talk about with Dan Alexander, a member of the regular Alabama delegation. You're from Mobile.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Alexander, tell me about George Wallace and how he might affect you.
Well, when I ran for the delegation, for the delegate post from Alabama, I supported George Wallace's viewpoints. I was requested to do this by the governor, and this is the platform on which I ran. I was voted on in the Democratic primary in Alabama. I took 81% of the popular vote.
So we could consider you kind of a Wallace man, couldn't we?
That's true.
Now, as a Wallace man, Mr. Alexander, as a Wallace man, did you sign that pledge of loyalty to the party ticket that was passed around in the Alabama delegation today?
Well, it's not exactly a loyalty oath, John. What it said was that we wouldn't support anyone in opposition to this nominee. I signed it under protest. We'll file a court injunction. It'll come up at 10 o'clock in the morning. 13 of us signed it. I'm one of the 13. but I'm here tonight to represent our faction here at this convention. The only way I could get my credentials was to sign this so-called loyalty.
Right. Thank you very much. That's Dan Alexander of Alabama, a Wallace man who nevertheless signs the loyalty oath, which they're testing in court. Now, here's Chet and David.
We should be about 3 or 3.5 minutes away now from a vote on this challenge to the seating of the Texas delegation, the Conley delegation, you please, the regular Texas Democrats. And we shall return with that in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
Once upon a time, there was a machine that was very good with numbers. It was a money machine. The money machine was very eager to work. All it needed was a chance. And one day it got one from a company that wanted to send its money out to work because it knew that's how companies grow. All set, machine? Payday tomorrow. 58,300 checks, please. Very good, machine. Dividend time again. $259,142,000 annually for more than 163,000 shareholders. Okay, machine, tax time. Let's pay out $1,431,627,000 for income, excise, property, and many other taxes. All right, machine, we need some money for oil wells, refineries, service stations, and lots of other things to help our business grow. $971,096,000. And that's the way it's been ever since. The machine is happily paying out more money. And Gulf is happy because as we grow, we're making more jobs for more people.
We are indeed approaching a vote on the challenge to the regular Texas delegation. And if I may, let me remind you what the minority report says, or what the challenges are asking. They're not asking the entire Texas delegation be replaced. Rather, the challenges are asking that they be permitted to have 48% of the Texas delegation. We are approaching, as I say, a vote on this matter, so let's go to the rostrum.
Pursuant to the rules, there shall be a roll call. The chair now calls upon the secretary to call the roll. All those in favor of the minority report will say all those in favor of the report of the chairman of the committee on credentials will respond by saying aye. There shall be a roll call, and all those against will respond by saying no. The secretary will now call the roll.
What this amounts to oversimplify it a little, is a challenge by a group including many McCarthy supporters in Texas, a challenge to a delegation led by Governor Conley, committed mainly to Humphrey.
Alabama, 32.
They are voting on a report which recommends the seating of the Conley or Humphrey.
Majority opinion. Will you please vote either yes or no? 32 yes. Alabama cast 32 votes yes.
Yes is a vote to seat
22.
the Connolly delegation for Humphrey, and a vote against the rival delegation, which is not all McCarthy, but there are a lot of McCarthy votes in it.
Alaska's vote, 17 no, 5 yes. Arizona, 19. Arizona, 19.
Arizona votes 1.5 votes yes, 17 votes no.
Arkansas, 33.
Arkansas, 33 votes for the majority report.
Arkansas cast 33 votes yes. California, 174.
Chairman, California votes 1 vote aye, 173 votes no.
The California vote is 1 yes, 173 no. Canal Zone 5.
A yes vote is for
Canal
Governor
Zone.
Connolly of Texas and his delegation. A no vote is a vote against them.
Clarification on this vote, please.
The question is on the motion submitted by the chairman of the Credentials Committee, Governor Hughes. His motion is that the resolution of the committee be adopted, to wit, that the Texas delegation, as set forth in the temporary roll, be seated. All those in favor of the report of Governor Hughes or the majority report will respond by an aye vote. Those supporting the minority report will vote no.
Canal Zone 5.
The Canal Zone has 4 votes yes, 1 abstention.
The Canal Zone votes 4 yes and 1 abstention. Colorado, 35.
Colorado cast 35 votes no.
Colorado cast 35 votes no. Connecticut, 44.
A point of order, Madam Chairman.
The delegate will state the point of order.
Will the chair once again explain the yes or no vote to this delegation? Now, will you listen?
The vote is on a motion which was submitted by the chairman of the Credentials Committee that the majority report
That's Governor Connolly.
relating to Texas be adopted. And the majority report says that in the case of Texas, the delegates and alternates placed on the temporary roll of this convention shall be approved and shall be seated. All those approving this majority report will respond by saying aye. All those opposed will respond by saying no.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We're very grateful to you. Connecticut now casts 28 yes and 12 no.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to call for a poll of the Connecticut delegation.
That has to be done off the floor. They can't do it here, so we'll send some.
Polling will be done if it's
The
done off
National
the floor.
Committee will send a representative to take a poll of the Connecticut delegation. Will the Connecticut delegation... Where shall they assemble?
Ask John Crystal where to send them. Where do we send them?
Will the members of the Connecticut delegation go to caucus room number 2 for polling purposes, and the secretary will now proceed.
That's a time-saving device they installed, I think, 4 years ago, wasn't it, Chet, or 8, to avoid the long roll calls on the floor. They take them off the floor while they proceed with the roll call.
Right. To Frank McGee on the convention floor.
Tries the vote there.
Yes, Chad, we have a very interesting situation developing here as the roll call nears Georgia. We have many hands on the one microphone, and the question is whether both sides are going to vote, or whether either side is going to vote, or whether any side has the right to vote until their own credentials squabble has been settled. And what is emerging here is that the regular Maddox delegation says it's casting the votes, and if the others want to challenge and get a ruling on it, they can. We'll see what happens as time goes on and Georgia's list or place in the roll call vote comes up.
Thank you, Frank.
Well, they have said no.
Now back to the rostrum.
Delaware cast 21 votes yes. District of Columbia, 23.
District of Columbia cast 22 no. The National Committee woman is absent.
The District of Columbia vote is 22 votes no and 1 absent. Florida, 63 votes. Florida.
Florida votes 58 votes yes, 4 votes no, 1 vote abstains.
Georgia is next. This will be interesting.
Florida votes 58 yes, 4 votes no, and 1 abstaining. Guam, 5.
Guam votes
Georgia has
4
been
and a
skipped
half
over.
yes, 1/2 no.
Guam votes 4 1/2 yes and 1/2 no. Hawaii, 26.
Hawaii votes 26 votes yes.
Hawaii votes 26 votes yes. Idaho, 25.
Idaho cast 22.5 votes yes, 2.5 votes no.
Frank McGee, why was Georgia skipped over, Frank?
Yes,
I expect that while all this activity was going on down here, something was going on in the platform, and they decided to just skip Georgia in the roll because its credentials fight has not yet been settled, and under the convention's rules, it is not yet entitled to cast a vote on these other disputes. They were all surprised here. They were standing and waiting and trying to work out an agreement among themselves about how this might be done. About the only thing they agreed to do was not to physically fight over the microphone. But as matters now stand, they've been skipped over in this roll call, and apparently we'll have no vote on this issue at all. So it's a fight that wasn't. Now back to the booth.
And back to the podium.
Indiana passes. Iowa, 46. Iowa passes. Kansas, 38.
Kansas cast 38 votes yes.
Kansas cast 38 votes yes. Kentucky, 46.
Kentucky cast 40.5 votes yes, 5.5 votes no.
Kentucky cast 40.5 votes yes, 5.5 votes no. Louisiana, 36. Louisiana.
Louisiana passes.
Louisiana
To complicate
passes.
this dispute
Maine,
just a little more,
27.
too, there are ramifications of interior domestic politics all mixed up in this. As you know, Democrats in Texas have long been divided as to what is rather,
49.
in a generalized way, called the liberals on the one hand and conservatives on the other. And so there's a good bit of that feuding going on in this dispute over the delegation.
I'd like to check that, please. 46 votes yes and 3 votes no for Merrill.
Senator Ralph Yarborough, whom you see here sitting in the balcony, or in a box, keeping his own tally,
Massachusetts
is on the side of the liberals.
16 yes.
He regards
47
Connolly as leading
no,
the conservatives.
9 absent.
Michigan, 96. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Massachusetts cast 16 yes, 47 no, and 9 abstaining. Michigan, 96.
Michigan, yes, 70, no, 23.
23 no. 70 yes, 23 no.
Michigan cast 70 yes and 23 no. Minnesota, 52.
Minnesota passes.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi, 24. Mississippi.
Mississippi cast 2 votes yes, 18.5 no, 3.5 absent.
18.5 no.
Thank you, Jack. Mississippi cast 2 yes, 18.5 no, and 3.5 abstaining. Missouri, 60.
There you are.
Missouri.
Missouri passes.
Missouri passes. Montana.
Montana passes.
Montana passes. Nebraska.
Nebraska passes.
Nebraska passes. Nevada.
Madam Chairwoman, Nevada votes 13 yes, 7 no, 2 not voting.
Nevada votes 13 yes, 7 no, 2 not voting. New Hampshire, 26.
New Hampshire passes.
New Hampshire passes. New Jersey, 82.
I hear it. New Jersey, 43 yes, 25 no, 14 abstain.
New Jersey cast 43 yes, 25 no, and 14 abstaining. New Mexico, 26.
To John Chancellor.
New Mexico.
With me now, having arrived in the hall not too long ago, is Richard Goodwin, one of the senior Democratic technicians in politics today and an aide now of Senator McCarthy. You've just come from the platform hearings and the platform writing. What can you tell me about that?
Well, of course, the major debate there, John, was a Vietnam flank. Vice President Humphrey only introduced his own position late this afternoon, and it finally turned out to be a straight rephrasing of the administration position, so that now the lines, I think, are clearly drawn between the McCarthy, McGovern, Kennedy peace position and the position of President Johnson. On the vote, it was 35 to 62 in the platform committee, against, of course, the minority report, but that's an enormous strength. You only need 12 to bring it to the floor of the convention, and the Vietnam issue will come here tomorrow night as a floor fight.
Now, you got out of the platform committee tonight 1/3 of the votes for what we might in shorthand terms call the peace plank in Vietnam. Isn't that right?
That's right. Actually, I think the issue is now so keenly drawn. The issue is whether we keep the same policies in Vietnam that we've pursued for the last several years, or whether we change our course and try to move towards an honorable and swift peace along the lines that, as I said, Senator McCarthy, Senator McGovern, Senator Edward Kennedy, and, of course, late Senator Robert Kennedy have recommended. That's the issue, and it's really the president against his critics.
Now, we've seen your plank. We know about your plank, the one you and Mr. Mankiewicz and the others, Gilligan, helped to draft. Are there any ameliorating words in the Humphrey, so-called Humphrey plank on Vietnam? You've described it as a hardline justification of the administration's position. Is it just purely that? Doesn't it go any way in your direction?
No, it's a statement, I think, pretty much of the administration position. I think there's very little in it that you couldn't identify in the speeches of the Secretary of State. It refuses to call for an unconditional bombing halt. It demands reciprocal response. It refuses to call for any kind of de-escalation that all the candidates have advocated. It is against any troop withdrawals that all the candidates and Senator Edward Kennedy have advocated. It does not discuss negotiations with the National Liberation Front. In other words, all the issues which are identified as the peace positions, the moderate peace positions of these men have been rejected by this plank, and it could have been written by the Secretary as testimony for the Platform Committee hearings.
Right. Thank you very much. Richard Goodwin, fresh from the Platform Committee, telling us of the strong vote for the minority Vietnam plank, and as he describes it, the very hardline character of the so-called Humphrey plank that was submitted to the committee today. And now to Chet and David.
While you were talking, John, a tremendous roar went up down from the floor of the convention, and that was New York casting its full vote, 190, in favor of the minority report. But back to the roster.
The Pennsylvania vote, 98 yes and 28 no.
They want a poll of the delegation.
That's right. You can only talk to the chairman of the delegation. Right? That's all you can do. So I didn't ask.
Does the chairman of the Pennsylvania delegation request a poll of the delegation?
Yes, poll the delegation.
Mr. Chairman, the delegation has been polled aisle for aisle.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Ask him to restate it.
Chairman, we don't believe that that poll is accurate. The membership did not understand the question, and it was such that the tally was not improperly taken and it was not checked. We believe that the complete new poll must be taken.
Will the Pennsylvania delegation...
Take a poll.
Mr. Chairman,
You can only speak to the chairman of the delegation. He's the only one that remains.
does the chairman request a poll of the delegation?
I do not.
The secretary will proceed.
Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, 8. Puerto Rico, 8.
Mr. Chairman, Puerto Rico cast 8 votes yes.
Puerto Rico cast 8 votes yes. Rhode Island, 27.
Rhode Island, 24.5 yes, 2.5 no.
In this vote,
Rhode
as in
Island
all,
votes
it takes
1,312
yes,
yes, 2 1/2 votes no.
for a majority.
South Carolina, 28.
South Carolina cast 28 votes yes.
South Carolina cast 28 votes yes. South Dakota.
Mr. Chairman, 1 vote yes, 25 votes no.
South Dakota cast 1 vote yes, 25 votes no. Tennessee, 51.
Tennessee passes at this time.
Tennessee passes. Utah, 26.
Madam Chairman, Utah votes 18 votes yes, 8 votes no.
Utah votes 18 votes yes, 8 votes no. Vermont, 22.
Vermont votes yes 5, no 13.
Vermont votes 5 yes, no 13. Virginia, 54. Virginia.
Madam Chairman, Virginia cast 21.5 votes for the majority report, 22.5 votes against it.
I think it's 21.5. I want to make sure that I have this vote correct. 21.5 votes yes, 22.5 votes no. Virgin Islands, 5.
5 votes yea.
Virgin Island votes 5 votes yes. Washington, 47.
Madam Secretary, the state of Washington votes 31.5 votes yes, 15.5 votes no.
The state of Washington, 31.5 votes
Try to
yes.
simplify this again.
15.5
a no
votes
vote,
no.
in effect,
West
is
Virginia,
a vote
38.
West Virginia cast 19
for
votes
the
yes,
for
no
the
votes
challengers
no,
in
7 not
Texas.
voting.
A yes vote is for the Conley delegation.
Wisconsin, 59. Oh, I'm sorry. West Virginia cast 19 votes yes, and 12 votes no, and 7 abstaining. Wisconsin, 59.
I know.
Wisconsin,
Madam Chairman, Wisconsin votes 5 votes yes and 54 votes no.
Wisconsin votes 5 votes yes, 54 no. Wyoming, 22.
Madam Chairman, Wyoming casts 18.5 votes yes, 3.5 votes no.
Wyoming cast 18.5 votes yes, and 3.5 votes no. Do we call for the one that passed first, or ask if Connecticut back yet in the polling?
See if Connecticut is back.
Alaska vote?
Yeah, we're using the black pen this time, Danny.
See, Alaska wanted.
Now they will go back and call the states that passed.
No, I didn't hear that.
The chair has been advised that the state of Alaska wishes to make a change in the vote.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The state of Alaska would like to vote 17 votes yes, 5 notes no.
Just the opposite.
The vote is now Alaska votes 17 yes and 5 no. Is the state of Connecticut back from having been polled? Connecticut, I'm sorry. Not yet. Okay. Indiana.
Mr. Chairman, Indiana passes, still in caucus.
Still caucus. I'll put an extra there. Iowa.
The state of Iowa votes 37.5 votes yes, 8.5 votes no.
Iowa votes 37.5 votes yes, 8.5 votes no. Louisiana.
Louisiana casts 32 votes yes, 4 votes no.
Louisiana casts 32 votes yes and 4 no. Minnesota.
Minnesota votes 34.5 votes yes, 14.5 votes no, 3 not voting.
Minnesota casts 34.5 votes yes, 14.5 votes no, and 3 not voting. Missouri.
Missouri votes 48 votes yes, 12 votes no.
Missouri cast 48 votes yes, 12 votes no.
What I said a minute ago was wrong. It does not take 1,312 because not all the delegations have voted. It takes a majority of those who are voting.
2 not voting.
Yeah, in that case, what the new majority would be,
4 votes no and 2 not voting.
only the tabulators can tell.
Will be whichever is the higher figure.
Nebraska, yes, 12 yes, 16 no, 2 not voting.
Well, in any event,
Nebraska's vote
the majority
is 12
report
yes,
has now won the contest.
no, and 2
And the
not
majority
voting.
report will hold. In other words, the Conley delegation
New Hampshire
has been seated.
6 votes yes, 20 votes no.
And the appeal of the challengers
Hampshire
for
votes
approximately
6
one
votes
half the
yes,
delegation has been
20
rejected.
votes no. Ohio, 115 votes.
Madam Chairman, Ohio is still caucusing. We pass for the time being.
Tennessee.
Madam
And
Chairman,
at the risk of some
Tennessee
oversimplification, I think we could interpret this, too, as an indication that the Humphrey forces continue to show strength. There is a reflection of that, certainly, in this
The
vote.
Tennessee vote is 48 1/2 yes, 1 vote no, 1.5 vote not voting. Let's go back up to Connecticut now. Go back up to Connecticut.
Does Connecticut come back in yet?
No. Then this, see, no, that's wrong. That's where I started to write it, and they weren't opposing. They're still at Indiana, Connecticut, Ohio. Should I ask for it now? Indiana?
Yes, for Indiana.
Indiana? Is the state of Indiana ready to cast their vote?
It appears we have several missing delegations.
Somebody say that. Somebody
Indiana is still caucusing.
Apparently there is a reluctance on the part of both groups from Georgia to rise to a point of order here, or parliamentary inquiry, to determine whether or not the Georgia delegation is permitted to vote.
Cast their vote? Apparently not.
A delegation is not permitted, as you know, to vote on its own contest.
Ohio is not ready to report as yet. We're very shortly we'll report.
Did the state of Ohio cast their vote?
The state of Ohio is being polled at the present time. We should have our vote within 2 or 3 minutes.
They don't have it yet. It's fascinating.
Okay. So we've still got to hear from Connecticut, Indiana, and Ohio. Georgia can't vote. Texas can't vote.
Is the state of Indiana ready to vote?
Far be it from us to suggest a way out of this impasse, but you would think that there would be nothing unparliamentary about the delegations bringing the result of their polls up to the platform in due time, whenever they have it.
We are still in the process of the roll call. Is the state of Indiana prepared to cast their votes?
Indiana.
There are not enough votes left out to change
Indiana
the result.
is ready to cast its vote.
I'm ready.
Indiana cast 34 yes votes and 10 no.
Indiana cast 34 votes yes, 10 no. Ohio.
Ohio is not prepared at the moment to vote, but we'll report our vote within 2 or 3 minutes. We're being polled.
He says 2 or 3 minutes for Ohio, and it looks like Connecticut's back. Connecticut.
Madam Chairman, Connecticut votes 30 yes, 12 no, 2 absent.
Would you repeat that, please, Governor?
Connecticut, Madam Chairman, votes 30 yes, 12 no, 2 absent.
The Connecticut vote is 30 votes yes, 12 votes no, and 2 abstaining.
The chair has been advised that a duly accredited delegate of the state of Pennsylvania has requested a polling of that delegation. The chair will now request that the Pennsylvania delegation retire to caucus room number 1.
Let's go down to Ed Newman
Committee will be
on the
there to
convention
take the
floor.
poll.
Chet, I am with Senator Ralph Yarborough of Texas. Senator Yarborough, do you... Senator Yarborough, have you lost?
Pardon?
Have you lost?
Well, there are 200 or 300 more votes out, and Ohio is caucusing, Pennsylvania is polling their delegations. I haven't been able to keep up with the count because we couldn't hear, but I hear some broadcast indicate there's 300 or 400 votes spread difference between the two sides. Now they're announcing something. Regardless of the outcome, I think the people out there put up a terrific fight on about 4 hours' notice. I think John Bailey and Criswell, you see, the treasurer, John Bailey, the chairman, Criswell, the treasurer, wouldn't even permit these protestants to sit in the gallery, something I've never seen before in my life. This is the roughest treatment of the loyal Democrats who carry the fight in November that a convention's ever witnessed. They've acted like Goldwater did in California, San Francisco in '64, when he virtually invited everybody out that didn't vote like they did. Never saw this in a Democratic convention before in my life.
Senator Yarborough, as you make it out at the moment, you are behind in the vote, are you?
Behind at this time, yes. The delegation that I represent, of course, none of that delegation's in the balcony. All 111 of us, I'm in here because I'm in the Senate. I'm permitted in. Each senator of his party is permitted in. They're announcing something up there now. Each senator is permitted in the hall, but they wouldn't even give gallery seats to the other 110.
That didn't affect
rank partisanship by Bailey and Friswell. They wouldn't even let them in the gallery. They had their men walking the floor with walkie-talkies everywhere, and we could have no representatives on the floor.
Do you say that that affected the outcome, Senator Yarborough?
Why, sure it affected the outcome. We couldn't get out there. They had their fellows with walkie-talkies and all this system. It's railroaded. I'm not no criticism of these wonderful delegates here. They're announcing something.
Right back to the podium.
Faction and the remainder not voting.
We got to have that.
That's made it clear now.
You're going to have to get some order.
The state of Ohio, 37.5 votes yes and 27 no. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And the rest abstaining?
The rest abstaining.
Thank you very much.
Except for Pennsylvania now, doesn't it, John?
Representing Ohio is Senator Stephen Young.
We will have a short musical interlude while Pennsylvania holds its delegation.
Whatever. Pennsylvania is, it could not change it now. The convention has voted to seat the Connolly delegation from Texas, committed mainly to Vice President Humphrey. We'll be back after this from Gulf.
Would you like to hear a medley of my favorite tunes? Of course you would. Oh, the beat goes on, oh, the beat goes on. Oh, the Plymouth when you out, where beat goes on. Ba-boo. See the USA in your Chevrolet. Scotty-body-boo-boo-boo-boo. Now, there's a better idea from Ford. Shock you? Current hit. Move up to Chrysler, the most beautiful car this year. Oh, Saved by the Bell. Is that a gas?
If you've wondered why Gulf dealers rush out to your car, wash all the windows, and look under the hood, now you know. They love cars.
We love your car at Gulf.
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
The Ghost and Mrs. Muir premieres Saturday of NBC Week.
Mr. Driver, I received this booklet while I was overseas. Could you tell me where a veteran should go to obtain information contained in this booklet?
Yes, Sergeant. You can apply to any of the 56 regional offices that are listed in the back of the booklet. And in addition to that, you can go to any of the Veterans Administration hospitals across the country. There are 166 of them.
Is it very important for a veteran to get in contact with the VA?
I should say it's very important. You can get detailed information, and then you have a good opportunity to exercise your options of which benefits to take advantage of.
Thank you.
For the address and phone number of your nearest VA hospital or regional office, see your phone directory under the federal government listing.
WSM Nashville. Of the 1968 Democratic National Convention. Brought to you by Gulf Oil.
The result has not yet been officially announced, but it is quite clear that the convention has voted to seat the Connolly-led delegation from Texas, which is substantially committed to Vice President Humphrey. The challengers lost by not quite 2-1, but very close to it. Pennsylvania went out to caucus, but whatever the result of the caucus, there are not enough votes there to change the result. John Chancellor has a report. John?
I'm standing here on the convention floor with Mr. Jack Howard, a delegate from California, who is one of the men who is circulating around here on the floor with a petition. Now, let's be very careful, Mr. Howard, in defining what we can call the Kennedy petition. You tell me what it says. Well, it just says that we, the undersigned delegates to the Democratic National Convention, believe that the problems which confront our nation and our party can best be resolved by drafting Senator Edward M. Kennedy as a Democratic nominee for President of the United States. It's not a commitment. I hold that up. That's what it looks like. It's just a couple of long sheets. And it's signed only by delegates, isn't that right? Right. Well, it says as delegates, and so we've limited it only to delegates to sign. Now, part of your, if I may use the word, sales pitch, Mr. Howard, is that you're telling people who are committed to Hubert Humphrey that if Hubert Humphrey should anyone, that if there should not be a resolution on the first ballot, then this sort of thing would come into play. Have I put that correctly? Right. Well, our theory is this, that if Mr. Humphrey should be stopped on the first ballot, then anything can happen, and Ted Kennedy is a good possibility after that, we feel. Now, you've been talking to various people around here who are high in the party. One of them is Frank Mankiewicz, who is working for Senator McGovern right now. What has he told you? I think this is important. Well, he's indicated that Senator Kennedy is definitely not a candidate at this time, but he feels, and many of the members of the California delegation feel, that if Humphrey should be stopped in the first ballot, then it is a distinct possibility that he might become a candidate. And this is the type of thing that we hope to influence him by, if we could turn into him, say, 1,000 signatures. Do you find that there's any incompatibility between a man who is working for Senator McGovern now, telling you that he thinks Ted Kennedy would be available if Humphrey doesn't make it the first ballot? He didn't say that he would definitely be available. He said anything could happen, and Ted Kennedy is as good a possibility as any at that point. Now, you're not the only one who's going around the floor with a petition of this kind. Is that right? That's right. What kind of response have you and some of your colleagues had from the delegates when you asked them to do this? Well, we've had mixed, actually. I can only speak for myself. But some of the people that have definitely made a commitment to Hubert Humphrey, for instance, are standing on that commitment. Others have indicated that if Mr. Humphrey is stopped in the first ballot, that they would then consider Ted Kennedy. Some have gone as far as saying that no question about it, if Humphrey is stopped in the first ballot, they'll be with Kennedy all the way, if there's any indication that he'll go. It's pretty difficult to pass a petition like this when you're pushing it for someone who has indicated he's not a candidate. And yet I saw a man from a border state, a southern state, come up to you just a minute ago here and say you might stop by our state, you might pick up some support in there. Right, from Virginia. That's right. That's where I'm just heading right now to pick up as many signatures as we can over there. Who's collating all of these petitions? Who's getting the names together and all the sheets together? Well, my contact has been Willard Murray, who's assistant to Mayor Yorty of Los Angeles, and he has given me the petitions that I'm using at this point, and I've been turning them back into him as I've got them completed. And you don't worry about working for an organization in which you only know the next highest link? Well, this is so unorganized. At this point, I'm sure that if anything develops, it will become highly organized. But at this point, it's in the real developing stages, so that it is not organized to any great degree. Mr. Howard, how long have you been around the floor with this petition? How many hours have you been doing this? Oh, probably the last hour. And how many signatures have you got? I personally have got about 25, but I haven't been working on it, fully or real strong for that. And how many overall do you think your people have now? Have you any way of guessing? I don't know at this point. Would it be several hundred, do you think? I have no idea. I have no idea. Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. That's Jack Howard of California, one of the people who's around on the floor. How many are there around on the floor with these petitions, incidentally? There's at least a dozen of us. At least a dozen that I have seen passing it. Right, thank you. Passing the petition that says if Hubert, it doesn't say it, but this is what they're saying, if Hubert Humphrey should stumble on the first ballot, would you support Edward Kennedy? And he's getting some signatures. Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. Now to Chet and David.
Well, where are we now in action on the report of the Credentials Committee? We have dispensed thus far with challenges to Mississippi, Washington, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Connecticut, and Texas. But still to go is the rather complicated one involving the delegation from Georgia, then Wisconsin, that should be easy, then North Carolina, which could be another long and rather drawn-out one, Louisiana, Tennessee, those should be rather brief, but then Alabama, that one might be sticky. And farther down, Michigan and Indiana, those should be relatively simple. So we're probably not even halfway through the action on the report of the Credentials Committee.
Georgia.
Go ahead.
Georgia is next. And maybe we better explain to those who haven't kept up with it what it is about, while there is still a chance to, before the voting starts. There's organ music here at the moment while they wait for Pennsylvania to finish its caucus and to vote on the... Wait for Pennsylvania to caucus and vote, but whatever Pennsylvania does cannot change the result. The convention has voted to seat the Connolly delegation from Texas, which is mainly for Humphrey, and has voted down its so-called liberal challenger. We'll be back after this from Gulf.
Is that a fly on your screen? Gulf spray will get him. Gulf spray got him. Is that a fly on your screen? Gulf spray will get him. Gulf spray got him. Is that a fly on your screen? Gulf spray will get him. Gulf spray got it.
Three flies on your television screen within 30 seconds. That's reason enough for you to get a can of Gulf Spray Insect Killer for your home. Is that another fly on your screen? Gulf Spray will get them. Gulf Spray got them.
Back at the Democratic Convention Hall in Chicago, there's a fairly large number of demonstrators in the area of the Conrad Hilton Hotel in downtown Chicago this evening. Crowd size estimates vary from the low hundreds upwards. Most of them came down from the Lincoln Park area and are now heading, or were a little while ago, heading north from the Hilton. They're not as well organized as they were before. The Central Police Headquarters Information Office did not have any record of arrests. But so far this evening, two film crews, one representing NBC News and the other one CBS, have been roughed up as they attempted to cover these demonstrations. In both cases, it was police who roughed up the crews. Background of tonight's trouble is this. Some students for a democratic society decided this afternoon to head toward the Hilton in small groups of maybe 25 to 30 people and not to move off until 10:30 p.m. But a hippie-yippie group couldn't wait, took off from Lincoln Park at 8:30. Hecklers followed them. Some unruly scenes developed. However, police in the 18th District reported only 8 arrests out of that. We have some... Senator George McGovern spent today trying to make up for some lost time. He went from delegation to delegation, pressing his admittedly late candidacy for the presidency. McGovern still talked at times as if he would be amazed if he should win the nomination. At the same time, however, he appeared increasingly confident that Vice President Humphrey could be stopped on the first ballot. In every appearance, McGovern talked about his view of the issues, his party loyalty, and the rumored candidacy of Senator Edward Kennedy. And then, in a late afternoon news conference, the senator gave a surprisingly high estimate of his delegate strength.
Despair and the desperation that is erupting summer after summer in our own city. If we can't do something about the decline all across this country of agricultural America, if we cannot begin to heal the divisions between the blacks and the whites, the young and the old, and the poor and the rich in our own society, we're going to be grievously handicapped in what we're able to do to help lead the rest of the world in a more hopeful direction.
And if this nomination does not come my way, I want to assure you that I'm going to be supporting with all my strength the nominee of the Democratic Party. The rumors floating around about me serving as a stalking horse for Senator Edward Kennedy. Now, let's be very clear on this. I would not have entered this race in the first place if I had thought there was the slightest chance that Senator Edward Kennedy would be coming in to pick up the mantle of the late Robert Kennedy. I discussed this matter with the senator and members of his family. He told me what he has twice told the nation, that he will not be a candidate for national office in 1968. I'm confident of this, that the vice president does not now have much of a chance of a first ballot victory. I think that's been the great question of this convention. I'm more certain than ever that this convention is going to go beyond the first ballot.
How do you evaluate your own strength right now?
Well, we have 150 absolutely hard delegate commitments now. There's no question about that. I'll stand on that. That those are not guesses. They're hard personal commitments from some 150 delegates, and that does not include Illinois. It does not include Pennsylvania. It does not include Ohio. It does not include California. We don't have an accurate reading, but in all of those states, we have some support already indicated, and there's no question in my mind but we'll get substantial support in these larger states.
Here's a little bit more on the action downtown Chicago. Police have now used tear gas and mace to clear Lincoln Park of the hippie yippies. Crowd estimates before the police moved in varied between 1,000 and 2,000. The police warned the crowds they would have to leave the park at 12:30 a.m., and when they didn't, the police moved in. And most of the crowd, we understand now, is being pushed into an adjoining area. To Senator Van Oker on the convention floor.
Chet, I'm down here in the New York delegation with Mr. Al Lowenstein, who perhaps more than any other man in this country started the opposition to President Johnson last fall, trying first, I think, to get Senator McGovern to run. Then it was Senator Kennedy, and then it was Senator McCarthy, and now he's a McCarthy delegate. Mr. Lowenstein, I get the impression that it's in the interest, from a political point of view, of the McCarthy, McGovern, and or Kennedy forces to stop the vice president on the first ballot, but I'm struck tonight by a lack of coordination among all you. Do you feel this?
Oh, yes. There's a great problem of getting this coordinated, and I'm glad we had a kind of dry run tonight in which it was clear how much we have to coordinate better, because the mood of this convention is with us, not with Vice President Humphrey. What we have to do is to translate that mood into effective field work and then translate the field work into votes. But the votes are here. I don't think that Vice President Humphrey will be nominated if the feeling of this convention gets translated into votes. There's just too many people here who see that his campaign, particularly as he's now reaffirmed his support for the president and the president's policies, represent disaster for the Democratic Party and I believe for the country.
But look, you've got a pretty good record as a political prophet, but in this instance, are you not really looking more to wishful thinking, because the vice president's strength hasn't dwindled in the last 2 days, has it? If the favorite sons in the South go for him tomorrow, it'll be very tough for you to beat him on Wednesday, won't it?
Well, the vice president's strength is conditioned on the assumption that he's going to be nominated anyway. Once that notion is abroad, then he has a lot of votes. But there are a great many delegates here that just don't want him nominated, not because they don't like him and respect him. I think all of us do. He's a man of enormous quality. But the fact is, he is the representative of a discredited administration which has lost every primary test all year by enormous votes in all over the United States. And his candidacy brings with it now, particularly since he's reaffirmed his support of this administration, the certainty of a terrible defeat for the Democratic Party in November. People just don't want a continuation of these policies. So that while people like him and respect him, and there's a great deal of feeling of sadness over it, I don't find enthusiasm for him even among those that are saying they're for him. And I find enormous pockets of people who are counted as being Humphrey delegates, but who would love to vote for somebody else if they thought there was a chance of getting another candidate nominated. That's our job.
One who isn't in the field yet?
Well, I think it could be one who is or one who isn't. I'm for Senator McCarthy, and all of us who are for him are going to work as hard as we can for him. And I think he has a chance to be nominated if the convention gets open on the platform and credentials issues. But obviously the central point is to get a candidate nominated who doesn't represent the administration's policies. And if that candidate is not Senator McCarthy and it's somebody else, I know Senator McCarthy would feel as we do that the major thing is to...
Thank you very much, Mr. Al Lowenstein. Now to Edwin Newman.
I'm with one of the most celebrated members of the California delegation, Shirley MacLaine, the actress. Miss MacLaine, you were one of the first people to sign a petition for Edward Kennedy a good many hours ago here on the convention floor. Has anything happened since then? Has the Kennedy drive picked up to your knowledge?
We're discussing it, and there seem to be two petitions, two sets.
Yes.
One originates with one group, another with another group. I don't know how many signatures. I understand one man collected 25, and...
Do you know which groups they are? Who's
I really
circulating them?
don't know. We don't seem to be able to trace where they came from.
But you had no objection to signing it, even though you didn't know who put it around.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No, it was read. I have my little television set over there, and I keep abreast of what's going on in the convention by looking at that. And one of your men read out what the petition said.
Miss MacLaine, you have come here committed to no delegate, and so have most of the Californians, to no candidate.
I'm committed to McGovern. I have
McGovern now?
Yes.
When did that happen?
Well, I committed about 2 weeks ago.
I see. Now, suppose that... Now, would you go for Senator Kennedy instead of McGovern?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And do you think most of the other California delegates would do the same?
It's interesting what's happening. I don't know. If the response last night when the people came back from, our representatives came back from the platform committee fight in Washington, and they, the thing that is most bothering the California delegation is the Vietnam flank, of course, and from what they outlined to us, I believe that it seems to be more of a feeling of McGovern and McCarthy's proposition, not the hard line of Humphrey's. That's my reaction, and that's certainly the way I feel. I think most of the delegates I've talked to within the delegation feel that way too.
Thank you, Miss MacLaine. This is Edwin Newman, now to Chet and David.
There have been several references this evening to the loyalty oath, in quotes, that some of these delegations, particularly the southern delegations, were asked to sign today. Well, here's a sidelight on that. Almost all of Georgia's regular delegates signed a loyalty oath, good for one night only. They did this in order to gain temporary seating at the convention, in order to fight to split their vote, with a rival delegation. Chairman James Gray said he was signing the oath in order to get on the floor to lead a fight against a new compromise proposal of the Credentials Committee, under which both rival sections would be seated in full, but their vote would be split half and half. Of course, it doesn't do too much good in that, as the speaker explained a little while ago, Georgia cannot be permitted to vote until its problem is resolved. And he also explained that there had been a mistake on that motion that was offered by Jesse Unruh of California. You recall on the roll call, or the call of the states on that one, Georgia was permitted to vote. But he came back later and said that it was a mistake, and the entire vote of Georgia on that motion was being expunged from the record. So the Georgians, neither one of them, neither delegation, neither side can vote until its problem is resolved. We'll be back in a moment after this message from Gulf.
Mention following this pause for station identification.
Good health means a lot for this baby, her teenage brother, and active mother and dad. And protecting the health of families is the concern of dietitians and nutritionists. These college-trained experts are specialists in the art and science of foods. This means knowing about nutritional needs and healthy eating habits. They They also plan and direct overall food service programs. Men and women in dietetics are found in hospitals, health agencies, schools, and commercial organizations. They're members of the health team. This message has been brought to you in the interest of your good health by the American Dietetic Association and this television station.
WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee, the telecasting service of the National Life and Accident Insurance Company.
Continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf.
Well, there's a holdup right at the moment, holdup from the point of view of time at the convention. What has happened is that Pennsylvania and Louisiana, I believe, both delegations are out polling themselves to determine how they're going to vote on a motion which actually has already been adopted. But nevertheless, the votes of these two delegations have to be recorded for the official record. And so we're just sitting here waiting for those two delegations to come back and then tell the convention what they decided on the Texas contest. And while we are waiting, the total hours of lost sleep involving about 8,500 people, and the rest of us must be monumental.
Fewer than that, because a lot of them have left, Chet.
To Sander Van Oker on the floor.
I'm down here. I'm down in the Texas delegation with Governor Conley. Governor, at a convention, what's the meaning of victory or loss in these procedural questions? It looks like the Humphrey forces have won a couple tonight on your question and on the question of the UNRWA rule. I guess they won something, and you lost that one, but they won it,
the other was
and they won it against the UNRWA.
Against the UNRWA motion to postpone the consideration of credentials until tomorrow night. Sander, I would say that we'll take the Texas case. This didn't reflect any judgment, in my opinion, of the delegations on the merits of our case at all. I think there are many other factors involved. I think it was a testing of the water, so to speak, on the platform, on the candidates. Some perhaps
push you a little bit personally,
sir.
Just push you a little bit personally.
Well, perhaps so, and perhaps some reflected some feeling about my state that may have been involved in some people's minds. But I think more than that, we've seen this building for a week around here, for heaven's sakes. I mean, you could feel it. You saw it in all the committee meetings. And I don't think there's any doubt, but what I hate to tell you, that I think you're in for a long night almost every night. And I've watched you fellows for a long time. And we're going to be up many, many hours of every day of this convention. Because no doubt but what there is a movement here to prolong this convention, to harass this convention, to use every delaying tactic that possibly can be used in order to try to break this convention wide open. No doubt.
Governor, before you ask me to dance the music, why are we going to be here late every night?
Well, simply because there's a lot of business. There are going to be more contests. As far as I know, we have 3 more tonight. It's now, 1:20 in the morning. And you can figure about 2 hours for each
right,
contest.
but the thing is that we
that's
were
why
thinking
these long
the
roll
schedule
calls.
called for that woman's thing on a
demanding
Wednesday.
the poll of the delegations. We're going to see the same thing, in my judgment, on the platform.
Okay, is Sandy going to give
this
it to
will
me?
be a real tough convention. I think probably as interesting and as tough a convention as you've ever covered.
What do you think it makes it so interesting? Do you think the party is breaking up in its old New Deal form? You know, the South, the industrial, the unions, the blacks, the whites, the ethnic groups. Do you think it's going through this period of transition and shaking up a little bit?
Sander, I think the convention is probably reflecting the mood of the people here, and I would analyze it that people are operating more and more on the basis of emotion for one reason or another. They're too quick to react. They're too quick to make an emotional judgment as opposed to a judgment based on logic or reason or facts or information. I think this is true throughout the country. I think this is one of the reasons why you have the turmoil, the unrest that you have in the country today. And people are swept one way or the other, pretty much on an emotional basis.
Could you tell me this, sir, at a time when not so much in the Southwest but in the South, Southerners are writing off the South to George Wallace. In both parties, the leading nominees were very dependent on Southern support. In the Republican Party, Mr. Nixon. In the Democratic Party, Mr. Humphrey. Why is this?
Why do they tend to write off the South?
Yes, if it's so important in the convention.
Well, I don't know that anyone's writing off the South if you're talking about the election.
The Deep South, the Confederacy, the old Confederacy.
Well,
I know Texas. I mean, the 5 states.
I suppose they're really facing facts. George Wallace is a factor now in this country, and he's a factor not only in the Deep South, he's a factor in a lot of these other states. He's going to make the difference in a lot of these states where you have close elections. I just saw someone came by here and showed me a new poll. It'll be out in the morning.
The Harris poll.
The Harris poll showing that he's polling 16%, 17% of the votes against Nixon and Humphrey, Nixon and McCarthy, however you pair them. He's getting 16% of the votes. Now, this has to affect the election in Indiana. It has to affect it in Illinois. It has to have an impact, and I just choose those 2 states as representative. In states other than the Deep South states. Now, obviously, the Deep South states, he's making a greater impact. He has, and he will. But he could be the difference in a great many states in this union.
Well, in that case, wouldn't the Democrats want to have their strongest candidate? And you know the talk about Vice President Humphrey. In fact, McCarthy runs better in the polls than he does. He gets more Republican votes. Can the Vice President do well enough to dilute that?
Well, I think any Democratic candidate this year that's now on the scene has a real tough race. And I don't think there's any point in us trying to kid ourselves. I try to be as objective and as frank as I know how to be in the analysis of a political situation. This same Harris poll, though, that's coming out in the morning, shows that McCarthy and Humphrey run almost equal against Nixon. There's no difference. And I just think that we've got our work cut out for us, beyond any doubt.
Sir, one final question. We heard a Wire report tonight that the president is coming tomorrow. I'll ask you again. Did you hear anything yourself about the president?
No, I have not heard anything about it. All I know is what y'all have told me.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Governor. John Connolly of Texas. Now to John Chancellor.
Well, we could tell Governor Connolly some other things that are being said here in the hall, at least about the possible arrival of the president. There is a report that Mrs. Johnson is due in sometime today, that is today Central Daylight Time. It's now 1 a.m. today, Tuesday, that she's coming in. There are reports that the Secret Service has arrived in force at the Stockyard Inn, which is near the amphitheater here, and that generally precedes a presidential arrival. And finally, Mayor Daley, the host at this convention, says that he wouldn't be at all surprised if President Johnson were to arrive tomorrow. As he put it to me a few minutes ago, he won't go on television, incidentally. He said he wouldn't be surprised if a Democratic president came to a Democratic convention. With me is a member of the Illinois delegation, Congressman Roman Puchinsky. Congressman, you've been sitting here listening to that spiel of mine. What do you think about the possibility of the president arriving tomorrow?
I would be surprised if the president didn't come. This is the only chance that the leadership of the Democratic Party is going to have to say thank you to the president for his 4 years and many other years of great contribution to this party. And it would really surprise me if he didn't come. I think tomorrow is his birthday, and there's been talk about this for many, many weeks. And I hope he comes. Certainly, I would like to see the president be here tomorrow. Undoubtedly, he would want to put into perspective to this convention his spectacular record of the last 4 years, and it's been a great record. So, in my judgment, I see the preparations being made, a tremendous amount of reports around here. It'd be my judgment that he probably will come.
When you and I say tomorrow, Congressman, we're both tired and it's late at night, we really mean the next session of the convention, because that's today.
Tuesday night. And I think that this convention, if he does come, I think this convention will give him just a tremendous reception.
Now, you're not wearing a Humphrey button, but as I understand it, you lean in that direction.
Oh, I've been for Vice President Humphrey for a long time. I'm, with all due respect to all the other candidates, I think that Mr. Humphrey understands the problems of the country. He understands the problems of the world. I think he's been an excellent vice president. He's been a good senator before that. It would be my hope that the convention would give this man a chance to prove to the country on his own what he can do for America.
One very quick question. Does your view represent the view of the Illinois delegation?
No, I only speak for myself, but he does have a strong following. He got a tremendous ovation at the caucus the other day, and he's got a lot of friends in the Illinois delegation.
Well, we'll see on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Congressman Roman Puchinsky adding his voice to those increasing here on the floor that say that President Johnson may be with us today. Now to Edwin Newman.
I am with Governor John McKithen of Louisiana, and while we've been standing here, we've been joined by Governor Dan Moore of North Carolina. What's the prospect of a Southern candidate for vice president, do you think, governors? Perhaps you turn around, Governor Moore.
Well, we have a number of people who would be happy, I think, to accept that position. We have a number who would be excellent for that position. Actually, I don't know any particular one that the southern states have agreed on generally.
Have you agreed on anybody, Governor?
No, sir. We haven't had any caucus. I think all of us from the southern part of the United States feel that we have a number of distinguished governors or senators or other officials who could serve well in any capacity in this national government. It would make it awfully good for us in the South if they should pick one of the Southerners out.
Well, Governor Connolly of Texas was saying just a few minutes ago on this air that the latest poll showed that George Wallace had about 16%. And he interpreted that to mean that you really needed a Southern vice presidential candidate or somebody who would be strong in the South.
I think, Mr. Newman, that the controlling issue in this campaign is going to be law and order, stability in government, insistence that people obey the law. And we feel in the South, and perhaps I should only speak for my state, the state of Louisiana, that we have shown the rest of this nation how it should be done fairly but firmly. For example, in our state, I have the firm, complete support of our entire Negro electorate. And we also have virtually all the support of our white, because we have insisted there that the law be obeyed. We are enforcing it without partiality for all, and we think we have something to offer to the rest of this nation. I think that's the issue this campaign is going to be decided on. I predict that the two parties are going to have virtually the same plank on Vietnam.
So it's really just going to be a matter of the candidates.
I think so, yes, sir.
Thank you, Governor McKithen.
Thank you.
Governor Moore, this is Edwin Newman out of Chittenden.
Fine.
We're hearing organ music here in the hall, and that great expanse of empty chairs, which you may be able to see, is that belong to Pennsylvania, and the Pennsylvania delegation is still out caucusing, and the entire convention hall is standing around killing time, waiting for them to come back and finish the vote on an issue that is already settled. While this goes on, we saw a minute ago a report on what Senator McGovern had been doing here in Chicago during the day, and we now have reports on the other candidates, Humphrey, Maddox, and McCarthy, and we'll begin with Vice President Humphrey and a report by NBC News correspondent Richard Valeriani.
Vice President Hubert Humphrey has been sitting in his suite on the 25th floor of the Conrad Hilton Hotel, watching what is going on at the amphitheater. Humphrey helped precipitate the fight over the unit rule by coming out very strongly against it during a campaign trip to Los Angeles last month. Basically, Humphrey was trying to counter charges that this would not be an open convention, charges brought by his opponents in an effort to discredit him. Humphrey has not taken a position on the credentials battles, except to support the challenge brought by a dissident delegation from Mississippi, which has already been seated. However, there are those in the Humphrey camp who feel that lively battles on the floor of the convention are somewhat beneficial to the vice president's campaign, since they serve to refute allegations that Humphrey has stage managed much of this convention. Humphrey also feels that all these battles should be fought out in open convention and resolved in open convention, so the Democrats can subsequently get together and go on to the more important battle against Richard Nixon this fall. In short, the hope is that all this turmoil will serve as a kind of catharsis for the Democrats. Humphrey has been saying that such pre-campaign battles are traditional among the Democrats, that the party will eventually unify and be stronger because of them. That may be wishful thinking. Underlying that thinking is anxiety about a bigger and probably bloodier battle lying ahead, the fight over the platform anticipated tomorrow night. The Vietnam plank is the gut issue, more so to the vice president, since he is fully convinced that he is the candidate who will have to run on it.
Lester Maddox remains supremely confident of victory. With 1,312 votes needed to nominate, he is only about 1,200 votes short of that victory. But he is confident that he will soon receive support from a highly placed and highly regarded source. one that will immediately swing the 1,200 votes he needs, namely the Almighty. And he is convinced that he will get that support. Maddox himself makes no secret of the fact that he needs a miracle in order to win. Well, Maddox is supremely convinced of the rightness of his position. He is convinced that in these critical and perilous times, both for the Democratic Party and for the nation itself, he is the man with a plan. The other day at the Platform Committee hearings in Washington, he revealed a part of that plan. He said the nation should place its highest priority on completing the interstate highway system. Well, the delegates just sat there open-mouthed, apparently in amazement at the visionary clarity of his logic. If by some chance the miracle doesn't come about, then Maddox still is not too worried. His support is growing weekly, and observers here feel that if he can somehow manage to keep this convention in session until December, he will be the party's nominee.
If there is a relaxed candidate for president here at Chicago, it has to be Eugene McCarthy. McCarthy really believes that the convention is still wide open. He really believes he's picking up strength, picking up votes, but he's still unwilling to predict victory. And he really believes that Senator Edward Kennedy, is still in it. That Kennedy's statement today that his name should not be put in nomination, that this statement is not final. And there are a lot of delegates that will agree with him. The only prediction McCarthy would make today with any finality is that he thinks the convention will adopt a soft plank, a dovish plank on Vietnam. And McCarthy has never had any illusions about Chicago. He's always realized his chances here have been thin. For the record, he's been saying that they've been 50-50, but this seems more a figure of speech than an accurate assessment. McCarthy today was almost cavalier in his visits to a number of delegations. He stayed only briefly at South Carolina. He joked a lot with Indiana. He said he'd like to visit and address Puerto Rico because he said he thought it would be the fun thing to do, but for some reason he never made it. And so McCarthy continues to go through the motions of being a candidate, but there is some question whether in fact he really believes he has a realistic chance of winning.
The reports you just heard, of course, were on videotape, because again, we would remind you, we are not able to transmit live from the headquarters hotel because of the telephone workers' strike here in Chicago. A little while ago, when we were in the midst of the voting on the challenge to the Texas delegation, you may have heard a considerable roar go up from the delegates when the vote came for Virginia. The Virginia vote on the Texas seating was a mild revolution in the context of Virginia politics, and it demonstrates how perhaps that delegation is a little bit unstuck because the delegation is without its leader, Governor Mills Godwin. Moderate Senator William Spong, moving quietly among the delegates, raised 22.5 votes for the challenging Yarborough delegation against 21.5 for the Conley group. Well, such a revolt from the Southern governor's line would not have been possible if the governor had been here in Chicago with his delegation. Governor Godwin, Virginia's favorite son candidate, was called away from the convention yesterday by a personal tragedy when his 13-year-old daughter, Becky, was critically injured when struck by lightning. We shall be back in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
It's empty. Anytime we start out...
Hi, folks. Fill her up?
Sure, please.
Say, you get your choice of a political party pin free with each fill-up. This one's a donkey and this one's an elephant.
I'll take the donkey.
Okay.
John, I would rather have the elephant.
Okay.
Look, Gene, why don't you come in tomorrow in your car?
No, but I want it now.
Look, Gene, come in tomorrow in your own car, and then you can get your elephant.
You would say that.
I'll take the donkey.
You would say that knowing full well my car is still in the shop.
The only reason your car is in the shop is because you backed into the bird bath.
I never would have hit the bird bath if you hadn't scared me by yelling at me.
If I hadn't yelled, you'd have...
People don't always agree, and particularly about politics. Show America where you stand. Get the political party pin of your choice. These golden metallic pins are free with a fill-up at all Gulf stations displaying this sign.
Look, the man offered me a donkey.
I'm going to take the donkey.
I think it's very important that we straighten this man.
Pennsylvania delegation is on its way back to the hall, and so sometime soon, it's a big delegation, so it'll take a while. They'll get that one settled. It's already settled, but they'll finish the formalities. In the meantime, Aline Saarinen of NBC has talked to David McConnell of Charlotte, North Carolina, who was drafting the Vietnam plank, the sticky plank, difficult plank in the Democratic platform.
It did not come from the administration. We, the selected and elected representatives, delegates of the Democratic Party, elected through party processes, have compiled this document, and it is our majority view of the drafting committee.
Mr. McDonnell, the minority people said this is, quote, a rehash of the administration position. How would you answer that?
It is not a rehash of the administrative position. The committee has considered many positions. This is the work of a committee of the Democratic National Convention. This is the work of the drafting committee selected, and we believe that so far as open parliamentary discussion and forging out of a document, this is a committee work, and so far as we are concerned, we are proud of it, and the large majority of the drafting committee supported, and I do believe that a majority of the committee inside will support it.
Do you think it differs from the administration position is the question?
We did not view it as pro or con administration. We looked at it deliberately. We analyzed the facts. We analyzed the pressures. We analyzed the diplomatic and military posture, our allies, and looking at the entire world situation as we did. This is the fruit of our work, and we have come up with it, and we are pleased to present it to the Democratic Party and the American people, the drafting committee.
On your stopping at the
Vietnam plank in the Democratic platform. We expect to have sometime tonight, in the next hour or two, the text of the entire platform, and it'll be offered to the convention tomorrow night, and there will also be a fight about that. Edwin Newman on the convention floor is talking to Senator Gail McGee of Wyoming. Ed?
Senator, you know that petitions have been circulated here in the convention tonight for Senator Edward Kennedy, and I gather from your attitude on that matter that you dislike that idea intensely.
Well, I dislike it only from the standpoint of the Kennedys. It seems to me that the decent thing is to respect Ted Kennedy when he says that in the wake of the tragedies that he asks to put the family first. And I think it's pretty sordid politics when in your desperation to try to pull off whatever you want to pull off in a convention that you would demean the family in that way, and I think really the political structure in that way. We're made of better stuff than that, I think.
Well, Senator, whom do you accuse of doing this?
Those who, in desperation apparently now, are trying a last-ditch effort to stop the first ballot vote. I think it's kind of apparently a coalition of Stop the Vice President.
You think that Senator Edward Kennedy's name is being used in an attempt
I think it's being used. Apparently, they didn't have enough votes around the existing names to do the job. And Ted's name, a very popular one and a very respected one, was a kind of desperation move. I know the name of the game in this business of politics, but I do think we owe a real measure of respect to the Kennedy family.
Thank you very much, Senator McGee. This is Edwin Newman. Back to Chet and Dave.
Well, hopefully this convention is about to move off dead center. The California delegates are slowly filing back into their seats. Pennsylvania delegates are filing back into their positions. We've heard some references to the Vietnam plank, or the platform. Here's some more on it. The week-long work by the 110-member platform committee, we are discovering now, has backed Vice President Humphrey to the hilt. It ran over his opponents, Senators Eugene McCarthy and McGovern, particularly in rejecting their ideas on peace in Southeast Asia. By a 62-35 vote, the committee rejected the compromise peace plan offered by McCarthy and McGovern in an effort to form a moderate coalition against the administration's policies in Vietnam. 13 committee members abstained from voting on the politically important issue. The full committee, which began its work in Washington and then switched its deliberations to Chicago, went along with the proposals put forward by a 22-member drafting committee. Now let's go to the platform committee and get that all-important count on Pennsylvania. Or go to the... That's official. The minority report has been rejected.
Pennsylvania.
The contest in the state of Georgia. Be it resolved that in the case of the Georgia contest, there be placed on the permanent roll of this convention a delegation which shall have 41 delegate votes, 20.5 of which votes shall be apportioned equally among 64 delegates certified by the Georgia Democratic Party, that the other 20.5 votes of which votes shall be apportioned equally among 41 delegates certified by the delegation of loyal national Democrats, that the delegation also include 82 alternates, 41 of whom shall be certified by the Georgia Democratic Party, and 41 of whom shall be certified by the delegation of loyal national Democrats, provided that no delegate or alternate certified by either group shall be accredited until he shall have subscribed the following declaration. 1, I am a bona fide Democrat who has the interests, welfare, and success of the Democratic Party at heart, and who will participate in the Democratic National Convention in good faith. 2, I will not support the candidacy of any persons for the offices of President and Vice President of the United States of America other than the nominees of the Democratic National Convention in the 1968 general election. Provided further that any vacancies occurring in the authorized membership of either group by reason of the failure or refusal of delegates certified by each of said groups to subscribe the foregoing declaration shall be filled by alternates certified by each of said groups who do so subscribe. Provided further that all delegates and alternates accredited pursuant to this resolution undertake to take all necessary steps to place on the November ballot in Georgia Democratic electors pledged to the nominees of this convention. Mr. Chairman, I request in moving this resolution that 5 minutes of time be reserved for me in addition to other speakers in support of the resolution. I've given you a list of those who wish to speak opposed for a minority report which opposes the resolution, and also some speakers in support of the resolution.
Consent. A minority report will be presented, and 15 minutes will be allocated for those arguing in behalf of the minority report. The chair is pleased and proud to present the President of the Borough of the Bronx, the Honorable Herman Badillo.
Mr. Chairman and fellow delegates, I speak on behalf of those of us who dissent vigorously from the majority report on the contest over which delegation properly represents the Democrats of Georgia. We believe that there is no excuse for seating in the convention of members of the official delegation handpicked by Governor Lester Maddox and State Chairman James Gray. We believe that the time for shoddy compromises is past. The Georgia Democratic Party, headed by Maddox and Gray, have totally failed to assure to black citizens in that state any meaningful participation in party affairs. And we have abundant testimony before the Credentials Committee to prove this. Maddox and Gray personally chose a delegation which grossly underrepresents the black Democrats in Georgia. Moreover, Georgia's autocratic selection procedure, which is entirely determined by party rule, not by statute, that procedure denied to all Democrats in that state, except Maddox and Gray, any meaningful participation in the selection of the delegates to this convention. Evidence before the Credentials Committee disclosed that both Maddox and Gray have been publicly contemptuous of the National Democratic Party and of this convention, and have indicated by their past and recent statements and actions their disloyalty to the National Democratic Party. In contrast to the outrageous election procedure, adopted by the Maddox Democratic Party in Georgia and the totally unrepresentative delegation resulting from that procedure. The challenging delegation, headed by Representative Julian Bond, was chosen at an open convention to which all Georgia Democrats, white and black, were invited to attend. The challenging delegation is broadly representative of the Democrats of that state. The members of the challenging delegation have all declared the loyalty to the Democratic Party in principle and have demonstrated the loyalty in practice by conducting and participating in a selection process which is consistent with the party's fundamental commitment to democracy. We believe that by all canons of law, national party rules, and moral principle, the challengers are entitled to be seated in the National Convention, and that the members of the Maddox-Gray official delegation must be rejected. We believe that the call to this convention was intended to apply not only to Mississippi, but to all of the states. We believe that we cannot say that we're going to seat Mississippi in 1968 and Georgia in 72 and Texas in 76 and Alabama in 80 and wait for 50 years. We believe that the time to act is 1968. We believe that the time is here and now, and therefore I move the seating of the entire Georgia delegation of loyal National Democrats headed by Julian Bond with 41 full votes in the convention as the legitimate representatives of the democratic citizens of Georgia. Thank you.
Delegate Badillo has consumed 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
You can see the line that the minority report here is taking. It's the Julian Bond group not being content to settle for half of the delegation, but they're demanding the full Georgia delegation. We spoke earlier of a disturbance down in the downtown Chicago area in which 2 television newsmen were injured. Both were sent to the hospital, being injured by police. We have film of that disturbance. 1,000 young demonstrators, hippies, yippies, war protesters tried to invade the downtown area of the city tonight. They were turned back by police in a series of street fights. Several yippies were clubbed. There were some arrests. The objective of the marchers was the area around the convention headquarters hotel on Michigan Boulevard. In late afternoon, hundreds of the yippies swarmed into the hotel area after a side trip to Chicago police headquarters. They called for the release of Tom Hayden, the pacifist who was arrested last night. Hayden, by the way, was freed on bond this evening. Until they reached the hotel vicinity, the yippies were orderly. But there, they broke ranks and ran into a park, determined, as they said, to liberate the statue of General John Logan, a Civil War hero from Illinois. They waved red flags, black flags, Viet Cong flags, and shouted and chanted, "Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh." Hey, Red! Most of the yippies dispersed, although reluctantly, when the police came in. One resisted, and the police went after him. Nightfall, and the yippies were at it again. Around 9 o'clock, 1,000 or more of them left Lincoln Park for another march downtown. Shouting, chanting, they snarled traffic and were finally met by a line of policemen at one intersection. Officers waved riot batons and shouted, "Move back, turn around, go back." The yippies broke and ran, splitting into two groups. They hurled bricks and stones. Police retaliated by clubbing some of the demonstrators. Some were arrested. Two news cameramen covering the demonstrations were injured during the march. One was Jim Strickland of NBC News, who said he was hit in the mouth by a policeman's club as he was filming. Another cameraman injured was Del Paul of CBS News, who said he was roughed up by police and received head injuries. Both Strickland and Paul were hospitalized. Then still later, as we reported a short time ago, police used tear gas and mace to clear Lincoln Park of 1,000 to 2,000 yippies still camped out there. David?
That was downtown. Here in the hall, the fight over the seating of the Georgia delegation or delegations has just begun. It's going to run on for some time. And we'll be back to catch up with all of that after this message from Gulf.
Today, we're going into the valley. Death Valley. There's been a water shortage here for millions of years. You can find water in a few spots, but most of it is bad water. Brackish, full of mineral salts, not fit to drink. The gang is here to drink it. General Atomic has been working on a process called reverse osmosis. This is a ROGA unit, reverse osmosis Gulf Atomic. It's turned the bad water into better water than you might get from your kitchen faucet. Right now, hundreds of millions of gallons of brackish water are lying idle in our country. Gulf General Atomic people are already developing giant ROGA units that can make this bad water good water, simply and economically. Because someday soon, we're going to need it. Gulf, for whatever work there is to be done.
We're back, and on the rostrum is Aaron Henry, speaking in behalf of what we will call, for shorthand purposes, the Julian Bond delegation from Georgia, and against Governor Maddox's delegation from Georgia. Now down to the rostrum.
With 20.5 votes for the total delegation, it has seated 41 challengers, 20.5 votes with 20 black people in the delegation. The Negro population of the state of Georgia is 35 to 40%. The registration of the black delegation in Georgia is 23%. And 1964, of the 354,000 black delegates, black people registered in Georgia, 94% of them gave their vote to the Democratic Party of this nation. Less than 40% of the white delegates chose to do so. The State Democratic Party of Georgia, although it numbers some 200, has 5 black people in its delegation. The Democratic Party has to say to the black community and to the liberal community of this nation that you can win within the system. It's essential that we say that. It's essential that we take a position in the black community that not only will our efforts as we strive for freedom free the black man, but we are determined to free our white brothers in the process. And we are calling upon the Democratic Party tonight to adhere to the minority report and thus say to black men and white men and men of all racial hues of this nation that not only are we creating a party that black men and white men can walk down the same road, but that they can walk down that same road together. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Frank McGee is in the Georgia delegation, so quickly to Frank McGee.
Yes, Chet, actually we've stepped just a bit aside from the crush around the Georgia delegation as everybody waits to see what the decision on their dispute will be. And I have with me Lieutenant Governor George Smith of Georgia. And Governor, in the event that the minority report is adopted, which is to say that the entire Bond delegation would be seated, what then would you have to physically do? Would you have to vacate the hall?
Yes, I think that particularly if the Bond group called upon us to vacate the seats, I think we'd have to vacate them, because as soon as that report was adopted, that will become the rule of the convention. And
excuse me, when you said when it is adopted, as if you anticipated that outcome, do you?
I think that the Credentials Committee report will be adopted.
Oh, that would be the majority report then.
That's right. I think the majority report will be adopted. I don't think the minority report will be adopted.
I see. Now, please go ahead. In the event that the Bond group should be ordered seated exclusively, though.
I see what you mean. We would have to vacate the seats, because immediately upon their being voted as a delegation to represent Georgia, they would be entitled to the seats we now occupy.
Do you think this could be done without any great difficulty or disturbance? There was a bit of a scuffle or a squabble about the right to the microphone a while ago.
No, there'll be no disturbance, because if that event comes about, the Georgia delegation will vacate the seats like the ladies and gentlemen they are and quietly steal away.
Governor, one of the issues here which might be lost sight of in the consideration of the racial composition of the Georgia delegation is the question of the party's loyalty to the state party's loyalty to the national candidates. Now, I know that you signed a loyalty pledge to get you in tonight to participate in the activities tonight. But my question is, how much strength is there in the Georgia delegation, not for the candidate of this party, but for George Wallace of Alabama?
You mean in the delegation we have representatives seated on the floor here tonight?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'd have to answer that two ways. Prior to the problem we've had here about seating the delegation, I think any person that signed a loyalty oath there tonight would support the Democratic Party. Now, it all depends on what happens here tonight. I don't know what effect this will have on some members, but the great majority of them, in my opinion, will go along with the loyalty oath that they signed tonight, because they signed it anticipating the very possibility of what you and I are talking about, that they might not be seated. And they are honorable men and women, and with very few exceptions, Frank, they would honor that loyalty oath.
Well, suppose they were ousted. Would they then go back to Georgia and work for Governor Wallace, do you think?
Anyone that disregarded the loyalty oath, in my opinion, would work openly for Governor Wallace, using perhaps the reason that they are doing that when they were disallowed to be seated as a delegate, that nullified any oath that they signed. I mean, you could rationalize, if they're looking that way, on the basis that they signed this as a loyal delegate to the convention, and when they were disallowed to be seated, that destroyed with it the oath.
Now let's.
Now, I don't take it that way myself. I signed loyal to the oath, and I'm going to support the Democratic nominee, whoever it is.
Now let's take the other side of the coin and say the majority report is adopted, which calls for the seating of both delegations in their entirety and simply splitting the vote between them. Would you then seat the Bond group within the Georgia delegation here and share the microphone with them?
The majority report says that we seat both delegations. Each delegation will elect a chairman, and they will act as separate delegations, which means whenever they call a roll, they'll call the regulars, and we will announce how many of our 20.5 votes will go, and then they'll call on the loyalists, and then they'll announce how many they are going to cast that 20.5 votes. We are treated as two separate states. Now, in that event, in my opinion, the onus is upon the convention officials to furnish us seats for both delegations and microphones for both delegations. They're going to make us separate as two delegations.
I can see they're treating you as two separate delegations, but suppose they wanted to seat you as one. Would that be acceptable, to seat you as one?
Oh, yes. Anyone that would stay here and agree to be seated as a regular at 20.5 votes, they would sit with them.
As long as the physical arrangements can be worked out.
That's right.
Thank you very much. We've been talking with Lieutenant Governor Smith of Georgia about what might happen should the vote go either way in the Georgia case. Now back to Chet and David.
When the vote comes, the question will be this: to adopt or not to adopt the majority report, that is the report of the Credentials Committee led by Governor Hughes of New Jersey, which, as Frank has just explained very clearly, calls for seating both the delegations from Georgia. One led by Governor Maddox. He has resigned from it, but it's his delegation, and he put it together along with the state party. And the other led by Julian Bond, who is the Negro member of the Georgia legislature. If they vote yes to accept the Hughes Credentials Committee report, it means they will seat both of them and divide the votes between them. And there will no doubt be a roll call on that as soon as the argument is finished. We'll be back in a moment after a word from Gulf.
Some of these cars just fell apart. They died of old age. But many of them met a more untimely death, in accidents, because something went wrong, often something mechanical that someone overlooked. Too bad so many people think that keeping a car in good shape, in safe shape, has to cost a lot of money, because it doesn't. Gulf Safety Car Check Service is protection anyone with a car can afford. Ask your Gulf dealer for it next time you drop in for an oil change. He'll check your tires, transmission, fan belt, even your windshield wipers. All in all, a Gulf Safety Car Check takes care of 22 things on your car that might cause trouble. 22 things you know you shouldn't overlook. Keep your car in one piece. Get a Gulf Safety Car Check.
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
Adam 12 rolls on Saturday of NBC Week.
Lady, are you sure that's what you want? Have you read the directions? Better come with me. Hold it. Better wait for a calm day to do that. Follow me. Don't do that. Remove all food and dishes first. This way, please. Just a minute, sir. That should be done outdoors. Would you please follow me? You're all about to use pesticides, aren't you? Do you know that pesticides can be harmful if you're careless? Always read the label. Follow directions. Use pesticides safely.
WSM Television, Color 4, Nashville, Tennessee.
NBC News continues its coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, brought to you by Gulf Oil.
For more on the Vietnam War plank and the Democratic platform, Sander Van Oker has a report. Sandy?
I'm down here with Speaker Unruh, who before moved and lost on a motion that the proceedings not be speeded up and they take up the matter of credentials tomorrow night. He has a release here from the National Committee. Where did you get this, and what does it say?
It came into my hand. What the release says is that the Democratic National Committee will open its second session Tuesday, August 27th, with an invocation by Billy Graham, etc., and so on. The committee released the following order of business, I'm still reading, which is subject to change by the Committee on Rules and Administration. And it says second session, Tuesday, August 27th. And down at the bottom of it, it says a report of a committee on credentials. Now, this is what I was objecting to so strenuously when we opened up this evening, that this is what we had been handed out, this is what we'd been told. The National Committee then doubled back around, and for some strange reason, and I can't surmise what it is yet, I'm still trying to find out what the panic was that caused them to speed this thing up, to try to get this over tonight. Obviously, it's ridiculous. We're now here at 1 o'clock. We've still got 5 or 6 challenges left, and if I could get the floor, I think I'd move to adjourn now.
Thank you very much. Speaker Unruh continuing his fight against the speeding up of the credentials fight for tonight.
Here is more on events in Prague, Czechoslovakia. It is reported tonight from Prague that Soviet troops and armor all but disappeared from the center of the city at dawn Tuesday. The Russians apparently left the Czechoslovaks to give their leaders an unfettered welcome on the return from Moscow. Czechoslovak leaders have concluded their talks with Kremlin rulers and are on their way home, according to TASS, the Soviet news agency. Informed sources said the parties agreed to keep the Alexander Dubček regime in power, but to continue to station Russian troops in Czechoslovakia for some time. The same sources said the Soviet bloc troops that occupied Czechoslovakia last Tuesday would be removed only gradually, and Czech sources say the withdrawal will be very, very slow indeed. We should be nearing the end, almost the end now, of this debate on the challenge to the Georgia question, and the last 5 minutes will be utilized, 5 minutes of the debate will be utilized by the chairman, Governor Hughes of New Jersey. Governor Hughes of New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, in urging the rejection of the minority reports which will be filed or have been filed and the adoption of the main resolution, I want to tell you very seriously that for a good number of hours, a credentials committee which was dedicated to the doing of justice and to the implementing of Democratic National Party policy with regard to participation of Democrats in the all minority groups in the political process, made a decision which it thinks reflects such justice and such tolerance and such possibility of unity that it wants very much to ask this convention to adopt that report. I want to quote from a wonderful young Negro representative on the so-called Julian Bond group.
I insist that Sander Van Oker has some more information on the Vietnam plank of the platform. Let's try it again. Sandy?
Chet, I'm here on the floor with Ambassador David McConnell of North Carolina, who is a member of the committee that wrote the platform, the majority view on Vietnam, for the platform committee. Your work was finished a few hours ago, Mr. Ambassador McConnell. Could you tell me the main points of this and how they differ from the so-called Goodwin and Schlesinger?
The essential difference between the majority plank that passed the platform committee and the plank that was proposed by Mr. Goodwin and the McCarthy group and Mr. Sorensen is the fact that there is a stated certainty of withdrawal from South Vietnam. So far as thinly disguised, I do not regard it as even a disguise at all. It's just a stated withdrawal. And I do not feel that when you give options to an enemy, when you engage in military combat, that it is anything but an ignominious surrender, and I do not believe that that is the way out for America in the Far East. We have a strategic position there that must be maintained, and I feel that the majority plank maintains our strategic position and gives us a needed military options for the safety of our troops.
Mr. Ambassador, could you read those sections concerning bombing, troop withdrawal, government, just starting right
there? I feel that we, so far as policy is concerned, I feel we are most reasonable. Stop all bombing of North Vietnam when this action would not endanger the lives of our troops in the field, and this action should take into account the response from Hanoi.
In other words, not unconditional.
It takes two to make a compromise. We have been offering consistently in Paris, through every channel that the administration knows, to try to make a compromise with Hanoi, and it takes two to do so, but we cannot lay down our arms and submit ourselves to military surrender while we do so.
What is the troop withdrawal plank?
We desire to negotiate with Hanoi an immediate end or limitation of hostilities and withdrawal from South Vietnam of all foreign forces, both United States and Allied forces, and forces infiltrated from North Vietnam.
Now, what's the governmental plank on the next page?
On troop withdrawals, so far, another point of essential difference is we provide for elections in the post-war government of Vietnam, and they do not, of South Vietnam.
Could you read that section there?
The election of post-war government. Encourage all parties and interests to agree that the choice of the post-war government of South Vietnam should be determined by fair and safeguarded elections, open to all major political factions and parties prepared to accept peaceful political processes. We would favor an effective international presence to facilitate the transition from war to peace and to assure the protection of minorities against reprisal. The minorities include the Montagnard tribes also, with whom we are very greatly concerned.
Do you call for any de-Americanization of the conflict, like the Republican platform did?
I think the interim defense and development measures plank would probably answer.
What does that say?
Until the fighting stops, accelerate our efforts to train and equip the South Vietnamese Army so that it can defend its own country and carry out cutbacks of U.S. military involvement as the South Vietnamese forces are able to take over their larger responsibilities. We should simultaneously do all in our power to support and encourage further economic, political, and social development and reform in South Vietnam, including an extensive land reform program.
In other words, the main points I see of difference is not an unconditional bombing halt. It depends upon the North Vietnamese and
we desire some response.
Okay.
We have asked for even a little response and have not gotten it.
And you don't talk anywhere about coalition government or anything else like that?
We do not. We want no bases. Here's one thing. It states very plainly, so far as our military ambitions are concerned, we want no bases in South Vietnam, no continued military presence, and no political role in Vietnamese affairs.
And this is the majority plank as adopted tonight, sir.
That's right, and let me say this. If and when the communists understand our basic commitment and limited goals, are willing to take their chances, as we are, on letting the choice of the post-war government of South Vietnam be determined freely and peacefully by all of the South Vietnamese people, then the bloodshed and tragedy can stop. I think this is a reasonable platform. I think it is a sound military platform and protects the interests of American strategy and, above all, the American men on the fighting line in Vietnam.
Thanks very much, Mr. That's Ambassador McConnell, a member of the drafting committee on the platform committee. Now back to the booth.
Thank you. The McCarthy, McGovern, and other people who want a milder plank, the Doves, have examined this plank we've just heard read by Ambassador McConnell and found it highly unsatisfactory. They say it is might well have been written by President Johnson and Vice President Humphrey themselves. And so when the platform is offered to the convention tomorrow night, they will offer a substitute for that plank, and the convention will vote on it. And all the indications are that the McCarthy and McGovern people will lose, because on every vote here so far where their strength got any sort of test, they've lost. We'll be back after a word from Gulf.
one brake here, and there is a guy what engine is knocking. Now, there are a couple or three things what he can do about it. One, be sure he drives downhill all the time, which is impossible. Or two, he can put up with the knocking until it drives him nuts. And three, don't let it happen in the first place by filling up his gas tank with Gulf no-knocks. Because cars don't knock with no-knock. Why do you think we named it that name anyway? No-knock. Get it?
Yeah. No-knocks.
Right. Believe me, there's a lot more to Gulf's extra kick than horseshoes.
We're coming toward a vote on the question of seating of the Georgia delegation or delegations and the Maddox delegation, chosen by the governor and the state committeeman, hand-picked. There's no argument about that. There's no voting, there's no convention, there's no nothing. The state committee picks and the governor approves the members of the Georgia delegation to the convention. That is not really the issue. The issue is the composition of it, racial, otherwise. And in a few minutes, any minute now, we'll be having a vote on how they're going to settle that one. And then who, if anyone, gets thrown out of the hall or denied a seat or what. It's 2 o'clock in Chicago, and it'll probably be 3 or more before we get out of here and get all this settled tonight. The gallery seats are not more than 1/3 full. Most of the delegates still seem to be here. A little tired, maybe. They're sitting down and milling less than usual.
David, a fourth party organizational meeting has been scheduled in this city for next Friday in anticipation of a McCarthy defeat. Mrs. Elizabeth Wink, a leader of the New Jersey McCarthy faction, turned away questions tonight about whether any of her delegates would join a fourth party drive if Humphrey should be nominated. Let's wait until Thursday to talk about that, she said. I hope it won't be necessary. A slate of fourth party electors for president has requested a position on the New Jersey ballot in November. And this talk of a fourth party just quite won't die out here. We hear rumors about it constantly, and it could yet be.
McCarthy said he might support a fourth party if it has good leadership, if it seems to be substantial, and if it promises to attract the support of as much as a fourth or a third of the electorate. He said he would not lead it, but he might support it. But on the other hand, he is, let's see, he seemed to be saying that he might accept, if offered, the vice presidency with Humphrey. And then the next day said no, he would not. So we'll have to see about that, too.
Governor Hughes of New Jersey is now just winding up the debate on the case involving the delegation from Georgia. Let's go down to the speaker's platform.
Of the majority report and make them work together and build a greater Democratic Party in Georgia.
Two minority reports have been submitted. According to the rules, the vote will be taken according to the precedence. The first.
Yes.
And we're voting first
Alaska, 22.
on seating the Bond delegation. That's what this one is.
5 yea. Alaska votes 17 no, 5 yes. Arizona 19.
Arizona votes 17 votes yes, 2 votes no.
Arizona votes 17 yes, 2 no. Arkansas 33.
Arkansas passes.
Arkansas passes. California 174 votes.
Chairman, California cast 173 votes aye, and our outgoing National Committeeman cast
To
1
Frank
vote
McGee
no.
on the convention floor.
That roar just going up was for the California vote. I have with me Alderman Ralph Metcalf of Chicago. Mr. Metcalf, you've just been engaged in a very animated conversation with Julian Bond of the Georgia delegation. Could you tell us what you were talking about?
Yes, you see, I was one of the 2 members of the Credentials Committee for the state of Illinois, and I heard all of the arguments for that. I tell you very candidly, I am for Governor Hughes' majority report, because I believe very strongly that all of the decent people of Georgia ought to come together in order to strengthen the Democratic Party there. And that would include those that the Julian Bond group say are decent, not by my admission, but by their admission. That they say Lieutenant Governor Smith, and then they mention others there who were real decent, and I think they all ought to get together.
Mr. Metcalf, was Mr. Bond asking you to have a caucus of the Illinois delegation?
No,
so
he was not asking us to have a caucus.
Was he asking you to vote solidly in favor of his
He came over with that intention, yes.
And what kind of, I take it that you gave him a response about like you gave me.
I gave him the same response that I'm giving you, yes.
And can we conclude from this that Illinois will vote for the majority report?
I cannot speak for the delegation. I can only speak for myself. I know what my recommendation is to the delegation, and that is to seat all decent Democrats in the state, to give the Julian Bond group 100% victory, and when with the majority vote they'll have 100% victory, and I'm in favor of that. And I'm cognizant of the fact that they have done a marvelous job down there in Fulton County of registering the people. But I said that you don't kick out decent white people simply because they happen to be white. I've fought prejudice all my life, and I cannot be reversed on this particular situation.
Do your sympathies at heart lie with Mr. Bond?
What?
Do your sympathies at heart lie with Mr. Bond?
They lie with Mr. Bond in the marvelous job that he has done, and the fact that black people of Georgia, where I was born, ought to have representation there. That, yes. And I'm in 100% in opposition to Unit Rule 55. I'm opposed to that. And I say by accepting and by adopting the majority report, you immediately break Rule 55, because Chairman Gray of the Democratic Party of Georgia did not select the group that we proposed to seat.
That's true. He didn't select the entire thing.
He selected those who were brought here. But he did not select the Julian Bond group. And by seating the Julian Bond group, we automatically break Rule 55.
One further question, Mr. Metcalf. Is it your understanding that Mr. Bond is going from delegation to delegation, trying to get them to, Illinois just passed, in the course of our talking here, decided not to vote at this time. Is Mr. Bond going from delegation to delegation, trying to stir up support?
I don't know how he happened to come over here. We did not send for him. We welcome him coming, and we're happy that he did.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you very much.
To Chet and David.
Tenths votes no, 3 6/10 votes yes.
There's a rule of the National Committee.
Roll call of the states is continuing on the first minority report. I remind you again, this is the minority report which would seat the entire Julian Bond delegation.
34.5 votes yes.
By the way, the man
3.5 votes no.
to whom Frank McGee was just talking
Kentucky, 46 votes.
Invokes a familiar name, Ralph
Kentucky.
Metcalf. Those who can remember the Olympic Games of, let's see, it'd be 1936. Remember him as a very famous athlete on the American Olympic team of that year.
Yes, 34.5
He's
votes
now an alderman in Chicago.
no, 3.5 votes yes.
A yes vote here is to seat the Julian Bond delegation only,
1.5 vote no.
and to send the Maddox delegation home.
46.
Kentucky cast 40 votes no, 6 votes yes.
Kentucky cast 40 votes no, 6 votes yes. Louisiana, 36 votes.
29 no, 7 yes.
Louisiana cast 25 no and 7 yes. Maine, 27.
Maine casts 5 votes yes, 22 votes no.
Maine cast 5 votes yes, 22 votes no.
Maryland, 49 votes.
Maryland cast 46 votes no, 3 votes yes.
Maryland cast 3 votes yes, 46 votes no. Massachusetts, 72 votes.
Massachusetts cast 39 yes, 24 no, 9 absent.
Nine passes. Massachusetts' vote is 39 yes, 22 no, and 9 passing. Michigan, 96 votes.
Michigan, yes, 35. No, 58.
I would like, if I may, to ask for the Massachusetts vote once again. I can't hear you.
Correction on the Massachusetts vote.
Yes,
39 yes, 24 no, 9 absent.
Massachusetts, 39 yes, 24 no, and 9 passing. Michigan, 96 votes. Michigan.
Michigan, yes, 35. No, 58.
Michigan cast 35 yes, 58 no. Minnesota, 52.
Minnesota passes.
Minnesota passes. Mississippi.
Mississippi, Madam Chairman, cast 18 votes yes.
Mayor Daley of Chicago and
2
former
no,
Senator Paul
4
Douglas of
abstentions.
Illinois having a little confab there with several others.
Mississippi votes 18 yes, 2 no, and 4 abstentions. Missouri, 60. Missouri, 60 votes.
Missouri, 12 yes and 48 no.
Missouri cast 12 votes yes and 48 no. Montana, 26.
Montana cast 21 and a half votes no, 2 and a half votes yes, and 2 not voting.
May I please have that vote again?
21 and a half no,
21 and a half?
2 and a half yes, and 2 not voting.
Thank you very much. Montana cast 21 and a half no, 2 and a half yes, and 2 not voting. Nebraska, 30.
Nebraska passes.
Nebraska passes. Nevada, 22 votes.
Nevada votes 14 yes, 6 no, 2 not voting.
Nevada cast 14 yes, 6 no, and 2 not voting. New Hampshire, 26 votes. New Hampshire?
New Hampshire passes.
New Hampshire passes. New Jersey, 82.
Mr. Chairman, New Jersey passes.
New Jersey passes. New Mexico, 26 votes.
New Mexico casts 11 votes yes, 15 votes no.
New Mexico casts 11 votes yes and 15 no. New York, 190 votes.
New York casts 189 votes yes, 1 abstention.
Let's move it up a little bit more. New York voted 189 yes and 1 abstention. North Carolina, 59.
North Carolina cast 55 and 1/2 no, 3 and 1/2 yes.
North Carolina cast 55 and 1/2 yes and 3 and 1/2 no. North Dakota, 25.
North Dakota cast 20 no, 5 yes.
North Dakota cast 20 votes no, 5 yes. Ohio, 115 votes.
Ohio passes.
Ohio passes. Oklahoma, 41.
Oklahoma cast 1 vote aye.
1 aye.
40 votes no.
40 noes and 1 aye. 40 noes.
That's right.
That's right.
I'd like to check that to be sure. Oklahoma, 1 vote yes and 40 votes no.
Correct.
Oregon, 35.
Oregon votes 32 yes, 3 absent.
You better call North Carolina. I think there's a mistake in North Carolina.
Okay. Now, or come back to it. I've had a request to ask for a repeat on the vote of North Carolina.
The vote for North Carolina is 55 and 1/2 no, 3 and 1/2 yes.
Mayor Daley of Chicago polling the Illinois delegation.
There is a correction then. The North Carolina vote is 3 and 1/2 votes yes, 55 and 1/2 votes no. Pennsylvania, 130 votes.
Pennsylvania passes.
Pennsylvania passes. Puerto Rico, 8. Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico cast 7.5 vote yes, 1/2 vote abstain.
7.5 yes, 1/2 abstain.
Thank you, Jack. Woo, 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 woo. We got it in the wrong column. Correct it right now before I even move. Rhode Island, 27.
Rhode Island, 12 votes yes, 11 votes no, 4 votes not voting.
Rhode Island cast 12 votes yes, 11 votes no, and 4 not voting. South Carolina, 28.
South Carolina votes 4 votes yes, 22 votes no, 2 abstentions.
I was told that North Dakota needs a repeat.
I've also been asked for a repeat on the North Dakota vote. May I ask that the North Dakota vote be cast again?
North Dakota, correction, 17 no, 5 yes, 3 absent not voting.
3 what? All right, 3 absent. The North Dakota vote is 5 yes, 17 no, and 3 absent. South Dakota, 26.
Mr. Chairman, South Dakota proudly cast 26 votes yes.
Tennessee, 51.
Mr. Chairman, Tennessee votes 51 votes no.
Tennessee cast 51 votes no. Texas, 104 votes.
Texas votes 2.55 votes yes,
101.45 votes no.
Quickly to John Chancellor on the floor.
We have caught on the floor here Democratic National Chairman John Bailey. Mr. Bailey, how long do you think we're going to be here tonight? It's now 2:30 in the morning Chicago time.
Well, I would think I think this one will be over pretty shortly if we don't have to go off the floor to roll call some of the delegations. I understand there's at least one more. So I would say we ought to be here another hour anyhow.
One more major challenge to one minority report about a state.
That's right.
Now, don't we have a couple of little states left? But
those are the only ones. The little states are the only ones we have. We haven't any major one.
So that you would say that we'd be out of here by 3:30 in the morning?
I would think we ought to be out of here by then.
Mr. Bailey, does 3:30 in the morning strike you as an outrageous hour for a convention like this?
We've all been waiting for this convention for so long. All the delegates are enjoying being here.
Well, there are some, I think, who might disagree with you. But what happens tomorrow? You'll get all the credentials fights behind you.
That's right. Then, of course, the question of the rules. We adopted temporary rules tonight. But now tomorrow, Governor Shapiro has got to come in with the permanent rules of the convention, which will be binding on the party for the next 4 years and the call of the next convention. Whether or not there'll be any contests on that, I haven't yet found out.
So that's something else we might have to look for.
Tomorrow.
And then
I understand there's several minority reports against the permanent rules, such as additions to the National Committee of the State Chairman and the head of the Young Democrats and several others. Whether or not the unit rule will be put out again, I don't know.
And we also have tomorrow night the minority report on the Vietnam plank and a number of other things in the platform.
I haven't heard anything from the platform committee. I've been busy here. I've hoped that Congressman Boggs will be in touch with the podium sometime to let us know exactly what we have to have in a matter of time to set up our program, what time we start tomorrow, and so forth.
Mayor Daley told us a little while ago that it wouldn't surprise him if the president arrived today sometime at the next session of this convention. Would it surprise you?
It would neither surprise me, or if he didn't come, it wouldn't surprise me.
But do you think he might be sitting in that presidential box over there tomorrow night hearing the fight on his Vietnam plank?
We have the box.
And you, I think, have the fight as well.
Well, I understand so.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Democratic National Chairman John Bailey predicting that this session will go on. It's getting toward the end, but that means, in his view, another hour, and in the view of some other people down here, perhaps a little bit longer than that. This is John Chancellor on the convention floor.
Virgin Island cast 2.5 votes.
Here is more on
abstaining.
Violence and demonstrations in downtown Chicago. NBC's Jeffrey Pond reports police are sealing off the entire Lincoln Park area and are refusing to allow any news cameraman to film what is going on there. Pond said he didn't know if this was the result of a police order or the result of local initiative by police on the scene. In any case, he said, the police have made it impossible for news cameramen to cover the story in the Lincoln Park area.
The state of Washington cast 29 votes no, 18 yes. West Virginia, 38.
West Virginia cast 22 votes no, 8 votes yes, 8 votes abstaining.
How many votes yes on that? I didn't get it.
22 no, 8 yes, 8 abstaining.
West Virginia cast 22 no, 8 yes, and 8 abstaining. Wisconsin, 59.
Wisconsin cast 7 votes no, 52 votes yes.
Wisconsin cast 7 votes no and 52 votes yes.
As you can see, this is the closest vote we've had on any of these propositions for the entire evening. Of course, a number of states have passed, and their votes are not yet recorded. But this could be a close one.
Wyoming cast 20 votes
Remember,
no
we are
and
voting
2
on
votes
this
yes.
question, whether or not to give the entire Georgia
Arkansas
delegation to the Julian Bond group.
33 votes. Arkansas, 33.
Arkansas cast 29 votes no, 3 votes yes, 1 absent.
Arkansas votes 29 no, 3 yes, and 1 absent. Canal Zone.
The Canal Zone cast 2 votes yes, 3 votes no.
The Canal Zone votes 2 votes yes, 3 votes no. Connecticut.
Connecticut votes 27 votes nay, 13 votes yes.
Connecticut cast 27 no, 13 yes. Florida.
Florida casts 54 votes no, 9 votes yes.
Florida cast 54 votes no, 9 yes. Illinois.
Illinois is still caucusing.
Indiana.
Indiana votes 38 no, 25 yes.
Indiana cast 38 no, 25 yes. Iowa.
Iowa cast 32 yes, 12 no, 2 not voting.
12 no and 2 not voting.
The Iowa vote is 32 yes, 12 no, and 2 not voting. Minnesota.
Minnesota cast
52 votes.
Minnesota cast 33 votes no, 16 votes yes, 3 not voting.
Minnesota cast 33 votes no, 16 yes, and 3 not voting. Nebraska.
Nebraska votes 11 yes, 18 no, 1 not voting.
Would you repeat that vote for me, please? Nebraska, with the 30 votes, would you please repeat those for me?
Nebraska votes 11 yes, 18 no, and 1 not voting.
Thank you. Nebraska cast 11 yes, 18 no, and 1 not voting. New Hampshire.
New Hampshire casts 2 no, 23 yes.
2 no, 23 yes.
Nebraska cast 23 yes, 2 no. New Jersey, 82 votes.
Mr. Chairman, New Jersey is just returning from caucus room number 2 and needs a little more time.
Okay. Ohio.
Ohio cast 21 votes yes, 80 votes no, and 14 not recorded.
14.
The Ohio vote is 21 yes, 80 no, and 14 not voting. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 130 votes.
Pennsylvania votes 90 1/4 votes no, 31 1/2 votes yes.
We're going to take that, I guess.
So we have
Would you please repeat that Pennsylvania vote?
apparently reached a decision on this one.
90
The motion to give the entire
31
Georgia
1/2
delegation
votes yes.
to the Julian Bond Group has been defeated.
The Pennsylvania vote is 90 1/4 votes no, and 31 1/2 votes yes. Illinois and New Jersey. We got Illinois and New Jersey. got a count on this over there up to this point?
Illinois still counting votes.
He's getting it ready. Pretty close.
You can imagine what a chore it is to try to caucus a big delegation on the floor of the convention.
It's very hard to get around to talk to the, like trying to hold it in a movie theater. During the movie.
Illinois.
Yeas, 83 nays.
Mr. Mayor, I want to poll this delegation in a caucus room. We're going to have to poll the delegation.
Illinois is now ready to vote, and I would like to hear that vote, sir.
The yea vote is 12, the nay vote is 83.
I demand a poll of the delegation in a caucus room.
The Illinois vote is 12 votes yes and 83 votes no.
That's right.
Now, how about...
We can go right in there.
Where are they seated? Is the New Jersey vote ready?
New Jersey needs about 3 more minutes.
For what purpose does the delegation from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, New York wishes to change its vote to 190 yes.
I would like to have...
It was 189 to 1.
...state of Florida repeated.
We don't know who the one was.
63 votes from Florida.
Did you ask that the Florida vote be repeated? Florida votes 54 noes, 9 yeas.
District of Columbia.
Now, I would like to have a repeat on the District of Columbia vote, please.
Sandy Van Oker is there with the Illinois delegation. What do you find out? What goes on, Sandy?
Daley is led. I don't think it's a story. Let me start off again. I'm with Mr. Richard Mudge, who's a McCarthy delegate, a member of the Illinois delegation, and I say that it's historic, I think, for someone to challenge Mayor Daley and ask for a caucus vote in a caucus room. Why did you do this, sir?
Well, you've had more experience than I have. I did it because it's obviously impossible, as you could see, to get an accurate count of the Illinois delegation. Plus the fact that many of the 118 delegates aren't here. This is important. Illinois may determine whether or not we're going to accept any of Lester Maddox's delegates. And anyone who knows the procedures that have been followed in that state know that Lester Maddox is not a Democrat and that his delegates don't represent the party and that we can't win in November, no matter whether we nominate Humphrey or McCarthy, if we take this attitude in the convention.
Mr. Mudge, what happened starting from the moment that Julian Bond came over with Ralph Metcalf, and did the thing go back and forth?
It went back and forth. There was quite a discussion. I was trying to be educated on this. Actually, UNRWA's original motion should have carried so that we would know what we're doing here. I didn't come all the way to Chicago.
What was that motion that we put over the credential fight until tomorrow?
Well, UNRWA wanted to postpone the credential fight until tomorrow so that we would understand some of these things more fully. I know the Illinois delegation did not understand. But the unfortunate thing is the Illinois delegation doesn't have to understand. They simply support Mayor Daley. I want to understand.
Well, look, sir.
And therefore, I'm saying that UNRRA's resolution should have passed so that we could have had a chance to talk to Julian Bond, talk to Maddox, and find out what the story is. In these crowded aisles, we can't determine just what these people's position are accurately. Therefore, I want a caucus, and I want to take a list of the names of the Illinois delegates who are supporting any delegation from Georgia that includes Maddox delegates.
Well, unless I'm very much mistaken, sir, the chairman has announced that Mayor Daley has announced a total. Do you still think you're going to get a caucus?
I asked for a caucus. I have a right to ask that we caucus and poll the entire delegation. You could see that Mayor Daley couldn't possibly make an accurate poll in the pandemonium here. You were standing here. A raise of hands. Did you count 82 hands? I counted 40.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you weren't counting.
Thank you very much. Mr. Richard Mudge, who's asked for a caucus. Now to John Chancellor.
I've had this thing a week.
Get together and see what we can do.
So do you think you got a fair shake?
Within, considering the nature of politics, yes.
You got the convention on its feet. They're all shouting, no, 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 no.
Well, that pleases us, too, to see that there's so much support.
Well, did you get support from Vice President Humphrey's people?
Well, on the conventions committee, some of his supporters voted with us. The 2 times there were crucial votes for us. On the floor here, some of his people have voted with us. The difference between the support we received from the Vice President and the 2 other liberal candidates is that they have endorsed us publicly, and the Vice President has not.
Well, what I'm driving at is
These are loyal Democrats who are shouting no, no, no right here, but you can't hear too much of that elsewhere on the floor.
Are you willing to go that far? Is that your feeling?
I'm not sure if we go that far. We think there's some feeling that a combination...
Julian Bond.
What's going on here is the chairman, the temporary chairman, Senator Inouye, announced the results. And a good section of this convention refuses to accept that result as a final count. Obviously maintaining that the Illinois delegation count is not accurate.
Can you tell us why you're burning your credentials?
Well, I used to have a lot of faith in the democratic process, but this just reaffirms to me the racist nature of this country, even in the Democratic Party. And if the Democratic Party can't be democratic, I mean, what hope is there for democracy, huh?
Look, sir, can we start over? What's your name? Where are you from? How did you get in the delegation?
My name is Eddie Anderson. I'm from UCLA. I'm a senior in philosophy.
And when did you decide to do this? After the Julian Bond vote?
Yeah. I decided to burn it after the overwhelming majority was against the minority report.
Well, now, what do you think is going to be the consequence of this?
This is just my way of protesting. I mean, they are from, the way they voted here, I really don't think that the Democratic Party is still ready for black people. The way they still talk about minority people, they don't even realize that colored people are the majority in the world. It was especially annoying when the people in Texas kept talking about our Negroes, as if they still possess Negroes in Texas. And the whole rhetoric, the whole phraseology, I just can't take it. I might be back tomorrow if Jess can talk to me. Okay.
He's now speaking with Speaker Andra. Eddie Anderson from California, a member of the delegation who has burned his card. It's just today's card. He has another one to get in tomorrow. Eddie, why are you doing this?
Oh, not only because of this vote, but the whole way the Texas delegation kept referring to their...
I don't think he can get it burned, but Speaker Unruh, I think, is trying to get him out of here right now. He is just taking him.
The game's not over yet.
Speaker Unruh is saying, come on, baby, come on.
And maybe the cops will stop busting people on the head outside tomorrow, too. But tonight...
Okay, Speaker Unruh is taking him out of the delegation, saying, come on, Eddie, come on, Eddie. And now I'm going to have to try and find out who Eddie is. Anybody in the delegation here who can... Who?
This is the middle of the California delegation.
The governor from the state of Connecticut.
Camera 3. Well, camera 2 is the one we go
Mr. Chairman, it's been a long evening. I move we adjourn, sir, until tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock.
You have heard the motion. The motion is to adjourn until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. All those in favor will respond by saying aye. Opposed, nay. This session is adjourned until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Well, that's always one good way to get out of difficulty. It is not the first time that has happened at a Democratic convention where tempers are getting short and people are tired and weary, and the best way out of a situation of that kind is to stimulate a motion to adjourn. And very likely this convention will be able to get on with its work when it reconvenes tomorrow.
The motion came from Chairman John Bailey's own delegation in Connecticut. So perhaps it was his idea.
And it was pretty obvious that it was getting almost impossible to get any work done this morning.
At 2:45 in Chicago.
WMAQ reporter John Evans was injured when a policeman hit him on the head twice in the Lincoln Park area. Evans had been covering the disturbances in the park area where police and hippies were confronting each other. Evans said he saw a policeman hitting a still photographer. A policeman told Evans to get out of there. Evans reported he told the still photographer he didn't have to give up his film. At that point, he said, the policeman turned on him and hit him on the head twice. He was treated at a hospital. So there we have a total of 3 television newsmen who have been injured by a policeman in the downtown area of Chicago tonight.
On the first night. So what happened was that to John Chancellor on the floor.
Resuming our talk with Julian Bond. Mr. Bond, how old are you?
I'm 28.
How does it feel to turn a hall like this on its ear? They're shouting, "We want Bond." How did that make you feel?
Well, it's very flattering, and I'd be dishonest if I said it didn't move me a great deal. One thing about it that does bother me is that we've not tried to personalize this as a context between Governor Maddox and myself. We've always said it was the system that he used to select the delegates we challenged. The fact that black people were excluded from the delegation, those were the issues we were interested in. It shouldn't have been taken as Governor Maddox versus me.
But you must have had quite a feeling when you heard them all stand on their chairs and begin to shout them.
Oh, I did. It was just very, very moving, that's all.
All right, now you've been defeated on this. What are you going to do?
Well, our options, of course, are to go for the other minority report, which would exclude us completely from this convention, which I can tell you now we'll never do, or to go for the majority report, which gives us a compromise that we feel is not quite fair to us, but we want to participate in the convention. We came here to participate in it. We're willing to make accommodation with the regulars, and I believe that's what we're going to do, but we've got to have a caucus tonight and poll our delegation and decide what we're going to do.
I heard you speaking to a white delegate here a minute ago, the word pragmatism, or he did. Is that the word now? Would that be the right word to describe your attitude?
Well, I don't want to speak for Dr. Hargrid. He's a member of the regular delegation. He sits with me in the legislature in Georgia. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Welcome to NBC, Dr. Hargrid. What do you think about all this? Is pragmatism indeed the order of the day now?
Well, as I understand the term, Mr. Chancellor, that would be my saying. The situation is highly fluid. There are a lot of conscientious people here, so we have to play it by hour. Have to play it
by ear?
By ear, from hour to hour. What's going on here? Anyhow, I would say that word is possibly applicable, Mr. Chancellor.
Right. Thank you very much for a deciding evening. John Chancellor on the convention floor. Now, Edwin Newman.
You're not thrown out at this point.
I'm here with James Gray, who's the Georgia State Chairman, and I'm afraid his back is to the camera and he's answering questions. Let's hear what he has to say.
I don't think we worry about that too much. We can go home, and I think, are still the dominant party in the state of Georgia, unquestionably, and I guess as you might say, the monkey's on the back of Julian Bond, because he's got to marshal the Democratic Party to carry it in November, and I wish him luck.
Well, Mr. Gray, Mr. Bond just said that he thought his delegation would go for the majority report, which would split the Georgia vote in half between you and him, between your delegation and his. Would you accept that?
We're going to caucus tomorrow, and then the various delegates will speak for themselves.
What'll you say?
Well, I don't believe personally that I could accept it.
Does that mean you go home?
That means that I would probably be voting myself out, yes.
You'd vote yourself out of this convention? What do you think, then, what would Lieutenant Governor Smith, who's standing right next to you, do? What would his attitude be?
You asking me, asking Mr. Gray?
I'm asking you, sir.
I'll wait till tomorrow morning. I'll wait until tomorrow morning whenever we meet at the caucus before I make any announcement.
Do you consider that the Democratic Party's been damaged in the South by what's happened?
I don't think there's any question about it. I think that the Democratic Party is going to be in precarious trouble, and I think that even though it looks as though this convention doesn't want Georgia support now, it could be very, very different in November.
Well, isn't the supposition in this convention that George Wallace is going to carry Georgia anyway, sir?
Well, a lot of people have said that, but if the South had been given reasonable treatment, I think that by putting liberal moderates on the Democratic ticket, that perhaps we could have at least blunted some of that strength.
Mr. Gray, if you leave here, don't you hand over the machinery of the Democratic Party to the Bond Group?
We will be handling the machinery of the party, yes.
You will be handling it. You will not be handing it over to them.
To the national machinery? Oh, no, we will not. No, well, we'll be just conducting the state machinery.
So you're not at all happy with what's happened here tonight, Mr. Gray, or?
No, we've always been loyal Democrats. As a matter of fact, I think as far as loyalty to the Democratic Party goes, Georgia has only turned away from the National Party one time, and I don't think there's any other state in the Union that can match that record.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Edwin Newman on the floor. Back to Chet and David.
Well, where are we?
Well, we're at 2:45 in Chicago, and they have hastily adjourned the convention, seemingly because they didn't like the way it was going.
Well, maybe we can find out where we are. Meantime, let's have a message from Gulf.
You call this a Gulf station. We call it a travel agency with pumps. Wherever you drive, we try to make your trip more pleasant. One way is to have clean restrooms waiting for you. So when you stop to fill up, you'll find a nice place to freshen up too. In part, thanks to Gulf's tour guard girls. Their job is to visit Gulf stations and check 49 different items, not the least important to the restrooms. Gulf knows that if you can't count on the restrooms, you might not bother to stop. Gulf's tour guard girls are a very special year-round service of your travel agency. The one with pumps. Stop by and see.
Well, this is about where we are. The first session of the Democratic Convention of 1968 convened on time. As a matter of fact, a few seconds ahead of time. The opening housekeeping ceremonies went nicely, smoothly, and well. Finally, when we got into the substance of the first session, Senator Inouye of Hawaii delivered the keynote speech. He was introduced by Senator Birch Bayh of Indiana, whose name has been mentioned here frequently as a possible vice presidential candidate. But then getting more into the meat of the convention, the Rules Committee made its report. There was a minority report filed, and we had a contest on that. The majority report was carried, and as a result, the unit rule has been eliminated effective this year. Then came the report of the Committee on Credentials, and we are still not finished with that piece of business. However, some progress was made. The challenges that had rested here in the convention against the delegations of Mississippi, state of Washington, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Connecticut, Texas, and Texas, yes, I'll stop there. Those were all concluded. And the result was, in all of those cases, the report of the committee, or the majority report, prevailed, and it was quite a night for the Hubert Humphrey forces of this convention. We are now about, well, not quite, halfway through the case involving the state of Georgia. The Credentials Committee came in with its majority report, which was that the Georgia delegation be split in half so that the seats could be divided between the Julian Bond group and ostensibly the Lester Maddox group. We have thus far dispensed with only one minority motion, and that motion was to turn the entire Georgia delegation over to the Julian Bond group. That was defeated, and that's where we are at this moment. And there was such a howl of protest going on down on the convention floor that finally someone made a motion to adjourn, and that's about where we are.
And they came within about 400 votes of passing the resolution, the minority resolution, to throw out the entire Maddox delegation from Georgia and to replace it entirely with a delegation led by Julian Bond. It was very close, and the closeness of it seemed to instigate the rhythmic shouting, fist-waving that began on the floor here, saying, it seemed to me, Chet, as best I could make it out, there was so much milling around that it's hard to tell which delegation anybody belongs to, but it seemed from here that it originated mainly in the California and New York delegations. Is that right?
Right.
It seems so to you?
Correct.
And others in the hall, others who agreed with it, the point of it, were beginning to pick it up, at which point the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, John Bailey, hastily arranged for somebody from his own delegation to offer a resolution to adjourn. It passed, and they got out so hurriedly the benediction was not pronounced, and so they haven't really wound the thing up in proper style. But in any case, they're gone. They'll be back tomorrow at 6 o'clock Chicago time, 7 Eastern. And what'll happen then is this. There'll be another minority report to be voted on, and that is the one to seat the Maddox delegation only and to throw out the Julian Bond delegation. If that is defeated, then they will vote on the recommendation brought in by the Credentials Committee itself, Governor Hughes of New Jersey's committee, which is to seat both of them, and to divide the votes, Georgia's votes, between them. And that will take place tomorrow. Our Chancellor Van Oken, Newman, and McGee assembled and ready. We'd like to hear from them.
We're assembled, and I suppose ready.
Well, ready or not? You're on.
Yes, we're ready. I would offer the thought that Vice President Humphrey's strength remains considerable, that he has not suffered the losses in the last 36 to 48 hours that many had supposed he had, and that his opponents made very little mileage, if any, in the fights over credentials tonight.
I'd like to speak to that. It seems to me that I learned here rather vividly tonight that Humphrey's support numerically stands where it was, but that if I could use the word durability to describe this vote, is rather limited. I don't think these are happy people. This is one of the least happy conventions I have ever attended, and the front-runner's support, although I think he'll probably hold it for the first ballot, would certainly go to pieces so quickly if it got a real shock.
It's that bitterness, the sort of synthetic quality, togetherness that one is supposed to feel at a convention.
Sander, I'm sorry, would you like to use this microphone?
Frank, give him the microphone.
I was trying to say that the whole sort of synthetic quality of all this together, and it seemed to be symbolized to me when Eddie Anderson, that Negro in the California delegation, tried to burn this card in anger at the decision over Georgia, and it wouldn't burn.
It's metal.
It's giving Mayor Daley the last laugh.
I know.
Well, I don't know what these things are made of. We've been putting them in machines all night, and they give off a buzz. I think those machines are Geiger counters.
But doesn't it come down to this? If the opposition to Humphrey is really going to amount any kind of a sustained drive or an emotional issue to try to chip away at the vice president's strength, it'll have to be over the Vietnam flank.
Yes, and that's the interesting thing. Tomorrow night, I'll bet in that box that President Johnson will be there watching a vindication, a fight, but a vindication of his Vietnam policy, as Ambassador McConnell read it tonight to us on the floor.
Well, the president's opponents, many of them expect him to be there, and they think he's going to try to put on pressure, and of course nothing would heighten the drama and the pressure quite so much as his presence in this hall.
Well, he doesn't have to put on any pressure. He just has to be there about 20 feet above all these delegates, many of whom are indebted to him and know that he's still going to be a political force. This is really high drama.
On the other hand, it would have the effect of accentuating what we've already seen tonight, that this is a rebellious, volatile party.
Everyone's looking for a fight, maybe even the president himself.
And the thing to watch for tomorrow night is in these northern states where there are liberal candidates running who don't want that hard plank on the war because they got to go home and tell the folks they'd like to get out of Vietnam. And this is where Humphrey, I think, is in some trouble.
Yes,
how much we don't
tonight
know.
it was a procedural thing where certain elements in this party coincided with certain elements in Hubert Humphrey's interest. I am not sure that they will also be manifest tomorrow on the platform fight over Vietnam. They may be, but it is true, he held today, he's stronger today than he was yesterday, but there's a lot going on between now and, above all, you got a lot of very tired and angry delegates who went home tonight.
Let me ask what happened to all the talk we heard earlier in the evening about nominating Edward Kennedy.
Well, I think it's still around. We had a man come by here, a man named Taxi Smith in the Georgia delegation, a minute before we went on the air with this. And I asked him if he still intended to put it in the nomination. He said, yes, sir, I do.
I was asked a great many questions. Excuse me, go ahead, David.
Let me ask you a question before we go. Suppose Senator Kennedy said, yes, I would like to be nominated.
No, I think he'd...
what would happen?
I think he'd get it.
And I think that decision might come in the next 24 to 36 hours, because I bet some of his supporters are now thinking, we need a sign from him.
Yeah, David, he's not unrepresented here by any means at all.
David, just walking around and talking to people, if you talk, for the sake of argument, to 10 people, you might get 8 who said, well, if he wants it, he can have it, and I'd like him to have it. And you've got perhaps 2 out of 10 who said, well, I have some doubts whether he'd make a good candidate.
But he needs the sign.
It's only 2 out of 10, but they all said, we need a more positive sign than he's given so far.
Picking up something a couple of you said a minute ago, I want to go back to this Vietnam plank.
Yes.
Do you fellas agree down there that a more dovish plank on Vietnam would be the popular thing?
I do. And I think this. I think a dovish plank on Vietnam would get a lot more support from these dissident elements, these anti-administration elements, than the credentials fight produced tonight.
From these dissident elements.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that I think you see a sharper fight there, and if anything's going to cut into the vice president's strength, I think probably that would be it. But I think in the final analysis, a platform plank pretty much to his liking will come out.
Because the last poll, am I not right, indicates that about 62% of the American people still oppose a unilateral stopping of the bombing. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's true, but as I think John Chancellor mentioned, an awful lot of candidates here in states where that the state may not be representative of the nation, but they sense that in their particular state, in their particular race, they need a different position on the war than the president.
The situation facing this party is that there is no way to unify it.
No.
There's nothing that can be done that will unify it, short, apparently, possibly, of nominating Senator Kennedy somewhere on the...
And that has to be done a certain way. That has to be done a certain way, or it would be disruptive and not unifying.
Exactly.
Well, fellas, we thank you. I'm getting a sound in my ear, somebody suggesting we all go home.
We're for that.
All right.
Well, first, a message from Gulf.
The 24 hours of Daytona and Le Mans. The 12 hours of Sebring, Spa, Monza, and 5 more like them. For 2 years, Gulf tried to beat its new motor oil to death on their turns, climbs, and over 180-mile-an-hour straights. We raced our cars against the best. We beat the best. Porsche, Ferrari, Chaparral, you name it. Through it all, Gulf's new oil got rougher treatment than you could ever give it, and didn't even wince. It can take on the hottest engine Detroit packs under a hood, with no strain. Now you can get it at any Gulf service station. It's the best protection against wear and overheating you can buy. Gulf Pride Formula G Racing Oil. Try it.
Well, it's hardly necessary to say that's it for this evening. The hall is empty. The lights will be out soon. The delegates are on their way downtown. And the session tomorrow night begins at 6 o'clock. Is that it? Or 6?
6 o'clock Chicago time. 7 o'clock.
6 o'clock Chicago time, 7 o'clock in the East. And, of course, we'll be here then. Until then, thank you and good night.